Ata mairi e tātou katoa, ngā mihi kōti kia koutou, ko tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, Tai Tokero Whānau Economy Summit. Welcome. It's really lovely to have you here. Tuaroa he mihi tēnei kia koe, kia koutou. Awesome. Mauri ora, it's really wonderful to have you here today. We've got a really, really massive day. We've got about 41 speakers that are coming in from all around Aotearoa as well. Te kahanganu hoki, kia ora tātou katoa. So yes, a bit nerve-wracking. Today we've had a range of different wonderful developments, but as I was saying to my good friend Moko today, that you must go with the show, and we will be recognising that whānau are going to be flowing in and flowing out, and I just want to acknowledge each of you that
Anā ko moko te pēnea tēnei, he kai ako no te kura kaupapa Māori o Kaikohe, he kai kaunihera no te kaunihera o te Tai Tokerau ki te raki, he kai haututu no te rarawa no Ngāti Kahu ki whangaroa e mihi ana ki a tātou. I'm banking kura and I'm banking council, so please don't share the live stream to any of those of my colleagues there. No, te kana. It's really awesome to be here today. When I looked at the lineup, I was invited as a councillor and somehow got roped in to be an MC at the same time. So I'm very excited to be here and to see the amazing whānau businesses we've got that are churning our economy, our Māori economy here in Te Tai Tokerau, and it's only just the beginning and it's only going to get stronger. So mihi ana ki a tātou katoa.
So the kaupapa for today, firstly, I just want to acknowledge the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency. Shortly, you'll be hearing from their chair. This kaupapa is actually one of a series of regional events that have been held across the motu to enable communities, especially whānau and Whānau Ora providers, to help share their dreams and aspirations for enterprise. And I believe that we have JT here, who's going to be collecting up all the kōrero, and he's going to be using it as a silk-covered bullet for the Crown to encourage them to adequately resource our communities and support our whānau to flourish. So I'm pretty excited about that. The other really important piece here, of course, I have to do a big mihi to our whānau from Ngāti Hine. So Ngāti Hine are live streaming. So even though our whānau will be coming in and out over the course of the day, we will have quite a few whānau that will be streaming in. So do know that we're not alone here, but it's all right. It's just basically we're having a yarn. And I just want everybody to feel really comfortable that we're having a yarn together. The other part of the whānau too is Tautoko FM, who are also doing the radio live stream as well. Our aim is to be able to capture as much as we can, because we are filling up this day with a lot of kōrero, but we will be curating all the work then we'll be placing it online, so then you can come back and watch it for your viewing pleasure, which I'm very excited about. Also, as I said earlier, we've got some hubs that are operating at the moment, because it was really important to us as a team of organisers to ensure that our rural communities were part of this kaupapa as well. So again, a shout out to Ngāti Hine Health Trust, who are hosting a remote event right now at the Ngāti Hine Health Trust in Kawakawa. Also the whānau from Te Wā in Kaikohe, that's been held by Joe Henare and a whole bunch of whānau over there, so kia ora koutou te whānau Kaikohe. And then over at the Kaitaia DigiHub, there's also a crew over there, so I just want to do a big shout out to Tia Murray, who is the host in that space. And so for all of you that are here, we're going to be having quite an interesting setup. We're going to be having live speakers. We're also going to be Zooming calls in, and then we're going to be crossing over to different locations. And so I'm just asking for your grace and patience while we try and sort out our wonderful technical dimensions that may emerge today. So just asking if you can be patient with us if things don't run as quickly as possible. And then also, just to make it even more cool, we're making this event interactive. And so if you can, whānau, I'd like to recommend that you download an app called Slido, SLI.do. And that app will enable you to give your feedback on anything that you hear today. There are already a range of different questions that are up there right now, and soon I'll give you the special number so that you can actually log in. But at the moment, just download the app, whānau. And for those of you that are tuning in on the Tautoko Taitokero page, the special number's there. But you can, using the app, you can ask questions of our speakers. Whānau at home, you can also participate in the call, in the kōrero, and also give your views and thoughts, and that's all going to be collated up in the report, which we're very excited about. Finally, we also have, just over here on the left, this is my friend James. James is a graphic illustrator. So over the course of the day, he's going to be listening carefully to the kōrero, and he's going to be capturing in picture form what he hears. So just wait and see what emerges. So shout out to you, James. And then, hands up here, who's actually here to pitch your heart out for the Dragon's Den tonight to win $1,000? Cool. All right. Well, just so that we know, there's an opportunity for businesses that want to do a pitch. You've only got 2 minutes. Basically, you've got to wow the crowd, and then they will decide whether or not they're going to, give you the #1 prize. So that's going to be happening later on this afternoon. And then finally, sorry, whānau. We could not have done this without all of the whānau businesses that have been involved in this event. So actually, behind the scenes, we've had over 40 local Māori organisations that have been involved. Big mihi to Raewyn and the Inner Native team, He Puna Marama Trust from across the road. They've been very helpful. We've got our local caterers. We've got our gifts supplied by local suppliers. We've got graphic designers, videographers. 80 to 90% of everything that we're doing today has been supplied locally. And I just want to acknowledge that I personally believe that that's how we start to stimulate our own economy, is by spending our Māori dollar, using it wisely, stretching it as far as we can, and putting it right back into the pockets of our families. So that's pretty cool. And so all of you that are here today are helping us with that. So now we're on to
Ka pai e te whānau. Before we go any further, we better do a few health and safety procedures. So, to the whānau at home, I think you know where your whareiti is. But to the whānau here, the whareiti is just out the door there. If our sirens go off or anything like that, we do have to get out following the exit signs we can see on either side and just get away from the building. And I think that the gathering area is out there by the Wave and Waka sculpture out here in Te Ahi Pupurangi Ihinga. So better get that out of the way. But
O kia ora tātou, mō ngā uri nā toki mo te whārua, mā tātou hoki kei te mihi nunui kia o koutou, mō ngi iwi whānui atu nōta. So I'll just cut straight to the chase, because unbeknown to you, there's a major event going to happen on Saturday and I've got to get down the street and get a few more natives down here to vote for me. But just moving on to very quickly to the thinking behind Whānau Ora, because a number of our businesses there won't be part of this journey, Whānau Ora journey. Whānau Ora is a comprehensive policy framework that reaches across and has tentacles ultimately through the whole of government, and all businesses are tied into government. To pretend that the private sector is the major driver in business in New Zealand is not true. When you're pumping $80 billion to $100 billion worth of investment every year in annual budgets out into Aotearoa Whānui, that is the biggest driver of GDP. The biggest drivers of GDP are local government and central government. I'll give you an example. The 3 DHBs in Auckland, Waitemata, Auckland, or Tamaki Makaurau, and Counties Manukau, is bigger business as Frontiera on employees and on economic stimulation and drive. So you've got to place this in context. Now, here's the real context to our business people. It is extraordinarily important that what was just said in the introductory comments, that we get more resourcing into our hands to stimulate our own people and our own economy. One of the quickest ways we can do that is not attack the mean-spirited, tight-fisted way in which treaty settlements are delivered. Because as you all know, 1 year of the corrections service, not the police, not the courts, not justice, just 1 year of the criminal justice system and locking us up in terms of corrections, costs more than all of the treaty settlements paid out in the last 26 years. All. So there is huge dollar values going in from Kaitaia to Kaikohe to Whangarei, all the way down here, where you will see multiple non-Māori funded off managing the so-called Māori failure. So the key to our job at a macroeconomic level is to get significant transfers across to us. For example, budget 2020, largest budget in the history of New Zealand financial accounting records, $100 billion. 0.3% went to Māori by Māori for Māori. 99.7%, if it trickles down to us, went to Pākehā by Pākehā for Māori. We have to change that whole narrative. We have to change that because just to give you an example, in health. In health is a huge industry, education, welfare, these are huge industries. And within those industries, they all have to eat. They all have to drive to work. They all have to fill up somewhere. They all have to have repair jobs. They all have to live in a house that has to be built by us. So don't for 1 minute think that in concentrating on health, welfare, education and justice budgets across the whole of government is where it's at. Because if you lower our sights down to that, we are fighting over crumbs. It's called trickle-down economics. And Māoris never even see a drop. I'll give you an example. Ministry of Health, for every dollar voted to Māori out of the budget, a dollar goes to the Ministry of Health to be devolved. 25 cents of your dollar, and my dollar is deducted there. Goes to your DHB, the DHB deducts another 65%. It then goes to your PHOs and GPs. By the time a Māori walks into a clinic, he has to pay. Now somebody put their hand in my pocket and spent all my money before I got to the clinic. And I don't have a say over the quality of the service? And that really? So we've become numbed into believing that the way in which macroeconomic state transfers cross over, to all of the health workers. Another abomination, Oranga Tamariki, $700 million of its budget per annum goes to the management of the Māori problem. It never goes to fix it. It never goes to fix it. When we do an uplift, if we did an uplift, we wouldn't arrive with the cops. We wouldn't cut an umbilical cord and we wouldn't rip a baby out of mother's arms. We would have their whānau there. So there is a major change required in the way in which we are treated, but we have numbed ourselves down by not fighting more like our ancestors did, and standing up and being more assertive. You know, the fact that we contract cancer 10 years ahead of everybody else, but are not allowed to be screened 10 years ahead of everybody else, that's state-sponsored knowing manslaughter, because hundreds of Māori will suffer a gory death that they could have had identified earlier, and they could have had longevity, and they could have healed. But by the time we get our screens, they know it's too late. And I'm sick of this palliative care stuff. Why are we starting to become specialized at euthanizing our own people? You know, you've got to go back to the causation of this. So when you look at these numbers and that, we have to awaken to the mistreatment and the discrimination. We have to call it out. We have to grow up and start to believe, and we know. Now in Whānau Ora, we set up a distribution mechanism within 10 days that was more efficient than what Progressive, that runs countdowns, or Foodstuffs, that runs pack and saves, could do up in this country. 10 days. When all our regulators and all the people standing over us left, and our people stood up to protect themselves through the first lockdown, it was one of the most marvelous exhibitions of Māori kotahitanga in the north that I've ever seen in my life, outside the raising of A Company. So outside the Māori war effort in the Second World War, we saw an outstanding contribution from every rohe. And we learned to honour and respect one another rather than being divided and ruled over crumbs and fighting one another over what the white man puts on the table. You know, we want a fair cut of the cake. So COVID taught us a number of things. And COVID taught us that we have to start to do business with one another and filter money into one another. And so one of the policies the party I stand for, Māori Party, has got is that 25% of all Crown contracts come to Māori. Now, why is that? I'll tell you why. The Aboriginals, our brothers and sisters across in Australia, get it. Afro-Americans get it. Hispanics get it. The only Indigenous people in the world that can't get an affirmative procurement program out of the state are us Māori. And we tolerate that? And we accept that? You know what that means? We have to go knocking on the Pākeha's door for money and for work. If we got the transfer that we rightly deserve across to us, they'd be coming knocking on your door saying, how do I employ your boys so I can get a part of that action? And we have to turn this thing on its head, because it's just unjust and unfair. And so I wanted to talk about a macroeconomic view of ourselves, understanding our true value. And I'll just conclude to the business people that are there. If it would be remarkable, you do your numbers on us getting a fair share of the annual transfers, you know? Why is it that we've numbed and dumbed ourselves down into believing that second-class citizenship is the only entitlement that we have in regard to a treaty that was signed in Waitangi? We really have to awaken ourselves to a just slice of the cake rather than fighting among one another over the crumbs. So I wanted to just conclude very quickly by acknowledging the North. The foundation, karauas and kaumatas of Nahaue Wha and Pukekohe, of Papakura, of Manurewa, of Whariwātia, of Whone Waititi, they're all from the North. So the beacons and bastions of hope that was set up down here after your uncles and grandparents came down here on the Ruru train and went home. A remarkable presence, a remarkable history, right? And in Whone Waititi, Uncle Jerry Graham was our first karaua before it was built, okay? And then, well, Uncle Haki Wihongi, I've never seen a more unbridled man in my life. He was just in your face napui. And I'm talking about what he used to do to the white folks down here. So I'll give you one example. Like the mayor got elected, Asad Corbyn, and he took the treaty off the wall. So all hell broke loose. Cut a long story short, we arranged to smoke the peace pipe down at Hone Waititi Marae. Asad Corbyn comes in for the first time a council met on our marae. And when Asad Corbyn sat down, Uncle Jack got up and he said, "Hey Asad, you know when you walk through that waharoa, I'm the mayor here, you're nothing." And we were sitting there amazed that Māori would stand up and say that, because we'd become a coward. You know, not C-O-W-A-R-D, we'd become meek and had bowed our heads. And with leadership like Uncle Jack Wehomies, that's why we're on fire down here. So don't ever lose that unbridled ngāpuiness in you fellas. It's outstanding. Us Ngāti Pros just snuck into all those meeting houses you built and did all the nice whakairo. That's how we injected ourselves into it. But Whānau Ora is a liberation program. It's a liberation program. It's an awakening program. And it covers the whole of government. And it can be anything you want it to be. And the beauty about it, Whānau Ora, is it's how you design it for your hood. I don't make no decisions. No one in Wellington can determine what works for me over here in Henderson. Just as no one in Wellington can. And your regional offices that feast off our failure, you want to close them down, and they should be transferred across to all our operations up and down the north. It's as simple as that. And then you'd see, you'd have Pākehās knocking on your door looking for jobs, right? Not the other way around. Okay, so I just thought I'll just end my rant there and say to our kahuarangis, you know, Naida Glavish, formidable, you know, Merepeka Raukawa Tate, Lady Moxon, Auntie Rita Whiwhirangi, all of our Areta Kopu, all of our women who champion our cause and had a go at Oranga Tamariki, had a go at Whānau Ora. You know, it takes courage to stand up. And it takes courage to continue. And we can all say, "Oh no, don't bite the hand that feeds us. They'll cut my contract. You colonised Maori." Don't say that. What you got to say? What you got to say is, "Hey, no, I'm ripping your arm off because you're feeding me malnutrition diet." That's what you got to say. So anyway, Whānau Ora is going to be, regardless of what happens on Saturday, a massive program of just liberating our hearts, minds, and souls. And they can steal our water, and they can steal the land, and they can steal the foreshore and seabed. But one thing, if they confiscate one thing, never let it be your heart, mind, soul, and spirit. Because without that, we're gone. So I just wanted to conclude there and say thanks very much for beaming me in. And Calvin, he's already in Parliament. So vote your sister there, Mariamina Kapakingi. Vote her in. You don't want to leave her out of the house there. She's homeless, would be homeless. So hey, aroa kia koutou. I've got to keep going out there now, so hunt a few more Māori votes out in Auckland. Ka pai?
Ka pai. E mihi ana ki a koe matua JT, ho mai anō te piki paki ki ai.
Good.
Heart, soul and mind, all Māori over here, kia ora mai. Ka pai whānau, what an awesome way to begin today in this amazing kaupapa. Before we head into our next guest speaker, just a reminder that you can tune in for those at home or for our whānau here in the room as well into the different questions, or you can put kaupapa up using the Slido app or the Slido website, which is www.sli.do. And you can enter into our kaupapa with the event number 1269, Tahi Rua Ono Iwa. And Mama Noi will check it out, put up a question or a pātai on what you're seeing on the screen. You can upvote other people's pātai there. So that's the Slido app or the website, www.sli.do. And the event number is 1269 for those in the room. Whānau at home, I think it's actually on the page live stream, so you can find it there too. Ka pai. All right, we're going to head into our next opening address. And I'm very humbled actually to be in the same room as this Māraikura. And I'm hoping to, get a few free pointers from this amazing woman at some point during this day, because I'm only 12 months in on the 12th just gone by, 12 months into my journey into governance and local government for the Far North District Council. And when I look at this, I don't know, at this profile here, I think, wow, I need to talk to this marvelous lady to see how you keep standing, how you keep fighting in a system that is Western, and how you do it for our people. So, without further ado, it gives me a great privilege, he honore nui tēnei ki ahau nei nā, ki te tukuinga mihi ki a whae Merepeka Raukawa Tate, a high-profile member of the Rotorua community, currently re-elected member of both the Rotorua Lakes Council and the Lakes District Health Board. She has a long and distinguished history of public service, having previously sat on the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, served as the Chief Executive of the West Auckland Hospice, and rose to national prominence as the outspoken former Chief Executive of Women's Refuge. Whae Merepeka is the author of a long-running and highly regarded newspaper column, as well as serving as a board member and advisor to several not-for-profit organisations. She is passionate about encouraging and advancing the aspirations of Māori. E te iwi, te kāinga e te iwi, konei homai rā, homai koa mai, te piki paki paki, ki a Whae Merepeka. Nau mai.
Kia ora tātou. No wonder I feel so bloody exhausted after listening to that, to that history of my work experience. Kia ora tātou. Merepeka Raukawa Tate no te wako o te arawa. Tēnā koutou katoa. Look, it's lovely to be here with you today. And I was just thinking about that. Yes, I'm going into my 4th term as an elected member of the Rotorua Lakes Council. And it took me 3 goes to get there. So, you know, you've got to keep going. And the reason I kept going, because I always thought I'm as good as anybody there at that table, actually better than most. Now, you might think that's rather a whakahihi statement to make, but it's actually very correct. Because whenever Māori sit at the table, we bring additional knowledge and additional skills. And part of those skills are that we actually, most of us will speak up. We'll speak up when we see injustice, and we'll speak up when we see wrong. So it did take me 3 goes to get there, and I'm pleased I'm there. And we only have 2 standing committees, and I chair the Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee. If you're going to chair any standing committee, that's the one to be at the table on. But it does give you backbone. When you're around the table and you have to do the mahi that you do, you actually develop backbone. And for me, that actually came really when I was the Chief Executive of Women's Refuge. Because for every woman that is brutalised in this country, there are 6 people know it's going on and do nothing about it. And so those are women. They're not just statistics. They're women who have got families, and sometimes the families don't step up and know it's going on. And of course, a woman's life is severely blighted by that sort of going on in the home. But look, just want to say that I realise there are many people watching from afar, and to those people, thank you for also being in attendance today whenever you can. It's really quite important, because it was only the beginning of this year that most of us had our annual work plans all set out. I mean, allowing for a bit of flexibility, of course, but we thought we were pretty much in for a normal year, as much as normal can be. Well, by the end of March, that was all blown asunder, and we know, of course, what's happened there. And even yesterday, I wanted to come, because now things have changed so much that I can't get out as much as well. We've only got 1 flight out a day to Auckland from Rotorua. So I got in the car and I drove. And I drove because I want you to know that I care. I chair the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency, and that's not an easy job, because John and I constantly go to Wellington, and we go to Wellington and enter into an environment that is not conducive to supporting Māori to reach their potential. And we've got to realise that not everybody wants to act honourably towards us. So I'm so grateful that Whānau Ora is actually here. And I'm very grateful that I work alongside of John Tamahere. Now, I know some people have said to me, well, how do you get on with him? Look, absolutely, I really enjoy working with John. Of course he likes to get his own way. Everything that John has achieved in Henderson at Waipareira has been hard won. Nobody's given them anything. In fact, if they could go anywhere else, they would go somewhere else rather than to Waipareira. But as John has said, we're claiming our territory. This is our area. And so you don't come into our territory without talking to us. And if we can do it better, and in most times they can, then thank you, we'll do it, and we'll take your resources as well. So I admire working with people like that will stand up. And in this environment now, we should be looking at the people who purport to take leadership positions on our behalf. Whether it's in a government departments, when it's on some of our lands and trusts, all of our Māori entities, we should look very carefully. Because some of them I wouldn't want to work for me. Some of them I wouldn't want to work for. I mean, I like them. They're nice. I have a drink with them at any time. But that's not the point. The point is you've got to have somebody who knows what's going on, somebody who's prepared to actually speak up and really raise the issues and to go hard when it's necessary. So wishy-washy leadership these days will not serve us well. And so I say to them, you've had your time, please move on. And let someone who can actually do the job, who's got the energy to do it, let them step up and give them the opportunity. But what we knew, I have to say I'm very, very thankful to our Whānau Ora providers up and down the country. They really did the mahi over COVID when we went into lockdown. We didn't have the luxury of saying, oh, well, see you later, we'll lock up shop too, like so many did. And I can understand that, when you're confronting something that we'd never seen before, then obviously you want to look after yourselves and your families. But for us, we had Māori families who had always relied on their families, their external families, to help them. And when they suddenly have to go into a bubble, go into lockdown, not have that support, many of those families were very vulnerable, and to not have the support of whānau and some of the other people that they would be seeing from time to time, for them that was actually for many of them, that pressed the panic button. They had no little reserve, no little discretionary dollar. They had nothing, so they were really up against a rock and a hard place. And our providers, and indeed iwi providers and some other NGO organisations, they stepped up and they did such mighty work. So when we came out of COVID, what we did as a commissioning agency, we thought, well, we need to look after ourselves as we go forward now. You'll know that all around the country, everyone's talking about building back the economy. We've got to build the economy back. Well, that's all very well, but build it back for whom? Build it back for whom? Because we know prior to COVID, we had vulnerable families, and we weren't also part of the economy. And so if we're going to build back anything, then we have to build it back better, and we have to build it back with us in mind. And so this is the 7th and the final summit, economic summit, Māori Economic Summit around the country. I've been to 5. Because I really wanted to hear what the issues were so that we can inform the incoming government. We want to do a brief for the incoming government, whoever that might be, to say this is the real deal. This is what we can do out in our communities, but this is certainly what you can do for us. And as John was saying before, the procurement, some of those contracts, we want a percentage of those to come to Māori as well. But we have to put this together because nobody's going to do it on our behalf. Nobody's going to do it. Everybody will sink and swim in their own areas if we don't do something. So we got together as a board and decided, no, we would go out, we would fund the various hui summits around the motu, and this is the last, as I said, of 7, and I've been able to get to 5 of them. And each one of them has been different. Because in every region there are different resources available, there are different businesses, and so it's just been great. But the one thing is that we want a better deal. Nobody's going to build back better or build back in this country without taking our concerns and our considerations and our aspirations into consideration. We want to be heard. And so we're compiling all of this. We've done that with all of the hui that we've had so far. And as I say, this is the last. So within 3 weeks of us having a new government, we'll be able to brief the government as well. Not just the Ministry of Social Welfare and Courts and Justice and Health. We'll have our own going to the government. And we're actually going to say to them, this is the amount of money that we need coming into the communities, into the Māori communities, to do the big build back better that has to be done. And we want it done by Māori, for Māori, with Māori. No equivocation about that. That's what we want. That's what we want. Because I can tell you, we know our communities best. We absolutely know them best. We know when there's bullshit. We know when there's BS coming at us. We know, we hear all of that. So all I say is that when you know your communities well, you've got a vested interest in them. And right now, we're staring down the barrel of the Health and Disability Review. That's going to do away with it. Well, we've got 20 health boards, DHBs in the country. We're likely to see 8 to 10. So we're going to get a shrinking of those. And then they want to do away with the elected members. Well, I'm in my first term as an elected community member of the Lakes District Health Board. And I would never be appointed by any minister. I'm not ministerial material. I'm not ministerial material. And I've seen ministerial appointees. And don't tell me they add any more value than the community ones. They do not. They fly in and out. Many of them are good. They're nice people, you can't take away, and they've got some skills. But they're actually very narrow in their skill set. And they are. So they come with their specialist skill sets, and they don't really bring the breadth of experience, and certainly not the knowledge of your community. And if you're sitting at the table and you've got a significant take, and you've got people there who have absolutely no idea, and you can see it, it's on their face. Well, I mean, you can't hide what you don't know. It's just there for everybody to see. So so that's a real danger. That's a real danger when the recommendation is to have only ministerial appointees. And so that means somebody that licks somebody's backside is going to get in. And that's about it, really, to be honest. So we don't want to have that. So that's why we're talking to you, and it's going to be great today to listen to what's coming through and the ideas, because we can't do it alone. And we can't take a briefing document to the incoming government if it doesn't truly reflect what you believe are the significant issues, where you believe you can do something through your own businesses and your own entities, but more importantly, what is it that you think we could do? What is it that our organisation could do or facilitate, or you think the government could do, and we can take that into the government and start absolutely knocking on the door of government and just saying, no, we're here, we're going to be a constant pain in the backside because the issues are significant. The housing issues are significant. Equal access to health services, all of those things are so important, and we know where we are in those areas. To stop the pipeline of our people going into prison. We weren't destined to live on our knees. We were destined to be upright, taking our place in our country and making the decisions at the table along with everybody else. This is our country, our future, our responsibility. Leave no one behind. And so that's why I'm so pleased to be with you today, and I hope I have the opportunity to talk to you. Nō reira, ngā mihi kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora. Thank you.
Miharo, a tāhua katoa mai ngā kōrero I puta I a koe whaia Merepeka. I think it highlights the importance of actually using our democratic right to vote. So we've got a general election on now, and we know that this Saturday all eyes are going to be on our screens seeing who actually forms this next government. But you spoke then about the district health boards and the fact that the district health board elections were last year, just 12 months ago, and the current proposal is to take elected members off those district health boards. And a part of that is because people actually, the turnout for local government elections and district health board elections is nationally only 43%. So we've got a long way to go, e whānau, but we'll fight to keep our democratically elected members on those district health boards like you, Whai Merepeka, because, you know, when is a minister going to choose people who are actually on the ground working with our people to represent them? But we need to actually get out there and vote e te whānau. Ne.
Ai, kia ora. And so before we start to move into the rest of the day, what I wanted to do was help set the context for the economy, because I think sometimes, I don't know about you, but when we talk about the economy, it feels like big business or corporate interests. And then often the narrative about Te Tai Tokerau is that we're pohara, we're homeless, which I'm not saying isn't true, but there's a whole other reason why. So one of the students from the engine room, his name's Taiao Kawati, has helped to create a timeline. Rangatahi, so we had a researcher, Anna, so kia ora Anna from the north, she pulled together this timeline, and then we offered it to this rangatahi Taiao to help, I guess, interpret. Now I think this young man is under the age of 23, and I'm very excited to, I guess, set the context, because we got to this point in time not just by accident. It's actually been by design, and what impact has the Crown had in forcing us into a position where we're not at our absolute peak. So I'm just going to ask the whānau to play our next video, and also just love us to just take it in. It's quite a bit, but enjoy.
Ka pai. That was a timeline across our collective history of Te Tai Tokerau. And I believe it is important for us to recognise that Te Tai Tokerau, especially our whānau, hapu and iwi, have in many instances been willfully locked out of the New Zealand economy. We saw the response to that in He Hakaputunga and what our tupuna did to ensure that we had a flag so that our ships could actually go over to New South Wales to sell and to trade. I'll leave it to our collective imaginations why that might be the case nowadays, though. I'll pass it over to my tuahine, who is going to introduce our next keynote speaker. Kia ora.
Kia ora, everyone. And just, it's a bit of a backdrop. We'll probably get the other half of it later on in the day, but I think it's important that we, and again, for many of you, this isn't anything new, but I do feel that it's important that we set a context, that it isn't just that our people are lazy or poor or bad. We've just had a bloody bad run. And either A, we're going to continue that, or we actually look for something hopeful for the future. So now, I'm really grateful to be able to introduce whakapapa to the north. You will find useful. Nō reira whānau, ho mai te pakipaki, hara mai. Nice to see you.
Kia ora tātai. Ai tika ana te kōrero heuri no te waka o Tainui. Ko nā te raukawa, ko nā te tikorehe. Koe na koroa nei, hoki au e noho ana ki roto ina iwi o Takuho Wahine, o te rata whakatohia i o Pōtiki. Kei reira taku kāinga, ko te whānāpanui ko Ngāti Awa hoki. Nō reira, waku tamariki. Hoi anō, hari ana te ngākau kua taumai nei, te tona, te tūhene nei ki harama ki te tautoki o kōtau. I tēnei rā, nā kanohi no nā taumu, kanohi te mihi ki o kōtau. Huri no tō tātai whare tēnā kōtau. Just want to endorse the comments. I was just listening. I just got in. So if anyone wants to start a business, there was no taxi out at the airport at Whangarei this morning. So there's a business opportunity there. There are obviously not enough taxis here in Whangarei. So I had to wait for about 25 minutes for a taxi. So I've actually just literally walked in the door. So I'm pleased to see that they've got my PowerPoint up. I just want to endorse those comments though about being locked out. You know, one of the things I'm going to talk about today is just that we've got to keep remembering what kind of era that we're in. Really, there was 100 years from the 1860s to the 1960s where we were locked out of New Zealand society. Our people were living on the pā. You know, 90% of our people were still rural at the end of World War II. In 20 years, most of us ended up in the cities. It's not that long ago. So, you know, these things take time, and that's one of the things we're going to be talking about today. Okay, I can't see what is behind me, so I'll just quickly go through it. Next slide. Right, okay. The title of my presentation today is about the master's tools. If you ever get a chance, Audre Lorde is a black radical from the States, and she actually coined this phrase about us needing to get rid of the master's tools, basically the tools of the colonizer, and actually start rethinking and developing our own tools. And I think that's a really important message for us going forward, and that's going to be the crux of what I talk about today. Korero mana atu, kia riro mana mai. I actually borrowed from Tā Kotahi Matua, Te Kotahi Mahuta, Bob Mahuta, and one of the things he said which underpinned the Waikato Tainui claim was Korero whenua atu, kia riro whenua mai. So I've just adapted that, Korero mana atu, kia riro mana mai. And that's also what I want to talk about today, is that we need to reclaim our own mana as much as we can in this changing world that we live in. So that's really an important message today. Next slide, please. Kay Marie contacted me a couple of weeks ago and asked me for a copy of a paragraph I wrote for a book a couple of years ago. And it was a book being edited by Dr. Rawiri Taonui, and it was about Mātauranga Māori. And this is basically a quote from that chapter that I wrote. Unfortunately, for some reason, and maybe we should have gone to a Māori publisher, the publisher pulled the book right at the end. So he actually has a draft book out there somewhere with a whole lot of chapters about health and education, all different writers contributing to the book. And so after Kay Marie's encouragement, I might get back in touch with Rawiri and see if we can actually find somewhere else to get it published, because I think it was an important piece of work, and certainly so does Kay Marie think so. So this is basically what it says. And I mean, it's not maybe radical for a lot of people, but at the end of the day, we need to build our own whare. Ia kia tāwhiao ne, mā kua no e hangi tōku ake whare. So we need to actually develop our own tools, our own house in which to deliver in. Next slide, please. Next slide. And we've made a start, yeah? We made a start back in the 80s with Kohanga Reo and Kura, and then Wānanga. We actually, for the first time, just went out and did it. We didn't wait for permission from Pākehā. We actually just went out and thought up our own things. And the great thing about us being here 40 years on is that we now have data that clearly shows that when we have the opportunity to develop our own tools, like Kohanga and Kura, we get a much better outcome than anything that Pākehā designed for our own people. And we now have data through Te Kupinga, as part of the census data, that Kohanga Reo kids and Kura kids do much better in this world than kids that go through the mainstream. Not a surprise for most of us, I suppose, but it shows that when we have the opportunity and actually do it ourselves, we can do better. Whānau ora, the reason we're here today, in the social services space, if you like. But we've still got some big spaces to unlock, yeah? I sat with a doctor from Whangarei Hospital this morning on the plane talking about the fact that in the paper this morning, Labour, Greens and Māori Party have all committed to instituting the Māori Health Authority, which was the recommendation of the Waitangi Tribunal last year. And he said to me, do you think that's going to be the answer? And I said, no, but it's going to be a step towards where we need to get to. It's just one step, because it'll still be part of the bureaucracy. It'll still be part of the hegemony and the language of the coloniser, but it's a step towards us getting what we want, which is us actually having our own money to do our own thing. And I'll explain to him about the Nuka model in Alaska and the fact that there are actually indigenous models out there now for us to deliver our own health in our way. We can design it. It'll be better. We've just got to find a way to get to that space. Environmental management's the same. We've got a long way to go there, and it's the same in business and in economic development. Two sides of that coin, yeah, business and economic development. We've got to keep rethinking about how we would do it or how our tūpuna might do it. It's concerned me. I've been involved with all sorts of different businesses and boards over the years, and it concerns me that there's been a degree of capture amongst some of our corporate Māoris, and some of them are really good friends of mine, but they know the Pākehā system really well, and they know how to run effective Pākehā businesses under those constructs. I think what we need to keep doing as we go, and this is going to be intergenerational change, and it's going to be the young people that are going to actually drive a lot of this change, is actually need new business models out of our heads, out of our hearts. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. Whether it's for our people or when I've been working with other Indigenous peoples from around the world, we all want the same thing. Mana motuhake. Yeah. Mana motuhake. So what does that mean for today here in 2020 going forward, post-COVID and all the rest of it? Next slide, please. This is a slide I threw together a few years ago. I can't remember what I was speaking at, but it kind of dawned on me. That maybe one way of looking at it is that with mana atua, mana whenua, and mana tangata, together with all those things we can achieve mana motuhake. And I'll just expand on that a little bit more with the next slide, please. And in terms of mana motuhake, I think that the most important place to start is with us as individuals, every single one of us here. It's got to be ground up. Our development, we know this has got to be ground up. It can't be top down. It's not going to be that effective when it's the iwi down. It's got to be ground up. We've all got to work together, but mana motuhake, you need to achieve it in your own life first for yourself as an individual, for your whānau, and then you'll have something to contribute back to your hapu, and then hopefully to your iwi. And hopefully your hapu and iwi are listening to what you say, and you might be able to have some influence at those levels, because some of us have tried and failed over the years, and it's not always easy. But as I say, I think you've got to keep thinking for the future and keep putting your point of view. Mana atua, mana tupuna, obviously reo, whakapapa, all those things that our kids get at kura and at kohanga reo, all the basics that make us what it means to be Māori today. I grew up in, my father's Pākehā, my mother's Māori. My mother grew up in an environment where her parents, my grandparents, never spoke any Māori to them. And their encouragement to my mother and her siblings was to get on in the Pākehā world, because that's where your oranga was. And she sent me off to the University of Waikato. I did a business degree at Waikato alongside Peter Tepine and Hemiro and a few other naughty people. And what I also got involved with was Te Kapahaka o Te Whare Wānanga o Waikato under Timoti Kareti. So I started my journey back then. And I've come away, a fair way. My reo's still a bit tapepe, so my kids keep telling me. But I'm still learning. But I know that at least I've started building a bit of a platform for my kids and for my mokopuna. I've now got a son who I put up front because his whaikōrero was miles ahead of mine now, and I'm happy for him to actually take the lead in those kinds of things, because he is going to be awesome. So we need to open those doors and privilege our kids, because that's what Pākehā's doing all the time. They privilege their kids. Raywin knows this well, with the work she's done, trying to privilege our kids. It's not about spoiling them, it's actually about opening doors for them, giving them opportunities so they can succeed in this really crazy world that's really hard on them. So we all need all of these things, yeah? And it's the same whether when we take that to our hapu, when we take that to our iwi. If our iwi and our hapu don't have these things, then they're really not a Māori organisation, I say, okay? And these things should underpin everything that the hapu and the iwi and the whānau are doing. Because that's where the oranga is, it's there. It's not making a whole lot of money. I know this, I've visited tribes in the States who have heaps of money, and they have some of the worst social and health statistics in the world. They write a check to their people every year, big check, and it creates all sorts of problems because they haven't done this. Money's not the answer. You can do a lot of stuff with money, and I always think back to when I was on Te Pūtea Whakatū Trust. We ran a series of Māori economic development conferences for our scholarship recipients, and we had one, our first one, we had a Chief Clarence Louis from the Sawyers tribe in British Columbia came and speak, and he said, I love money because it allows me to establish jobs for my people. So it's the means to the end, yeah? And that was his thinking, and I still think just that one lesson, which I've seen with some of the tribes in the North America and some in Australia now, some of the clans in Australia, we still haven't really captured that here. I don't want to pick on anyone, but I think back to the early mistakes of groups like Waikato Tainui. When they decided to get into hotels, I thought, oh, fantastic. Someone's thinking about all the jobs they can create. Because the place was full of Pākehās, and I'm talking about Tainui Group Holdings, when they first established those hotels, there was no thought to actually position their own people in those jobs. Hello? Over the years, and it's been over 20 years now for them, they've changed out the Pākehā in their team, and they've changed in the Māoris, and they've developed their capability, the capacity to actually deliver effective economic development outcomes and make money for the tribe, but the thinking has changed. And that's how long it's taken. I mean, 24 years since settlement, that's a generation, yeah? And it's taken them that long to learn that simple, what I would have hoped would have been a simple lesson. Get into businesses that create jobs. They've just sold out a Go Bus. I don't know why that is. You know, all those jobs that they could have been positioning their people into, I don't know what happened there. So I need to talk to my nephew, who has my name, who's a senior manager in Tainui Group Holdings, and see what the hell's going on. Not my tribe. And I'm not criticising, yeah? I'm just saying this is the evolution of learning that we need to, if we're going to get back to this. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we've got to keep remembering, because it's all in our heads. Colonisation is deep in here. And, you know, we often believe these things from time to time, you know. I talk to my wife, she loves going shopping. And I'm not saying that, you know, she's colonised, but, you know, all these material things and all that kind of stuff. Individual benefit versus collective benefit. Our people think differently. So if we take that as a value, some of those values, and we shift that into what we're doing in terms of business and economic development, what can that look like? I mean, these are just ideas. The way in which they're actually embodied and mobilised and operationalised are going to be different for different people. One I really want to just focus on, and I've just touched on it, is the short term versus long term. Uncle Whatarangi Winiata, Ngāti Raukawa, in 1975 established Whakatupurana Ruamano, a 25-year plan for the development of Aoiwi, Ngāti Raukawa. Fantastic thinking, starting to look ahead. Moana mata, ne? Wāpopo. Now, he's learnt after, that's a couple of generations now through, and he's got a 1,000-year plan that he's thinking through. And we're not the only ones with these kind of values. I managed to meet with some of the people from Nisui, which is the 50% joint venture partner with Māori and Sealord. Meet with the president in Japan, in Tokyo. They have a 1,000-year. And their kids, and inculcate this kind of thinking into your children. One of the things I encourage, I only just started last year, I've been thinking about it for a while. I did a strategic planning session with my kids. And it was one of the funny things, I mean, we've got 6 kids, and in Christmas last year we didn't have any mokos, and the kids wrote up all these goals for themselves, and there was no mokopuna on the goals. So I said to them, where's the mokopuna, you know? And we had our first mokopuna 2 weeks ago. So my new daughter-in-law was saying, See, when you manifest those thoughts, anything can happen. Remember what Einstein said? Imagination is more important than knowledge. You can imagine things and they can happen. Might not be in your lifetime. For some of us, it definitely won't be in our lifetime. But for you young ones, the next generation and your kids, things can be made to happen. Don't necessarily be in much of a rush. Pākehā is always in a rush to make money. Why? Because they want some payback before they die. Well, I'm not in a rush because it doesn't bother me as long as there's some payback for my kids. And they're going to build on the economic projects, and I have my own projects for my own family trust. And the kids know that, and the kids are going to take over some of those things soon, like kiwi fruit and other things. And they'll carry on the idea that through economic development we can actually be better. They have the reo, they went through kohanga and kura, they have all those things, no problem, Pākehā world, Māori world, they're all good, but they're going to carry on with that vision that we can help them set today. Yeah? But you've got to talk about this with your families and your tapu and your marae and your iwi. Next one, please. As I said, it's intergenerational, and so 1996 I just mentioned, but there has been some major shifts, and I'll just quickly get onto those. Last week it was 20 minutes, I understand I've got 15 minutes today, which is why I'm kind of rushing things through here. Next slide, please. So there are some examples, these are just a couple off the top of my head that I know of. If any of you know Paul Morgan, he's driven the Wakatu vision. So Wakatu is an incorporation, but they've developed a strong vision about actually doing their own marketing of their own products into the world. And I remember Paul when he was knocking around Wellington, some might remember, with FOMA and other things, he had the vision back then. I'm talking about the 1990s now, and he's pushed that through. And now he's built fantastic younger people. I have to say, good to see mostly Māori women leading that organisation now. Talented young Māori woman. So he's actually built that up and behind them. So they now have his vision, and they're carrying it forward people like Rachel Taylor-Lay and Karenza Johnston. Fantastic vision. It can happen. There's just one Māori trust, an incorporation. A big incorporation, but it's the thinking, it's actually Paul's thinking that's actually taking them to where they are now. Just want to talk a little bit about Tauara North number 2. I hope they don't mind. I nearly had the opportunity to work with them earlier this year. This is Ngāhihi Bidwā, and Mana Newton's the new CEO. I think they're actually leading the way. It's an incorporation, but they're really like an iwi because in terms of Ngāti Tahu, Ngāti Whāua, just on the edges of Te Arawa and Raukawa, they're really developing themselves as an iwi. So one, it's the only iwi-like organisation I've seen that has everything under a CEO. So they've rethought how it should look. So they're a big incorporation, they have geothermal resources and they're making a lot of money. But they've actually thought, no, we don't want a tribal organisation over here and an economic development organisation over here. We want it all together because we want the thinking and the vision to be the same. So they brought all their Pākehās working in their company, and they're all under one CEO now, and that's Mana Newton. I think that's just fantastic thinking. It's new thinking, partly why? Because it's the Crown that established those structures of post-settlement PGCs, you know, the things after when the iwi are established. And they're the ones that said it needs to be like this and like that. Whānau Water Collective, whatever. Keep rethinking that, remodelling it to best suit what we know and what we believe. Pohara Farms, young Richard, who's my nephew, his mother is from Ngāti Koroki Kaukura, Maunga Tautari. They're an incorporation. Ngāi Tahu, and I was amazed back then about the amount of money that they invested in Te Reo. Very few iwi have done that, other iwi. Why not? We're saying that now, I sit on Raukawa Settlement Trust in Tokoroa, Why not? Why aren't we investing in Te Reo? When our balance sheet has gotten to a point where we can actually probably sustain quite a significant investment. So these are some examples, again, of changes in thinking, but it takes generations for real change. Next slide, please. We need our young people to come through, and we need to educate the Māori world, Pākehā world. When I was on Te Pū Te Whakatū Trust, we had a scholarship program, and it was targeted at young Māori coming through the business degrees and science degrees. So it was in line with its Yohu Kaimona requirements or purpose. And we had 50 scholarships of $10,000 each. And this is the hui that we had at Waitangi in 2013. And just some fantastic new people. But our scholarship requirements, we actually highlighted Te Reo and commitment to whānau and marae and iwi. Those were the top criterion. Everything else came afterwards. Fantastic young bunch of people, immediate network for them, which they're continuing to mobilise. Something that took me decades to build in business, their own Māori network, like-minded people they can bounce ideas off and build off each other, give each other confidence. Next. So I'll just move on to the stuff I've been doing kind of the last 5 or 7 years with Indigenous peoples. I went to the World Indigenous Business Forum in 2012, and in 2015 put up my hand for us to host their conference here in Aotearoa, and we had that in 2018 in Rotorua. And it's been a fantastic journey for me in terms of seeing what's going on in the rest of the Indigenous world. The World Indigenous Business Forum is changing up. You can enrol, it costs you nothing to enrol to the group that's running it now. It's called the World Indigenous Forum, and it's on Facebook. It's all over Facebook. It's next month, and it's free. And these guys are ramping it up to actually involve all the other Indigenous peoples around the world. And the thing about it, there's lots of interesting stuff going on. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, you'll have to just, yeah. Was there one before that? No, that didn't work, okay. So it's carry on, yep. I've managed now to visit some of the tribes, and in particular in the States and in Canada, there's some amazingly successful tribes who have taken this kind of thinking and mobilised it into economic development for their people. And for me, I think they're actually the future. Last year I visited this is the Salt River Lake Pima people in Phoenix, Arizona. And the guy here is Ivan Makel. He was the chief for 10 years. He was the one that set the vision. And now they're a massive organisation. This is the top of their 15-storey casino and hotel. 5-star restaurant at the top, so the meal was very nice. Order salmon, actually, and some New Zealand salve, so that was quite neat. But also in the background of some of their economic development activities, tribe of about 11,000, they're now employing about 13,000 people. So I've met a few of these now. We had Nana Corporation at the hui in Waitangi that I was talking about before. Another big company, small tribes, less than 10,000 people, they actually employ more people that are in the tribe. So their whole focus has been about building companies that can employ people, and then they train their people for those jobs if they want them. If they want them, yeah? And then helping other people to develop and get other kinds of employment. So I think the future's out there too, but we need to actually reach out and talk to our Indigenous brothers and sisters. They want to know what's going on here. They want to work with us, but they don't know how, and I think that's particularly so for the States. Next slide, please. Nearly there. So this was March this year. This is the first week of March in Las Vegas. And this is the RES conference, which is the National Congress of American Indian Economic Development. And it's the first time they've had an Indigenous person from another country on their stage. And so we'd been negotiating with them for a couple of years, and it's one of the reasons I went to Phoenix last year, because their head office is there. To be there, 3,500 First Nations people, most of the tribes, most of the 660 tribes across the states at the conference. At least I hope now they know who we are, because they don't know much about New Zealand or about Māori. So first step with the Americans anyway, because the Canadians know us well, and obviously the Aboriginals and others, is actually getting some visibility. They have, amongst the tribes, an economy of about 45 billion US turnover, not assets, turnover. And they have real challenges because a lot of that's located in gaming at the moment and casinos. So they need friends so that they can diversify. They need friends so they can export do those kinds of things they don't do very well yet and don't do much of, even though they have some really big operations. So I think there's some real opportunities for us to talk to them, shared values, shared history. They have a lot to learn from us in terms of te reo and tikanga and all those kinds of things, some of them. There are some that are really strong, but there are a lot that are actually not that strong at all. And Ivan visited, and we took him to kapaka practice and all that kind of stuff in Opotiki when he was here, and he was blown away with some of that stuff. So building relationships and trying to help them work with us, and that's going to happen right across the Indigenous world. Next one, please. So getting back to the start, I explained to them what the flag was about and shared that with them and gave that to James, the president there of the organisation. And they understood that straight away. I mean, they have a measure of sovereignty with their reservations, but they understand the thinking. They know that. So it's going to be easy to do business with them, I believe. Okay. Next slide. So, key points from today. Set aside the master's tools. Rethink the way you want to do business. Rethink the way you want to do economic development. And I say manama is the fundamental and a potential framework for that, the way in which you do that thinking. Mana atua, mana tūpuna, mana whenua, mana tangata. If you can get the right elements across that mix, mana motia haki will flow, I believe. Real change is intergenerational change. It's not going to happen in a hurry. Some of the First Nations in the States, you might know, they talk about 7 generations. Their cycle, they see, is a 7-generation cycle. Big changes for them happen in 7 generations. So it's a whole different way of thinking. We've been colonised to think about today, next month, next year, 10 years' time. Not our tūpuna, they were thinking, a long way forward. Mātauranga and mātauranga Māori is critical. We need to keep building that. It's taken me a while to build the little bit that I have. I'm just about to start my PhD, actually, with a couple of my cousins, all kind of in our 60s. And it's going to be about Ngāti Te Kōrehe, So we're trying to keep going with this. We want to set an example for our next generation within Ngāti Te Kōrehe. If they can see 3 of us on the stage together getting our PhDs, then we're hoping that will lift them up so that they can all come through and do the same. Yeah? In Mātauranga Māori in that instance, but also in Te Ao Pākehā. Connect, share and inspire. That was the slide that was missing. So the World Indigenous Business Forum is all about, and network is all about sharing, inspiring, and connecting. And we're doing some stuff still to try and connect Māori businesses here directly through some platforms that they have in the States and other countries, so we can expand our Indigenous business networks. Kei te pai, I hope I was under time. But it's really, he mihi nui ki o koutou whakahaere nei tēnei o ngā mahi. He honore mōku ki hara mai. Nui waku mahi i roti ngā tai, ka wania nui e wetei o koutou, paitone ki hoki mai ki te tai tokerau. The north is a bit like Eastern Bay, isolated, pohara as, and it's getting worse. So you fellows are even more important than ever, as you know. And so he mihi nui ki o koutou mahi a te mahi. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe matua. Richard, homai anō te whiki whaki e tiwi ki tēnei rangatira o tātou. Miharo pai ne, mana atua, mana whenua, mana tangata, mana motuhake. One thing that I really heard there was that kōrero around 7 generations, the generational thinking. And as a passionate language enthusiast, I didn't grow up with te reo, but I learned te reo. We know that it only took 1 generation to lose the reo, but it's going to take 3 generations at least to bring it back, that intergenerational language transmission. So for my whānau, I've got my nanny who speaks te reo, and then it's lost in the next generation, but then I speak te reo. So what I have to make sure I do is when I have tamariki, that I speak to them in te reo. That's just one idea there, but we do want to know, we're going to give you a couple of minutes whānau here in the room, and at home you can engage on Slido, www.sli.do, using the event code 1269. What actions do you think we need to take in relation to applying the knowledge Matua Richard has shared? Have a quick yarn with your neighbour and let them know what you think. How are you going to action some of this kōrero? Whānau at home, you can jump on Slido. I've seen there already a few pātai up there. have a discussion there. Kei a koutou te wā rua miniti.
Kia ora. And whilst you're all doing that, can I please invite Shirley Ann and her whānau to come and join us on the couch.
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Ka pai. Oh, wow, there were some murmurings there. We'll let those discussions and kōrero continue to grow throughout the day. What an awesome start so far, though. I'll hand it over to my tuahine Keimarie to introduce this beautiful whānau we have here on stage, and I believe we're going to watch a short video. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Hey, kia ora everyone. Just before I start, I just want to kōrero to our whānau in Kaitaia. Kia ora, Carol and Blanche. We know that you're waiting there, but thank you for your grace whilst we just move through this part of our program. And to everyone that's come to join us today, it's really lovely to have you all. Look, I'm really privileged to introduce the amazing Shirley Ann Brown and this wonderful program called Mama Moving Mountains. I had the privilege of meeting Shirley Ann very recently, like in the last a month, and we had a very long kōrero about all the amazing mahi that she's been involved in. But of course, as a humble wahine we are, she didn't want to tell her own story, so we've actually got a cool little clip from Te Huku Media to help illustrate what is this program and how does it relate specifically to Māori mothers, specifically who want to set up their own business. Kia ora.
It really started from a real desire to see our mums lift out of poverty. So that was probably the tenet for this, but it's morphed into a great thing. There's been circles that have been created and developed right across Whangarei Te Ringa Prawa of mothers really finding themselves through their dreams.
I didn't realise that I needed some support as well. Like this, growing pretty much. She helped me to pretty much grow out of my anxiety, depression, and actually making me feel like I can smash, life goals, I guess.
Yeah, just coming up with collective goals, how Mothers Moving Mountains could help us progress forward. I've kind of gone through a few things in my life, like just in regards to like my partner, my baby. I'd actually been trying to get my baby back when I first entered the circle. So I thought Mothers Moving Mountains isn't going to help me in any way to achieve the goal of getting my baby back, when it was probably the main driver to doing that for me. So it brought me to a circle that gave me support and actually showed me to encourage me to build a better future for when I did get my baby back.
Like if I think about my past and me being a mama in a shit relationship and feeling like, there's like I'm stuck in a rut and I'm never gonna get out of it. As a mum, I never reached out for help. I just bottled in. I was just like, I can deal with this shit myself. But definitely starts with the mama.
Wanting to go back to work, but I couldn't because I couldn't juggle home life and work life. But since being in Mothers Moving Mountains, I actually got into my studying, and I'm also a part-time healthcare assistant in aged care, which I absolutely love, and then also doing facilitation for Mothers Moving Mountains.
So 2 years ago, I wanted to buy a home, and so I've got that. I achieved that 7 months ago. I'm 23 years old, and I finally have a home that is mine. I've never heard anyone else that has bought a home in my whānau.
We all talk about financial freedom, and for me that's being able to, like when I pass on, being able to be comfortable that my children, my mokopuna and the generations after that are going to be comfortable and not have to go through the stuff that I had to go through back then, and just setting that foundation of pono tika and aroha for them to grow and thrive.
It's built a lot of confidence within myself, and I guess it's just the power of being in a circle with mums, powerful women, you know, like mamas, we hold down the fort and we do a lot. Yeah, so yeah, and I think that's what it is, it's just the confidence it gives you, the empowerment, you know, and just the love, like the aroha that you feel within one another and how you can relate so easily. Yeah, and you know, you can just drop the guard down with no judgments whatsoever.
Well, mai te paki. Hey, look, it's an awesome program, and again, I think that when we look at this thing called the economy and what does it mean, it's also really important for us to consider, hey, what about the key po or the kōpō of our whānau, which are our mama and of course our papa. But Shirley Ann, please talk to us a bit about why this program was established and what are you trying to achieve?
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for the invitation to be here, and I don't want to take up too much time because the gold is sitting right beside me, and I want to give them the stage. And I just want to ngāmihi kia korua for their bravery and the courageousness of sitting here today. And thank you for allowing a forum where they feel safe and they feel able to share their gift. So Mothers Moving Mountains is a beautiful initiative, a 155 community house, which is well known in Whangarei for establishing some really great innovation through open arms, which is for our whānau who are sleeping rough or homeless, can come and have a hot meal, shower, get internet and help. And that it runs outside of the army barracks, the old army hall there in Whangarei. We have free lawyers and legal advice there as well. We have Housing First, which is a collaboration where we try and get our whānau into a home. Food Rescue, the first one in Taitokero, where we distribute kai around with the whole emphasis that there's no zero waste. And then beautiful, this one, Mothers Moving Mountains, is an initiative been just going just over a year. And it was established around the fact that how we can lift our whānau and children out of poverty through the moimoia and the passion and the desires of our mama, who are the ones who really can take that and take it to the level, working on their pace, working through their desire and their ideas that they can do it for themselves with the help, but not to be cluttered by other people's interpretation of what help looks like, but to be heard about what would make it work for them. Kia ora.
Awesome. So please introduce yourselves, please, ladies. I'd love to know how has this program been for you? We heard some of your mates up there, but how's it been for you, Ehua?
Kia ora, I'm Harley Puaninga. So, yeah, being a part of Mamas Moving Mountains, it's helped a lot. Like what I said up there, my confidence got me back into work, got me back into studying. Like, I'm all about helping others. So that's why I'm all about, you know, the aged care, nursing, taking care of our elderly, taking care of our children, taking care of ourselves, our families. So, sorry, I'm going to take over, but being a part of Mamas Moving Mountains, we wanted to bring a kaupapa or like a tool to present to our mamas that they can actually pass on to future generations. So it's like creating their why. You know, we all have a why, we all have a purpose. And we kind of got it from Simon Sinek, I'm sure you may have heard of him, but he created something called Start With Your Why, and it was for like business and for, say, CEOs to find their passion behind their business again. So we chopped and screwed it and tailored it for our mums, you know, and yeah, so it's a journey of self-discovery. So, like, you know, help others, you help yourself, do good, you feel good. Educate our mamas around Aotearoa to also educate our future generations. So, yeah, I'm pretty nervous, but yeah, we did it all throughout the lockdown. So it's opened up a lot of doors. Being a part of Mamas Moving Mountains, I've jumped into a lot of things that I would never have done. Like, talk to me last year, and if you had asked me if I was going to be here right now, I would have said, hell no, you know. But it's pushed me right out of my comfort zone. But yeah, this kaupapa, it's beautiful, and yeah, it's all about the mums.
So Harley, just before you pass the mic, if you had a challenge or a request to government on how you think they should either help your program or help mama like yourself, what would you say?
First of all, I guess drop the stigma, behind mums being on the benefit, because a lot of them, they drop enough of their pride when they have to walk into WINZ and ask for help. Yeah, so I think start there, dropping that stigma. Yeah, so I'll pass it on.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Lizzie Ranui. I'm from Papiwai, Ngāti Kia ora. So I kind of jumped on board with a good friend called Keti Solomon Marsh, and she's been nagging me to jump on board because it's an amazing kaupapa. I suppose I didn't know what Mamas Moving Mountains was to start with until you're actually in it, and then you realise that it's just a group of mums empowering each other, a wealth of knowledge, listening to their journeys of where they were to where they are now, has been very encouraging for myself and empowering as well. Vi Julien's amazing, just with her networking that she has and knowing what we can offer, and pushing us out of our comfort zone, definitely like this. Yeah, we've been sitting up there shaking in our boots, but now that we're here, it's amazing. So pushing us out of our comfort zone, and once we're in it, realising this isn't so bad, and people seeing that we do have something to give, and also having whānau out there, I suppose, that do believe in us, because I think that's the hardest thing too, is failure for not just us, our whānau, and being able to give it a go. So my journey is, I don't know, people who know me, there's just a lot going on in my head. Yeah. So I've always got, I think it's like an incubator of ideas. At the moment, I'm doing photos, so that come about with just a gala day at Te Horo School. And we just thought we'd do dress up our tamariki and sell them back to our whānau. And that was actually shared to us through, I'm not sure what school it is, up in Tikipunga there, Totara Grove. They done and we kind of went with that kaupapa, but people have been approaching me and asking if I could do that mahi for them. And I've done these t-shirts, so custom prints, so kind of, yeah. But there's a lot of ideas, and Vi Julien and the Mamas Moving Mountains are here to help me push it over the line.
Are you going to be pitching this afternoon for that cash prize? I think, hey, look, let's clap and encourage them. So I think it's such a good idea. Like really pushing you out of your comfort zone. I mean, you're already on stage. It won't take much. You've done more than 2 minutes. You'll be fine. But awesome. And so same question for you. What type of support do you think either iwi or the government or other organisations should programs like this and Mama like you?
Yeah, I think, same with Harley. Like it's hard enough to ask for a handout, let alone and then getting a hand up. I feel like we live quite rurally, and I was working in town, and I loved my job, but being able to drop that and come home to a lower wage, less hours, but do what I love. I think that's more rewarding, like doing what I love and being able to do it with my kids and taking my kids, involving them in what I do, but still having those connections from where I was. I think it's hard being in the, middle class, I suppose, or the high end of the lower scale, not being able to, there's too much criteria, like, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say.
Understand. You meaning that too much red tape for you to get through, to get the support you
like
need?
there's too many boxes to tick, and it's not worth the hassle. For myself, I think I'll just push it to the side. I'll find a way, I don't have to grab that. I'll find a way of getting over the line with the support that I've got.
Awesome. Hey, look, really important for us to know the Mamas Moving Mountains. So I really want us to remember that, ingoa. And I do hope that the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency can look favourably towards a program like this, because these are the kinds of programs right at the Flax Roots that are doing really great work. So I just want to acknowledge the three of you for having not just the courage, but just being cool enough to come and hang out and having a yarn with us and letting us know what's going on. Thank you, Julianne, for doing this work. It's really important. And I think everyone has enjoyed listening to your story. and also being part of hearing about you. And I also have a question from over here, which is, are you selling those T-shirts?
We can.
Awesome. So yes, we've got your first buyer right here. He asked, so okay, he'll take 10. All right, cool. So thank you. So whānau, homai te paki paki. Now I've got these really big brown bags, and it's kind of, you can't quite see how awesome what's in this big brown bag. So before I do, I just want to highlight, because these actually come from Inner Native. Inner Native's across the road. It's an amazing Māori-led store, and Raewyn Tepene, who's the brainchild behind Inner Native, we'll talk about it later. But this is Tahi Magazine. This is a collection of economic development, lifestyle, Māori news, a real one-of-a-kind magazine. So this is inside your beautiful bag. We also have some crafted Māori tea called Te Aroha. So this is really beautiful. Again, created by a local whangārei business. We also have some Tai Tokero honey, and we're going to see a little video later on about the whānau from Tai Tokero honey as well, which is absolutely stunning. We also have some soap from Modi to Modi. So this is Rongoa soap, again locally created. And we also have Mama Easy Air Rub, beautiful for your babies, awesome. And we also have Te Uri Taniwha hand sanitizer from Taiamai Heritage. So of course, yes, I'm doing a plug for these products. But I also just wanted everyone to know, why am I giving these big brown bags away? So I just want to mihi to the whānau from the Inner Native economy. And it's a really good example of how, again, we buy Māori, support Māori, and buy Māori. Kia ora. I got one. I got 3. All right. So kia ora whānau, homai te paki paki.
Ka pai. E mihi ana. Okay. Au e whānau. We said it was going to be hard, and it is. It is so hard to try and keep the time, eh? Au e ha. Pai nueho. Shortly we're going to be cutting across to Te Hiku o Tika, over to the Kaitaia DigiHub. And we have a couple of speakers who are patiently waiting for us, Carol Bergen and Blanche Murray. So Carol Bergen's role is currently as a trustee of Mahi Maru Marae and Mataro Māori Anglican Church. Professionally, Carol works as a chief executive officer. Her role is to enable effective and successful partnership engagement between Te Hiku, iwi and government agencies. She works in a complex, multi-iwi, multi-engagement environment. And I know, probably as well as you do, that our own marae politics, let alone hapu politics, but at an iwi level, iwi politics up in Te Hiku itself too, is a hard place to navigate. My own whānau's hard to navigate at times, so mihi ki tēnei wahine. Okay. She also works on supporting the progress of the Social Accord Work Program on behalf of our Te Hiku Iwi Development Trust, and building capacity and capability to maintain momentum and leadership and partnership with the Crown. As Chief Executive Officer for the Te Hiku Iwi Development Trust, Carol leads and implements on behalf of Iwi and Te Hiku the initiatives they have agreed to collaborate on. Ka tahi hoki ne. Our other speaker who will be beaming in from Te Hiku is Kay Murray, is Blanche Murray, Blanche Murray, ni Blanche Murrow,
Blanche Murray,
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 Murray, and Kay Murray, I'll let you introduce our tuahine.
Awesome. So Blanche, if you are there, kia ora sister. And also just before we move into that, just want to acknowledge everybody. I'm also just feeling that the temperature in here is quite low. So we will sort that through in a moment. But just want to come back after this. I think we might reshuffle the program a little bit and give everybody a bit of a break. So we're going to have a cup of tea soon, because we've been putting you through wānanga mode quite hard today. So coming back to our next speaker, we've got Blanche Murrow, or Murra, but you can, Murra, kia ora sis. Nei Murray, of course, from Te Arawa, and also from the far north, and is the founder of Kai Ora Honey, And what I love about your product, Sis, is that you're not only a food producer, you've also taken it that next step into skincare and also health. And today, Blanche is going to talk to us about her biotechnology that she's involved herself in shortly. So, whānau, look, Carol, and the other cool thing about Carol today, I just have to acknowledge, you know, she's so committed to this kaupapa and been sitting there. She actually was at a tangihanga this morning. So, ki tō whānau pani, Carol, ka aroha ki a koe me tō whānau. I just want to acknowledge that you actually took time to be part of this day with us, so thank you, Carol. So I'm going to pass it over to you, Carol. Hopefully you can hear us, and if we bump in with some questions, we will post them to you. The floor is yours.
E mihi ana kia koutou ko tai mai nei I runga te kaupapa o te rā. Now the first thing I've got to do is do a sound check. Can you hear me, Kay Marie?
We can hear you sweet as.
Kia ora koutou. Now Blanche Morrow, Blanche and I have just discovered that instead of 15 minutes each, I've only got 7. So I'm going to wrap into it because asking Te Hiki woman to state a time is pressing. Pressing. So let me lead in by saying thank you very much. Can't see who's in the crowd there today, but e mihi aroha kia koutou. So we work in something called the Te Hiki Joint Work Program. We are 7 years now out of settlement with 4 of the 5 iwi in Te Hiki settled. Part of that settlement was called a social accord redress, and later on after 2013 came the big legislation and the changes. It's important to give you that framing there because the social wellbeing accord becomes the conversation upon which every hour, every minute, every day we have conversations with agencies. So the second thing to establish is that we do not do service delivery, nor are we a commissioning agency. So that Sunday is hard for people to get their head around. But our role is to talk to the system and be the voice of whānau in Te Hiko. When things are going well, we ask for more of. When things are going not well, we ask and require the system to make the change. An easy example of that, unfortunately, over COVID was the escalation in the whānau harm. And we called out to MSD and please said work Saturdays and Sundays. And so now they work Saturdays and Sundays alongside the police. That's a very, very simple example. Today, though, I want to just talk to you about a conversation we had in the second week of COVID. And we called these economists, and they're called Burl, and they're from Wellington, and her name is Hill Marie. And we said to Hill Marie, what's going to happen after COVID? And what should we in Te Hiko be looking at? So briefly now going into the second slide. So we're having to use technology a bit differently here today. Going into the second slide, she told us that New Zealand that New Zealand is impacted by an economic shock in 10-year cycles. That bears itself out to be true. Then the further away from the city, like Wellington and Auckland and Christchurch, the longer the recovery takes. So it is true to say that Dargaville and Ngāti Hine will start their recovery before Kaikohe, Kaio and Te Hiko, but it's also fair to say that Ngāti Hine and Dargaville will go into recession earlier than Kaio, Kaikohe or Dargaville. In Te Hiko, it does take us 10 years to recover, and we're going to give you 30 years of history here. For some sectors in Te Hiko, we only recover to the level we were at 10 years ago. So can we realistically use the word resilience? When really, actually, we're just treading water, and then we just finally come out of an economic shock, the next one hits. But we were back making money 10 years ago, not enjoying what the rest of the country is enjoying. So this next slide shows us look down at that little yellow, which is August 20, and if history repeats itself and we go all the way through to August 2032, based on history, that's how long it is going to take for the construction and trade sector in Te Huku to come out of the recession. Now look at the two red dots, to the level they were operating back 10 or 12 years ago. So it's a red flag for us. What is it that we can be doing, if history is correct, to prepare our sector from either recovering faster or not going so deep into the recession? And at the moment, we are buoyant. We are enjoying, the tradies are busy as building homes and doing this and doing the other, because we haven't been spending our money because we can't travel, for those who can. Now the light blue one above that, that shows the farming, the fishing and forestry in Te Huku. So it shows that round about August 2022, that sector will start to decline, and then it will start to recover again back in August 2032, if history repeats itself. Interesting now, the retail sector is the maroon, and so the retail sector in Kaitaia relies on the primary sector and the tradies and Blanche Co. to pull money into this town so that we can go and spend it at cafes and farmers and the $2 shop. Now the top line, which is the dark blue, that shows the increase in health and social services over the last 10 years as a potential, well it is, it's a growth sector. That doesn't look like it's going to stop with coronavirus. What that does tell us is that there's immense workforce opportunity in health and in the social service sector. Okay, that's Blanche. Okay, next one. So the story here is to grow Te Huku is to structure its economy for us to be able to benchmark against the next shock. So COVID is upon us, but we are expecting in about 10 years' time for something else to hit us. So the bottom line, the navy, right at the bottom, in 1990 we had the oil shock. That's when the petrol or diesel and went up and petrol prices went up, and they've actually never come down. Then in 1998, you had the Asian financial crisis. Of course, I didn't know all of this. You know, I'm just living day by day. So these were these guys who set out the last 30 years of history for us. And then in 2008, we had the global financial crisis. So the whole world had these things, but we asked ourselves, what does that mean for us in Te Huku? So the blue shows the unemployment for New Zealand. The maroon shows the unemployment for Northland. The green shows those green lines that Tia's doing now. That shows the unemployment for the Far North, TLA, the Far North District Council. And the purple line shows the unemployment for Te Huku. So that's 30 years of fact. All right. So when we got Bill to come in and talk to us, we said, what is it that we can be doing to help ourselves and our community over the next 10 years. I agree with the parts that I picked up with Richard and his kōrero this morning. So these are the 4 things that we look at as to how the services and the agencies and the Provincial Growth Fund and Mahitahi Hauora and the DHB and MB and how everybody is supporting our community. We were having a good kōrero this morning with Blanche about the difficulties that we have just writing out application forms continuously for money. So the first is to address market failure. For us in Te Hiko, imperfect collection of information skewers the big decision making that is made in Wellington. That's the big one. No one has data in Te Hiko, on Te Hiko, from an agency lens that can give a good picture of where our standard of living is comparable to the rest of New Zealand. So we have been doing a lot of the work ourselves to learn for ourselves where we are, so that we are in a very good position to tell people, actually, this is what we need versus this is what we've got. B is an enabling environment. Right now, government are using social procurement as the new tool to help businesses. I mean, yeah, ka pai, but what is it that we can do to enable our communities to take advantage of the stimulus package, from helping the elderly and the young right through to marakai and cooperatives. So the next one is, I heard Richard talk about this, of course, build capability. We all know that. And so we look now for the types of resources that are coming into our town that will address this area around build capability and to support our SME community. Then if we package all those together, we have long-term solutions rather than short-term gratification on a yearly spend. So we believe that if we go hard at looking at addressing the market failure, which of course is housing and roads and a disjointed delivery of some of the services, we can, things will come right. Now, important in COVID that our community can see and feel the support that is going to them, and that we show that we care for how they are feeling and what they are doing. It's very, very, very important. The other one is to build capability that prepares our people for tomorrow. There's no rocket science in that. Papatuanuku has to be restored to her finery. This comes off Tananua trustee. That's virtually her word for word. And the other one is a balanced recovery of people, place and profit. Now, that's becoming quite trendy as people start to move away from saying that the only way to look at the health of the community is through GDP and how much money. But, for us as Māori and for us as other Indigenous communities in the world, we need to flip that coin. Yes. And the next slide to come in, because I didn't put my Fitbit on to tell me my 7 minutes are up. So here's the principles for us, and this is what we're looking for. The principles of we need to be in the recovery decision-making, Māori do. This is a pink recession, and we do know that. We do know that women are going to be impacted more than men, and we need to be looking at how those trade training is going to accommodate women who have young children, little things like that. We know that this is a generation disrupted. It is the biggest disruption for our rangatahi, bigger than all the other economic shocks because of the occupations that they no longer have direct access to. And the fourth one is to create a workforce plan. So I'm going to go to this last slide now, which is basically, before I hand it over, is, no, that doesn't even look right. So I'm going to just hand it over. It's a bit out of kilter. So I'm just going to hand it over to my whānau over here now, and she can talk about the fantastic things she's doing.
Kia ora, Carol.
Kia ora.
Kia ora whānau, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Lovely to be here with you all. Can they see me or?
No.
No, can't wait. They can? Okay. Lovely to be here with you all. I think Kay was going to play a video, I'm not sure. Kay, are you there?
Wouldn't it be funny if we just been talking to ourselves?
I enjoyed
Kia ora,
it.
kia ora whānau. We can hear you, we can see you. It's Moko Tepania here. I'm not sure where Kay Marie has shot off to, but if you had a video, did you say you have a video to show us, or?
What's the video? Kay had it though.
We'll see if our team in the background don't, but otherwise, you're in front of us, we can see you, we can hear you, so you can kōrero until I see her and get the nod from her, so over to you.
No worries. Well, hopefully this all comes together and the video is in there, but so I'm Blanche Morrow, Ni Murray from Taitokoro here. So yes, we are a honey company called Kaiora, and we've, off the back of COVID, have started to pivot quite harshly in our response to our global, I guess, decline in sales and positioning in market. And one of the driving forces behind us creating a biotech centre was being able to take our raw ingredient and do formulations through to a secondary product or secondary products. For an example, our primary business is honey production. So we're moving out of honey in a jar into skincare and health and wellness. And the reason why we're moving into skincare and health and wellness sector is mainly because of the trend that you would have seen on Carol's earlier slides around the health sector being one of the growth areas over the next 10 to 20 years. So what we've done is that we've had to look at how we do business, how we're presenting ourselves to not only our domestic customers, but also to our international customers, and how they look, whether they're business to consumer or business to distributor or business to business model. And to do that, we realised that we had to understand our product a bit more intimately and to be able to formulate in a way that allows us to scale in the international market, and that's where the biotech comes into place. Kairora's motto has always been sharing the gift of Mānuka with the world, honey, skincare and health. Through the biotech, we're going to be sloganing more sharing the gift of Taitokoro with the world, and that's mainly so that we can include other sectors such as horticulture, seafood, red meat, and other sectors such and so on. How we collaborate and how we work is part of our mahi, connecting some of this foundation science with some of the larger centres in Otago, Hamilton and Auckland, where we can scale up, or where whānau can position themselves to scale up and prepare themselves for what that is. For us, we've experienced the hard road, which is the school of hard knocks, and you lose a lot of money and you lose a lot of patience, and you really find out who your true friends are at the end of that process, and who's beside you to take you along this unforgiving journey. But if you can see the light and continue to dig in, there is some amazing philanthropic returns that you receive, not only as yourselves but also as whānau. And what I mean by that is that we really are starting to see now what this means for our whānau here in Taitokoro, to be able to work alongside them and to discover their dreams and aspirations, and to take it from a pencil drawing through to a solid formulation that they can share with their whānau, and also prepare to send to prospective buyers. And taking it from there, then through to what we call a investment ready, where you understand how you're going to produce your product in mass and who you're going to be moving it to, and maybe having some IP behind you to understand what your product actually delivers in the health sector. So, for example, under the biotech, one of our first projects was the Manuka oil. I know a lot of people would have assumed that it would have been Manuka honey, but it isn't. We've done a brief market in-depth research to understand something that we have in abundance, and that's Manuka oil, Manuka tree. So one of the projects that we've been focusing on is planting the seed for the future. And what that means is that we're identifying plants that will create an economic return as well as the environmental return of our ngāhere. And what the biotech will allow us to do is to identify any bioactivities that will support a skincare range or the health and wellness sector growth over the next 20 years. And Manuka and Kanuka actually have been identified as two large trending areas. Now, a lot of people will say kawakawa is also a plant, and yes, that may be true, but what we have identified through the biotech, through our research, is that kawakawa in some countries has actually been listed as a pharmaceutical product. So therefore, the market entry will be quite costly and the cost of registration will be out the gate. So that's beyond us. So what we're trying to do is work on projects that are within our reach that give immediate effects back to our landowners, our Māori landowners, that will create jobs and that will create sustainable incomes over the next 20 years. This isn't a flash in the pan model where we can tap ourselves on the back. This is something that we can be proud to say this will be intergenerational, not only for our whānau, but for our iwi, mairano. So that's the purpose of biotech. And connecting our people with further research, further development that will give us additional value from one tree. So a perfect example would be the Manuka strains that we have been cultivating and producing in mass. We've identified 2 strains that will work here in Taitukido, one eco-sourced, one from out of Taitukido. And the reason why we would use those 2 trees is because our honey sector has been impacted. Up to 30% in terms of our production is no longer classified as Manuka honey. The one tree that we would look to plant would give us the chemical marker that we are missing in our ngāhere, so that when we are producing honey, that 30% is now given back to Taitukido honey producers, and that same tree also produces the chemical markers that international buyers are looking for from Manuka oil.
Excellent.
So, and the second tree, which is our tree from here in Taitukido, that we've identified is for a bioresource matter that works alongside a pest that's up here, which is the tobacco weed, in terms of a natural weed killer. Tobacco weed? Yes, yeah. So it's about developing that science. It's about connecting our whānau with these people so that we're not here to develop your product. It has to be self-driven. You do have to have some fair idea or have some knowledge to bring to the table, but we will definitely help you take it from a concept through to a sample ready project and then through to an investment pitch project should you get through that stage. So that's us whānau here in Taitukido, punching well above our weight. I come from a large whānau myself, so I understand. We grew up in Te Hapua, which is quite rural, and still on today's scale is still quite rural. Moved to Awanui when I think I was 7.
Big metropolis of 325 people.
Hey, it served us well. But my humble beginnings is what drives me to be able to provide a stable platform for other whānau such as ourselves, so they don't have to have the pitfalls and the cake slaps and the wet fishes and the, everything that comes with developing something new, something innovative, something different, because, you know, if something's different, you generally get an eyebrow and we're not sure if we want to play in that space. So we just make things look a bit more attractive, give a bit of science, and if we can create IP that international customers are looking to pay for, especially in the health sector, then we will.
Yeah. Kia ora mai. Tēnā kaurua, Whaia Carol Bergen. I think we need you at council to come and school us all. Like that presentation on Te Hiku was outstanding, and also to the Tuahine Blanche Moreau. Aroha mai, I got your name wrong at the start. My name is hardly ever pronounced correctly, so I always try and get people's names correct. So aroha mai tēnā, but beautiful. Unfortunately we couldn't get your video up, but what we'll do is we'll share that online. Ne taku tuahine kei Marie.
Kia ora everyone, and thank you both. You're looking so stunning. And thank you whānau that are here today. We're really appreciating your time. Now we've got one more presentation before we got a kai, which is well deserved, I know. So why don't you just stand up, don't disappear, stand up, have a bit of a stretch if you wish. And we're just going to get our technical things sorted, and then we're going to boot you over there to go and have a kai so we can get our technology working beautifully. So ka pai, have a bit of a reflection on what you've heard. Awesome.
It's going to be very, very quick because JT did the rant. Merepeka covered all the information I wanted to talk about in terms of government, and everybody else has covered a lot of the stuff that I thought I'd like to say. So mine's going to be more of a pictorial version of why and how I got to be here and what it is we do. And I'd just like to take time just to acknowledge my daughter who's sitting up there, who is the one who curated the bags that are going out and runs in a native. And it's really, really critical, and I support everything my old mate over here talked about in terms of generational development. And that's really where I've got to. So I've got no idea what's up here. Kay Marie asked me maybe a couple of days ago to speak. I haven't been still for days. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning with my moko in one arm, my one and only, gave him a bottle, gave him a feed, and put this together. So let's see what we've got. She also asked me to talk about Indigenous economics. We've already heard about that, and this has got nothing to do with it. It's about innovative economy, so let's hope we've got it. I was born in 1963. I'm 57 if you can't do the maths. And this, I put it up on Google this morning, and those were the most important things in our country or in the world at that time. Those three top ones are all about protest, and we all know those images. The second one, the second to last one down here is Kennedy being killed, and the last one were the Beatles arriving in America. That was 1963, and that was when I was born. And who am I? He uri o Ngāti Hine me Ngāti Rangi. On one side, we are very progressive, highly intellectual, very articulate. On the other side, don't cross me or you'll know about it. You work out which is which.
And I say that because I was raised in Ngāwha under the auspice and under all my nannies. They were tough, unrelenting, hard workers. And you listened and you did what you were told, and that is why I am here today. And I think there's an element of that stuff missing. We are becoming a little bit passive in the way that we do things. I am relentless with my own children, and I have an intent to have a generational whānau plan so that they can live better than I have. But it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of grit. And I don't know if we're up to it up here in the north. We always got things, and we just heard from our old mate Carol about all the things that are going to impact us. So we need to start talking about grit and resilience more. And I know there's a lot of other stuff going on in our world, but we need to lift ourselves again and again and again. No one else is going to do it. So I just want to talk about that to a large degree. This is what was happening in New Zealand when I was born. The Queen arrived. Morrison Quartet. And the statistics. Cancer and tuberculosis, excluding Māori. But down here, the infant death, including Māori, and we're the higher bar. So things aren't changing much in this country. Our population was just under 3 million. Everybody remembers this image? We know this. I marched in one of the very first marches to Waitangi. I was 14 years old. I marched behind Wikitoria Taylor at the time. And there was only about 15, 16 of us. When we went on to Waitangi, we got spat at, yelled at by our own. So things have changed a little bit. We all know that image. And we're always talking about Māori control. By 26, I had 2 degrees. I had returned home wanting to help my people, had spent time overseas working, and was fully engaged in iwi politics. I'm one of the first trustees of Te Runanga a Iwi o Ngāpuhi. I was 26 years old. By 27, I was the chair of Ngāti Hine Runanga. By 30, I was having my first child. And why I say that is I've been through the iwi and hapu politics and development. That was 30 years ago, and they still haven't settled. And about 20 years ago, I decided we needed to do it differently. So what we went out and did was create a different model for whānau development. I was in that melee somewhere. We're now honouring the treaty. The treaty is no longer a fraud. And of course, it continues on with the theft of the seabed and foreshore, right up to last year with Ihi Mātau. And why I wanted to set that is because those are the moments in my life that have created the person I am and the type of things that I get into. I am tired at 57 of apologising. And I am tired of explaining why I am doing what I do to help my kids, my nieces, my nephews, my uncles, my grandparents. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of apologising. I think we should stop using the master's tools, that's what, the tool of the masters to justify everything. I understand that's where we are, and we have to fight in that space. And Merepeka and JT do that extremely well, and they're starting to make some huge moves. But here at home, we've got to think about what we do here and how we do it differently. We can't continue to protest and hope someone's going to listen. We've got to change internally and change the way we do things ourselves. Ngāpuhi never ceded sovereignty. I love saying it. Love saying it. Makes no difference when I've got to pay the mortgage, but I love saying it. And the struggle goes on.
These next 3 slides are the 3 slides that I use to sort of strengthen myself when I know the crap is coming. And Merepeka and JT and many of you have had to go through these battles. I remind myself that regardless if it's Labour or National or any other flash version, they're all the same. I exclude the Māori Party from that. They're all the same bird. I'm not a capitalist, I'm not a socialist, I'm Indigenous. I remind myself every day that I am. And a nation is not conquered until the hearts of the women are on the ground. Then it is finished, no matter how brave its warriors or how strong their weapons. So again, I'm thrilled to see all the women here. When the mothers on their knees and we're over, then it's done. But that's not today. And it's not going to be for a long while, I suspect. So why I was actually asked to come along was to talk about our little stuff that we do over the road. So He Puna Marama Trust, I set that up when I left the chairmanship of Ngāti Hine, when my beautiful uncles decided they didn't need me any longer, and I wanted to form something different. And so this isn't it. He Puna Marama Trust owns 5 early childhood centres. Up until a year and a half ago, we owned 2 charter schools, and we do a host of other things, and we also own the Inner Native economy and a host of products and services and businesses coming out of that, and I'll hopefully get some time to talk about that. I do just want to mention the charter schools. And I'd just like to say that I have hosted over the road members of the ACT Party. Weird creatures they are, but they backed us to the hilt. And when we lost our partnership school to the socialist government, I couldn't understand why I was so upset. And it wasn't just because they took the funding and they've parked it up in mainstream, and it wasn't because, I'll be polite, the government of the day decided that they knew how to raise my children. It was because as a charter school, I felt for the first time the freedoms of making decisions for my children and my mates' children, and that we could decide what education looked like for them without having to go and ask the master. They took away my freedom. And it's taken a year and a half to get over that. But yeah, that's why the wings of the 2 bird are so important to remember. The ACT Party, and they are odd, gave me more support than I've ever felt in the Labour government. And my general manager is Kay Taylor, the, what do you call it? Campaign manager for Calvin, so she would tell me off if she saw me. But we just have to be mindful of where we are. And I know all the other speakers have said that. Over next door, we own almost That's why I had to force Kay to let me go now, because I'm off to a hui with some experts on organics. That started yesterday. That was at my great-grandfather's whenua. I had 4 generations of our family there, kicking that off with a karakia from my dementia uncle, who gave the most beautiful kōrero. My niece who's involved with tourism, engine room, it just goes on and on and on. And where did that come from? It came from that belief that we just have to get up and do it regardless. Don't listen to the trends too much unless you're a politician or a policy advisor. Do what you have to do to make it happen for the whānau, because you can. Yeah. The struggle goes on, and it's all about whānau. Kia ora.
Wow, yes, kia ora Raewyn, you did twist my arm, but that's okay, you can. She has earned that right, and she is one of the boss ladies here of what I would say is the Māori business district of Whangarei, of which has been nestled right here, and one of the reasons why we decided to host this event here as well. So thank you, Raewyn, for your kōrero, for your wero. Whānau, we are 20 minutes behind, and you have done exceptionally well today. Well done. So I'm going to ask, please go and have a cup of tea, have a break. I'll try and give you a bit more break during the time, but I will say honestly, we have some technical challenges that we are gracefully going to try and work out whilst you're out there. So when you get the call, please come back in. There are some coffee cups that the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency have provided. So I'd love to recommend grab your cup, keep it, and use it again and again. So Mauri ora kia koutou. Would you like to do our karakia for us, please? Just do our karakia for our kai, and then we'll leave you on your way.
I tātua whakapainga nei kai, hea rongo mātou tina na whāngai hoki mātou waru ki te taro te ora, ki te ngata matutama te waretapu. Āmeni.
Awesome, thank you. And so whānau at home, whilst you're watching, do jump on Slido, sli.do, and also keep an eye on the Tautoko Taitokero page, because we are going to be having the social media influencer crew, Mahi Dogs, doing some interviews with some of the whānau in here. And a real big wave to our whānau in Kaitaia, Kawakawa, kia ora Romanan, and also Pangaru, kia ora my cousin. Looking forward to hearing from you later on. Mauri ora and enjoy.
Kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō ukai pō, I tangata ai koe, I hari mai a koe, kia ki tō ukai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō ukai pō. Ai, tangata pai a hone, pakari ana te tūmai, ana, tare ana te ao, te hoki mai, te auraki mai, aro ana ia te mana. He ao huri huri, he ao hori hori, tā weko ana, te taura tangata, motu ana te taura karawa. Kia ki tō kai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō kai pō, I tangata ai koe, I hari mai a koe, kia ki tō kai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō kai pō. Pohe ana a heni, I te huarahi tika ia, huenga hoa hare atu ana. Te huri mai anō, ngaro ana ia te mana, kimi tikanga hou, he ao hori hori, tā weko ana, te taura tangata, motu ana te taura karawa. Kia ki tō kai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia kia maki tōu kaipo, I tangata ai koe, I hari mai a koe. Kia maki tōu kaipo, kia mahoki ki tō whānau, kia maki tōu kaipo. Whakakai marihi, awhina mai ana, whakahau mai ana. Ko koe tōku wahine toa, ko koe ana ke ra te wahine. Iaia tōku nākau, tōku tokatsu moana. Ki te ana e koe, he ara whakaatu mai tō aroha. Aha koa tō mamau iau, kai tōku taha koe. Tēnā rā koe, kaore i rā waka, aha koa nā pātari, pau kore ana te aroha. Kore kupu ke atu, ka nui taku aroha. Tēnā rā koe, kia mohi o mai kore raua e rawaka. Whakatika mai ai koe, tohu tohu mai ai koe. Kia mai ake tōku ahua, ka porohe ana, ki mai ai koe he ana murua. Tēnā kwa inoi moku, tēnā kwa inoi rā moku. Tēnā rā koe, tō manoa nui ke, aroha mai ana koe. Te ana e koe, he ara whakaatu mai tō aroha. Aha koa tō mamau iau, kai tōku taha koe. Tēnā rā koe, ka hangu ana te noho te utai au he kupu haere ana mahara te tai a te pupuri I he taku ki a koe koe nei I roa ai amuna ku a tino ara te aro ka penei Kwa koe he kupu mora te atu tana he kupu vai puketia atu ana Kwa koe he kupu te aro he kupu he ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera He ahua tangato e torere tia nei Tiro mai koe ano I patua Mahu e ko ngā kaumaru Nā kua raru raru au Mi ere ana te tinana I he taku ki a koe Koe nei I roa ai Amuna ku a tino ara Te aro ka penei Kwa koe he kupu mora te atu tana he kupu vai puketia atu ana Kwa koe he kupu te aro he kupu he ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera He ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera He ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera I he taku ki a koe Koe nei I roa ai Amuna ku a tino ara Te aro ka penei Kwa koe he kupu mora te atu tana he kupu vai puketia atu ana Kwa koe he kupu te aro he kupu he ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera He ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera He ahua tangato e torere tia nei aera
I moe roa Hoi ana I te kainga Pūkoro pi ako Kore ko iho ana te rā Takatoa nei mo I ngā ke Katahi tonu ka tūtaki Rangirua ko ngā mahara Ka oho mai hoki koe I tōku tai tōna Nā te hauaia kore ana Tōku ingoa e mau Pēhera te moero Te aro I hera au Ai e pai ana Ina pō Hono I te tahi Inu arua no kani a whānoa Taki ki te kainga Oho anoa Moe a pute rā Karawhiua mai anō Au e te rekai Ho kei taku ahai ka harawa Ina pō E pai no ana Nā hau e te tō Me haere me noho rāne Wā te ana I tēnei rā Ai e pai ana Ina pō Hono I te tahi Inu rā kainga Pukoro piako kore kore ko iho ana te rā He poi pai me tō aino ne kātua ana i te whano Aha he pai ana i na poi Hono i te tahi I na rārua no kangi a whāno Taki ki te kainga Oho no Noi a poi te rā Kara whiua mai anō I na poi Hono i te tahi I na rārua no kangi a whāno Taki ki te kainga Oho no Noi a poi te rā Kara whiua mai anō Tina mama ni ka rehingarama Tina mama ni no tau a te pō Tina mama ni ka rehingarama Tino mama mama ni te tino mama tina pō Hono i te tahi Inu arua no kani a whāno Taki ki te kainga Oho no Oi a pō te rā Kara whiua mai anō
Me ia koe te mana ka aha koe Ka kahara nei koe ki te whakahau Ko pārura nei ka kahurangi Ko ngā kano me mura mura Ki te pakanga kore, ka mamai kore Ruke atu i te he, i te porangi Ami ki hia mai, ka porufu ai Ko ngā kano me mura mura Ko ngā kano me mura mura ai Ko ngā kano me mura mura ai rā Ko ngā kano me mura mura ai I te hoa o te koru
Kia tau te Māori, mahi a te mohi, a te taioi, e wawerawa, te pakeketanga, ki o hoki noa. Ki taua wā, aha kōtonu, auwahi ana, I te taha oku, prata. Rere ana mehe waka, te aru atu nei. Te aru atu nei. Hoki ngā mahara, ki taku tamari ki tanga, karekau o te riki, te Māori, a muri kura papareti, hui mai te kāhui, ki te tongo o te rā, papareti, kimihia, whanikoti, o ake ki te taone, momi taru me he tāne, whakanui a te tauhau, aha koa karekau, he moni e pohara ana me he hauhau, e aha te paua ka whakata. Kapa ina inga hihi o te rā. E aha te paua ka whakata. Kapa ina inga hihi o te rā. Kia tau te Māori, mahi a te mohi, a te taioi, e wawerawa, te pakeketanga, ki o hoki noa. Ki taua wā, aha kōtonu, auwahi ana, I te taha oku, rata. Rere ana mehe waka.
To be quick.
Te aru atu
With
nei.
kōrero, let alone get you out of eating to come back early too. So it's very, very challenging, but a good one. Is everybody feeling okay? Sorry, yeah, I'm not saying sorry. It's been a day, and I feel much more relaxed now. I'm happy everybody's here. We've got such a cool program still to come, so hopefully, if we are streaming, I have to apologise to my mate Travis, who's probably been sitting there for ages waiting in the wings, so I do hope he's there. Hope everybody's got their cool cups, so thank you to the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency for that gift. Kia ora. I'm hoping that if there are any of you in the room that are very interested in being part of a pitch event, we have some, yes, great. You've got 2 minutes, right? And we'll come up with some criteria together, because I think we can vote here in this room, to decide who will be the winner of the $1,000. And again, just have to mention our amazing sponsors who've helped make this event happen: Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency, the Ministry of Social Development, Māori Women's Development Inc., and also a VC company, which is a venture capital fund called Hill Ferrance. So if you don't know yet, because I hope that you do, there is an amazing after party after this as well. And so Hill Ferrance and MWDI have sponsored tonight's evening event, and it's across the road at Inner Native. So Raewyn just done a kōrero, and it's a great opportunity for you to come and enjoy. We've got a jazz band. We have a jazz band. We've got DJ Exile. We have beautiful beverage and drinks all available for you. So, yeah, I'd love you to join us this evening. That's kicking off tonight at 6:30. All right. So I think we might just cross over to our next speaker, and hopefully the whānau will come in slowly. Just checking in, team. Is Travis there on the call? Oh, he's coming. So this morning we've been able to listen to, again, some history around our economy, which helps set the context. I am going to replay the video that I did share this morning because that was not the right video, and also just so that we can really get a deep sense together as a rōpū of that economic timeline that we've faced here in Taitokerau. We've also had the opportunity to listen to Richard Jeffries talk about the Māori economy and the potential of Indigenous trade, and he gave some great examples of iwi-led businesses, hapu and whānau-led businesses, and how they've actually taken the steps to put the master's tools down and take up their own, which I quite like. We've also heard Shirley Ann Brown, who is leading out an amazing program called Mamas Move Mountains, or Mamas Moving Mountains, Aroha Mai, alongside with Elizabeth Ranui, Harley Puananga and Kayla Thompson. So they shared their cool story about what it's like being a mum And when you don't have support, how hard it is, but when you've got something that supports you, makes you feel good, encourages you, then you can literally move mountains. We then heard from Carol Bergen, who spoke about the context of Te Huku and the Te Huku economy as the representative and chief executive of the Te Huku Development Trust. And then we also had our amazing Mete Blanche Mora Nei Murray from the north, who talked about the Kaiora honey biotechnology, which is pretty amazing. So if any of you are interested in learning more about her business, they have actually got an amazing bespoke laboratory that they've built up in the far north, which I definitely recommend you take the opportunity to see. We then were blasted out of the water with Raewyn Tepene, who talked about Indigenous economies. And we've also been playing with this cool thing called Slido, S-L-I-D-O, which is an app that will enable you to ask questions and also, answer some pātai and also put some wero to us as well. So we'll be crossing over to that and seeing what the results are over the course of the day after lunch. All right. We are now moving into the next phase of the program, which is called Eyes to the Future. And before we do that, are we going to play our video? No, yes. All right. Okay, whānau. Thank you. Oh, kia ora everyone. I just had to show that because we kind of cut out halfway through. And as I was saying earlier, the creator of that piece, his name is Taiao Kawati. He's under the age of 24. He got given a whole stack, like so much information, and he pulled that together. And I think that's pretty amazing, don't you? But I guess the key point that I wanted to land there, and I said it earlier today, that our economy here in Taitokerau specifically has been born on the backs of our tupuna and the trauma that our tupuna have suffered, and we continue to, unless we decide to change tact. And hence the reason why this event has been pulled together as part of a range of different events for us to go, well, what might the future look like if we reclaimed control, and as Raewyn mentioned earlier, actually put our whānau at the core and started to own our own mātauranga Māori and our own mātauranga instruments of doing things, which I'm very excited about. All right, and so on that, we're now going to move towards the next part of our program, which is about the eye to the future. And I'm very pleased, hopefully Travis is there now, whānau. We're zooming him in from Tāmaki Makaurau. Travis O'Keefe, he is from Ngāti Porou, Whangara. I'm probably going to cut out his pepehara a little bit, but he's my friend. He's a mentor. I have the privilege of working beside him over the last 7 or 8 years. Te Whare Huka Huka have been involved in governance training for countless iwi. We've also been involved in helping to train rangatahi into governance. And recently, in the last 2 to 3 years, Te Whare Huka Huka have embarked on a program of whānau empowerment through training whānau into e-commerce. So shortly, I'm hoping Travis is there.
Kia ora, Kei-Marie. I am here.
Oh, kia ora. I just took away your introduction, bro. Hello.
Oh, ka pai.
All right. So, hey, how's it? Thank you. I know that we're a bit behind. Travis was texting me and saying, hey, you're an hour behind, but not quite. I think we've done pretty well, to be honest, Trav. So welcome to the whānau. And as I said earlier, the purpose of your kōrero is to share with us, with an eye to the future, the potential of e-commerce and how you think e-commerce can transform the lives of whānau and also our economy. So the floor is yours, my bro.
Well, kia ora everyone. I'm Travis O'Keefe. I'm Ngāti Porou, as Kei-Marie said, from Whangara up the East Cape. If you give me the hosting rights so I can share a presentation, and then I'll talk through a little bit about who we are, where we're from. But I can't do that right now because the host has disabled the participant screen sharing.
Yeah, that's okay. And we'll just continue as we do, because technology is our friend. You know, just generally though, Travis, you know, I kind of briefly talked about what Te Whare Huka Huka does. What is your vision and your mission?
So a little bit about Te Whare Huka Huka. The name means the House of Innovation. We have the vision to improve the lives of 10 million Indigenous people, which takes us beyond Te Ao Māori. We have a little bit about us as we've been around for 8 years now, working in Te Ao Māori, and we have, if I just blow that up so everyone can see.
Yeah, we can see you.
Working 8 years, we've trained over 1,000 Māori leaders, and for our efforts, we've won 10 different awards. And this is what we broadly do. 4 things. Māori business strategy, so working mostly with our collectives, Māori governance training, Māori SME or business coaching, and then e-commerce for Māori. And that's what I'm here to talk about. That's broadly what we do. I'm going to move fast because I know, Kay, you guys are running behind.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to try and do my best to get through it. So I just want to tell you about an idea that we had 7 years ago working with another iwi. And we were set the challenge to come up with what would be the best return on investment to creating social impact for the iwi. And after we found a bit of research which showed that if you had $1 to spend, the best way to spend that dollar to create social impact, to create well-being for whānau, is growing the disposable household income. What that fancy, sentence means, it means increasing the amount of money, putia, that's left over after you've paid for your expenses of all the combined incomes in your house. And what research showed is that if you increase that amount, it had a multiplier effect. It'll improve housing because people could afford better housing. They could get warmer housing. Kai on the table, improve education because they could pay for different things from school. It improves health because they could travel to the doctor and so forth. So it has a multiplier effect, growing the disposable household income. There are broadly two ways to do that. One way is reducing major expenses. And we've been working with other collectives to do that. And that's largely by bulk purchasing of major household expenses, such as rent, electricity, kai, petrol. The other side, which is also relevant to e-commerce, is increasing incomes. And we began 7 years ago with this iwi, looking at how do we create incomes through e-commerce or selling your skills online. And basically what we do is we created a training program which teaches our whānau how to build a e-commerce system or create a business online and sell your products and services. And so we see a lot of our students are selling everything from carvings to crafts to their services, to kite, to kai, and all online. And they're selling it not just in New Zealand, but globally. And so one of the major advantages of selling via e-commerce is you can reach a global market, but still run it from the kāinga. So you can still run it from a laptop. Fast forward along this journey of working with a Siwi over 7 years, what we had to do is we had to learn ourselves. We weren't from e-commerce, we're like teachers. We came from a teaching background. And so what we did is I studied 24 e-commerce gurus for 2 years. So after my normal day job, I worked all night and then I studied them for 2 years. And then as I was studying them, I noticed some patterns that they were doing. There were some patterns that all these 24 gurus had, which they were all the same. They had a similar business system. They had a similar business plan, and they had a similar business strategy, and they did things in the operational level similar. And I noticed all those patterns, and then that's what I took out. I took all those patterns, and I put it into a podcast, and you can see the link here. You can access that podcast, which explains all those patterns. Normally we sell that to our clients, all this information that's in those podcasts for $500, but you can access it via that link for free. And I think Kay Marie will have a copy of this presentation, be able to submit it up on the website for you to get that link. But the main thing about it is we had all these really interesting insights of what was working by the gurus. These are guys, not theorists or academics. These are people that actually had 7- and 8-figure e-commerce businesses.
Trevor, sorry, bro. We can't see your presentation. We're still on Our Achievement slide.
Our Achievement, okay.
Yeah.
Let me just try that. Can you see that one?
Yes, there we go. We were just kind of hovering around. I thought you were going to get to it. Good, well done.
Oh.
Ka pai.
So let me know if it's not working, and I can stop the share and then start the share.
No, you're good.
Okay, so this is the link. So just to reiterate those key points, all 24 gurus had similar business systems, similar business plans, similar business strategies, and operational tactics. And I've captured all that, and for free, you can get all that information, saving you 2 years of learning and lessons by just going to this link. But Kay Marie will have it in the presentation. I'll give you this presentation. You guys can get it later. Ka pai, Kay?
Yep, ka pai.
Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what this all resulted in is we created this program called Kahao I Te Ao, which is a 3-month training e-commerce program. And where we don't just teach you the whole e-commerce system that the gurus are using, but we actually help you to walk alongside you and build it. So it's not just building a website like everyone tells you. Like if you just build a website and you're going to make money, it's not true. That is not true. You need 3 things. You need traffic. Traffic means potential customers coming into your web store. The second thing is you need an online website that converts that traffic, those people, into sales. And then the third thing you need is something called an autoresponder. And an autoresponder is how you bring people that have gone from your website, how you bring them back into your website. And you need those three things. We teach that on e-commerce, on the Kahal training program. And we've got scholarships. We've currently got 66 students going through right now. And we're just about to recruit for another 100 students. So we're looking for people to apply. If you want to apply, you can go to our website there, and in the top left-hand corner, you'll find a drop-down menu called Digital E-commerce. And if you go to that page, it'll explain far more information, and you can see people who have been on it, their video clips, and you'll understand, the subjects that are covered, and you'll get a deeper understanding of e-commerce. Why e-commerce? I think for whānau, it overcomes a lot of the challenges. So when you live remotely in somewhere like Whangarā, which is a population of 300, it's rural, it's you're either a fisherman there or you're a farmer. When you live in that, but it's still got internet connection to the marae, you can still run a world-class business from there, as long as you've got internet connection. So you can live in the kāinga and you can still reach people from around the world. That's the point one. The second thing of why e-commerce, when you go and start a business such as a retail store, that's a higher cost. You need a higher amount of money to start a retail store because you've got to pay for rent, and then you need stock to put in there and so forth. Whereas in e-commerce, it's less. You just need a website and a laptop to run your website and an e-commerce system and know-how, and you can start generating money as soon as you turn it on, once you set the system up. So the accessibility of creating a business in this way is far superior than a traditional bricks and mortar business.
We're still on that scholarship page. Are you still there?
Yeah, still there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Let me just. So that's two of the reasons why I do e-commerce. The third thing about e-commerce is you can, now that you guys are used to COVID and everyone's online, the opportunity is absolutely massive. In New Zealand, there was some research that came out recently, and the research showed that there was massive growth. There was, in the same 3 months, in 3 months this year, would be the same amount of growth as there was for 5 years. So 5 years growth happened in 3 months, and it's continuing to go. There's research that came out by the New Zealand Post, 2020 e-commerce research, which gives a whole lot of information and data about the growth of e-commerce. It's massive. It's a really good way for Māori, I believe, to take advantage and catch this wave before a lot of mainstream New Zealanders do. Because New Zealand's so far behind in the stats that I've seen. Most businesses aren't very good with their online business, but Māori can get an advantage here by getting in there fast, understanding how to do it, and growing and scaling over time. Cool, that's about e-commerce. I just want to end on this last slide, which is if you're a SME business in a recession. And this is the advice that we always give to as a business coach. If you're a tourism business, like you're fucked. Like this current economy, it's you need to retrain because there's so much intense competition for the local market. When the borders do open, there's still going to be an intense amount of competition for that. So you can either get your online presence really good or retrain. So that would be some of the suggestions if you're in that industry. But if you're not, and you're in a retail business or service business, then the 4 bits of advice that we give are retain your existing customers. So work on going out to your existing customers, call them up and ask them, is there any way that you can help them? That's the first thing you do. The second thing we say is focus on sales, but not sales to everyone. Focus on sales to something called key influencers. Key influencers are people that have large groups of your ideal customer because they all follow them. And what you want to do is you want to do a joint venture with a person that has all the big followers of your ideal customer, and do a joint venture so that you reach many just by working on one relationship. The third thing that we recommend is e-commerce, which I've talked about previously, an important thing. And then fourth thing, we say if none of those things are working effectively for you, then pivot, this word called pivot, which just means change direction of your business. But when people change direction of their business, the way they think about that is trying to sell their existing products or services to another type of customer. But what pivot to an adjacent market really means is to export your skills and your capabilities inside your business to another market. So export your skills and capabilities, not your products and services, to another market. So in summary, the advice around recession for small businesses, this is after you've done the cost cutting, after you've done the efficiencies. They won't save you. What saves you is innovation and sales and marketing, and there are 4 planks to it. Retain existing customers, focus on key influencers, e-commerce, and the pivot. Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora.
Was that 10 minutes, Kay? Did I make it?
Well done. Ka pai you. Ho mai te paki whānau. So thank you, Travis, for joining us today. And also whānau, so as you may have heard, we work side by side. My company, Making Everything Achievable, is helping do all the pastoral care for our amazing students. It's hard yakka for the students. And it's really wonderful to see how the program has developed over time. So if any of you are interested in e-commerce training in that space, ka hau I te ao, te whare huka huka, and they're also online, www.twh.co.nz. You're lucky, Travis, I'm doing free advertising for you. If you want to pick up any of those skills and capabilities in that space. Awesome. So now what we wanted to do is we wanted to bring Travis's story to life by landing on one of our students and friend. I should say students and friend. How do I Jamie Lee. Now, I'm not sure if Jamie Lee's in here. Oh, yes, you are. Kia ora, sister. So Jamie Lee, I've had the privilege of knowing for maybe 2 or 3 years now. I met her whilst I was working alongside Teresa in Māori Women's Development Inc. And her amazing kaupapa called Stay Connected. Jamie is also one of our students, our tauira, our akonga, doing the Ka Hau I Te Ao program. And I'd really love you to share, Jamie, your journey, but also how has Ka Hau impacted you and your practice as a businesswoman. Ho mai te paki whānau.
Kia ora whānau. Before we start, I better let you know who I am. A ko waio e te taho toku māma no Tūwhare Toa me Ngaitarangi, e te taho toku pāpa no Tainui me te Raroa. E te Pōkeo no Tūwhare Toa. A ko tauhara te maunga, tauponoia tia te moana, Waikato te awa, Tainui te waka. He maha ngā hapu I roto I te rā iwi. Para ko waio, ko Jamie Raumati tōku ingoa. And before I go into what Stay Connected is all about, I'm just going to give you a quick rundown on who I am so you get the gist of why I started up Stay Connected. So who I am and how did I get started up in business? Well, basically I started hustling at a young age. Okay, back in the 90s, my mum went over to Australia with her husband, and they separated, and my mum became a single parent over in Australia in a foreign place. My mum was working repairing washing machines for Simpson, and then on the side she used to hustle weed. So she used to work an 8 to 5 job, and then she used to hustle weed on the side. And then I had an uncle, his name was Uncle Fred, and we'll just leave it at that. And anyway, he was a truck driver. And he used to come and check up on my mum. And he used to have these big ball bearings in his truck. And I used to take those to school. And I was only 6, and I used to hustle those to all the rich kids. I used to sell them for $3. And then I used to go and I used to profit $2, and then I used to go and buy some lollies, because back then it was still 2-cent lollies, 1-cent lollies, so you could buy, aroha mai, 5 lollies for 1 cent. So I'd take those lollies to school and I'd hustle those as well. Then I grew, And we came back to Aotearoa, and we stayed with my nanny and my koro in Tūwhareto, and they basically brought me up since I was 8. And then my cousin who used to buy chatterines, I don't know if you remember that, but those were anyway, I used to hustle those. My cousin, he used to buy lots and lots of chatterines, and then I used to take them to intermediate, and then I used to sell those. I used to take them to school. He used to take his cut, I used to take my cut, and then, you know, I used to sell them to all the rich kids. So that was my introduction into business. Then I turned 16, I went to the Royal New Zealand Navy. I didn't want to be pushing prams because a lot of my whānau around in our area, you know, we used to all go to the parties, and I looked around and I said I didn't want that life. So I went up to Mitimiti, up to my nan's sister, Nani Kura, and I was introduced to my auntie who had spent 20 years in the Navy. And so I was like, I want to do that. So in a month's time, I had signed myself up to go into the Royal New Zealand Navy. I got accepted. I was 16 years of age. I wasn't even legal. But once I signed the dotted line, then I was 17, and then I went into the Royal New Zealand Navy, and then I travelled the world. At 19 years old, I was travelling up to the Persian Gulf. Went to many places, Australia, the islands, and basically I met a lot of whānau that I didn't even know existed, and we went through a lot of trials together, and this is where I learnt the true meaning of camaraderie. So what is Stay Connected all about? Okay. So, what I will say is that I also used to work for I finished in the Navy, and then 2 years I worked at the women's prison out at Woody. And the reason why I got started into business is because I was sick and tired of ringing my boss up and telling him, hey, I can't come into work because my baby's sick. You know, there's only so many times that you can use that excuse before they go, oh, what next? You know, so I thought, nah, scratch that. I'm going to go into business because I wanted to take charge of my destiny, not only my own, but also for my family and my babies. You know, and if I wanted to make extra money, sometimes I'd be doing 16-hour shifts. You know, I'll do an 8-hour shift, and then I'll do another 8-hour shift on top of that. And my family and my children were missing out, even though I was putting bread and butter on the table. My family were missing out. So I decided to take control of my destiny, and I decided to get into business. So my first business venture was Bag of Bean, okay? I said, by that time my koro had passed away. I was like, koro man, I need another avenue. You know, I was crying out for help to say, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna get into business? So I looked on my laptop. Okay, and back in my youngins' days, I used to go to a lot of the concerts, okay? I think it was Ragamuffin, it first started in Rotorua, and my auntie was holding my 2-year-old baby at the time, and there was thousands of people sitting down, drinking, laughing, and they had nowhere to sit. And I saw that picture on my desktop, and I knew it was a tohu. I knew that was my avenue in getting into business, so I started up beanbags. So I went to one of the biggest organisations in New Zealand, to Big Save, and I went and I saw this island boy. I said, hey, I need some beanbags, I need this much, if you can do it at this price, you know, I'll do business with you. And anyway, he comes back, he goes, yeah, all good, because I get a commission off it. So I was like, mean. So I was able to go and hustle one of the biggest Big Save businesses here in Aotearoa, instead of me trying to outsource it overseas. I went straight up the guts, and I just found that fellow, and then he made a commission, and then I was able to buy in bulk. So that was the beanbag business, and I was really, really scared because I didn't even know. Okay, I had done my business plan, but I didn't even know if it was going to work. My first event that we did, okay, was at Waiuku, was the Waiuku Extravaganza, where they do fireworks. I went in, set up shop, within 20 minutes, sold out. And I can tell you now, I had all my whānau around me because they were helping, you know, doing the beanbags. But all I can say in that experience, it was really scary because I had gone for a business loan with Māori Women's Development Inc. We went for the 50k, and Teresa Tapanu Aston right there is the CEO of MWDI. And they allowed me to scale my business, so I franchised that business out to Taupo and Rotorua. And so we've been able to create employment for whānau as well, and getting in the game of business, teaching them all the intricacies that they need to know about business. So yeah, that's been my first legal business. And then the second business I want to introduce you is to Stay Connected. This is my heart. This is my lifetime commitment to my people. Stay Connected was formed because I had a lot of wahine out there telling me, man, I want to get into business. And they were savvy, they were intelligent. They just didn't know how to connect the dots. So with my passion for my people, I created Stay Connected. So I don't know how long I've got now, but yep, this is Stay Connected. What is Stay Connected? Oh, right. So what do? Okay, we have an online platform that's a wraparound service for Māori and Pasifika whānau who are wanting to get into business or who are already in business and want business growth and development. What is our problem? Okay, so we believe our people are creative, they are innovative, they're savvy, they're smart, and they are strategic. We know all they need is to be connected to the right services and to the people to make their entrepreneurial dreams come true. This is what Stay Connected is all about, connecting our whānau into business. What are our solutions and what are we doing right now? Right, the 3-day entrepreneurial program, smash it, okay? We teach them step by step what they need to do and to get into business, and then we connect them with business mentors that we've connected, that I've basically pimped on my entrepreneurial journey. I've taken their skill set, okay, and I've been able to give them business, but in return, you know, they're gonna awhi our people, so business mentoring. We've got networking opportunities. We have industry connections where basically they go, oh, do you know this fella? Yeah, all good. Go and have a look. Here's the connection. Making it easy for them, okay? Business advice from entrepreneurs, accomplished women and men that are already in the game, in the industry, okay? So they are in those hot spots. They're in those top seats, okay? And I interview them. May Chen is one of them. Top lawyer, I basically rang her up, I said, hey, can I do an interview? She goes, yep, no worries. Anyway, at that time I was 9 months hapu. I was 10 minutes late to that interview. There was the first woman that I ever interviewed. And anyway, that's another story for another day. I think I've only got 2 minutes. And then we also help with funding advice, okay? If you're needing help with funding, if your business has been affected by COVID-19, you need to get in contact with me. www.stayconnected.nz. There's $5,000 on the table for Māori and Pasifika whānau who have been affected by COVID-19. Anyway, back to the kaupapa. And then we have marketing and website development. Okay, I've spent thousands on my journey on websites. But now that I know that we can actually teach our people to do it at home by themselves, because there's software out there right now that allows us to do that. So, and then we also have a discount app that I'm going to introduce shortly. And the discount app I've been working over the last 2 years, and I'm going to share it with you guys. So, who is our target market is Māori and Pasifika whānau, okay? Ages 16 and plus, because we think about our rangatahi as well. And, you know, our kaumātua and our queer, you know, the game is changing, so we've got to incorporate our kaumātua as well, and females and males. Who's our team? This is my team at the back. These are the people that I've pimped. Okay, they're all business owners, they're entrepreneurs, they're already in the game of business. So we take their knowledge and we share that out with our people that come through our course. Who do we support? Okay, the 312 hub in Onehunga, the money that we get from Stay Connected, a bit of that pūtea goes back into the 312 hub so that we can keep their light bulbs on because, yeah, they're just a start-up business as well. Our Stay Connected discount app, how long do I have? 1 minute, right, hard and fast. Okay, this is my Stay Connected app, whānau. Okay, this is an app where you can download right now. It's called Stay Connected. Basically, what this is all about, this is about bringing business, driving businesses into Māori businesses. Okay, you can download the app. Okay, the businesses, they offer a discount. Okay, that discount gets put onto our app. Anyone can go down and download our app right now, Stay Connected, and you can take that into the store and you can save money in your pocket, and also the businesses win because we're advertising their business. So how it works, just go to Google Play and download it right now and just use your email to sign in. We've only got 1 minute, so obviously you can see the benefits. I'm not going to talk about that too much, but that's us, Stay Connected. Thank you very much for your time, and yeah, thank you.
Kia ora, tēnā koe taku tuahine, anei. Miharo pai. I think I want to start me a side hustle. Okay, we've got a real treat for you, whānau, coming up. We have a performance from the Martin whānau. So we have a e rua ngā kai hakatangi. Ko tētahi he kai hakatangi wairingi, violin. Ko te rātu he kai hakatangi whiranui, ko ia te cello ne. Nō reira, e te wiho mai kua mai te pīki paki nui haka harahara kia Atawhai Martin, who will be playing the cello, and Te Purotu Martin, who will be playing the violin. Ho mai te paki. We ātāhua rawa atu ne. What pukinga. He pūmanawa rawa. That was so beautiful. I love music like that. Like takes you on a bit of a journey around the place. I'll move this chair over here. That is so beautiful. Honestly, I started learning the guitar when I was 11. My papa gave me his guitar. And then at my 21st, it was my guitar's 10th birthday. And I've still got this guitar. But my skills peaked when I was 13, and I haven't gotten any better. Man, that was beautiful. That was amazing. Homoa no te piki paki paki ki a rawa ne. Ata whai rawa ko purotu. All right. We are going to carry on with our kaupapa. We're not quite an hour late, but we're almost getting there. And we're going to hear from Hinu Rewa Te Hau from Creative Northland, Toi Māori, and the potential for growing whānau economics. And we're going to start with a boosted campaign video. Is that right? Have a look. Kapai, you have a video you wanted to share too?
It's just a presentation. Okay, but it doesn't have to be used. Okay.
Anyway, whānau, ho mai koa mai te piki paki paki ki a whaia hinuera.
Tēnei mihi ki o koutou, ruanga te kaupapatara nei, ko Hinu Rewa Te Hau, tako ingoa, ko Maniapoto Tūwhare tōna te raukaua, toko māma, ko ngā tihine whakatōhia, toko papa. Ko tumeaki o toi tai tukarai, nō reira, tēnā rā koutou katoa. So, confession time. I hardly ever get to talk in front of a Māori audience. So can I just tell you, I'm a little bit nervous. I actually wrote a speech sitting up there. I never write a speech. If you were white, I think I'd know what to do. But because in the context that that Creative Northland is a regional arts development arts organisation that is responsible for the creative community of Northland, and Māori happen to be a component of that, means that I get to talk in front of more of a Pākehā audience, and therefore my, dare I use that big word, construct, is normally for a Pākehā audience. So I'm just going to pretend you're all white. And it's okay, because I know where some of our ancestry may come from, so therefore to my Irish, to my Samoan, Portuguese, and what's the other one? Oh, English ancestry, I say kia ora. Which just shows that only 7/8 of me is pure, the rest of me is total whatever, butcher, or something. So, the creative economy, what's it worth to Tai Tokarai? It's worth roughly around about 102 million. And of that, how it works is that 60% of the creative economy is generated in the Whangarei district, 30% up in far north, and then the balance is over in Kaipara. The Whangarei community is a well-oiled, growing, diverse, local economy, whereas there's lots of growth for far north, and it's dispersed by the nature of the three districts and for Kaipara. Māori have a well-established knowledge economy based on knowledge creation and well-established innovation system as a critical driver of social economic success. What does that mean, those big words? Oh, well, basically is that we have a knowledge system that's been operating for thousands of years, and basically is that we know what innovation looks like. We practice it every day, and we've heard it today. We've heard it today by Jamie Lee and the many others that have been before them, of the levels of innovation that we go in with based on a Te Ao Māori philosophy and principle. We're not guided by any other culture, we're guided by our culture and our sense of self-determination and what we want to do and what we want to achieve. The unfortunate thing is that the country has been colonised, and as we work through the decolonisation level, we still have to jump to the tune of government to determine how we can self-determine around a creative economy. Arts and culture economic activities here are broad. In fact, we just did some, well, a little while ago, that the most common cultural activities that creative people practice is visual arts, with just over 75% receiving income in this field. And that's quite high. As to what the percentage of Māori is of that, I can't tell you. The next common form is performing arts, primarily music and dance, with 45% of artists currently engaged in and receiving income from choreography, writing, storytelling, music composition, filmmaking and multimedia and other performing arts. I can't tell you what the percentage of Māori is. On average, individual artists in this region have engaged in either 8 or 9 cultural economic activities at some stage in their life. Intel tells us that the creative economy receives some form of income for their work in at least one of the artistic activities and about 2 in other cultural activities. I can tell you that Māori are in 6 of those activities all the time. In our rural communities, whilst creatives with experience in visual arts continues to be engaged in this art form, which is around about 96%, only 3 out of 5 have experience in composing or choreography, in writing, storytelling, and are able to practice in this field due to lack of success to facilities. However, Māori, when it comes to storytelling, 100%, all the time, every day, because it's how we start our day. From the time we wake up in the morning to the time we go to sleep at night, we are practicing our te ao Māori and our philosophy every single day. Even if we're not connected to our tikanga, is that we are practicing it some way or shape or form. What's expanding opportunities then? Well, infrastructure needs. Tai Tokerau has poor infrastructure. Really good infrastructure here in Whangarei, still got to improve. Far north, not so, it's pretty good. They've got Te Ahu Centre up in Kaitai, and they've got Tuna Centre. Kaipara, very little. But the thing is, by 2023, we will have 6 arts and cultural facilities completed here within the Tai Tokerau region. 80% of them te ao Māori based. Do you know what? It just fills my soul. Woohoo! Really does. Last Friday, we had the opening of Te Hononga Centre in Kawakawa, a project between Ngāti Hine and the Huntavasa. The elements of that centre, those of you who may have attended, you will see it was very much a partnership, with Te Ao Māori taking the lead. We will have in December this year, up in the Hokianga, the Mania Footprints of Kupe opening. Cultural and Tourism Initiative, but it's based on the first footprints of Kupe, 1,000 years of Māori history, 32 generations. We will have the Kupe Waka Centre, based upon Uncle Heck's project up in Taipa. We will have here in Whangarei the Huntavasa Arts Centre with the Wairoa Māori Art Gallery, which will be what Huntavasa wanted to see, the Māori Art Gallery with Huntavasa. We will have one more, which will be right up the top in Ngatikuri, which is the work project that Carl Johnson's working on there, up there, right up to Te Ringara Wairoa, in that sort of area as well. And hopefully, depending on what this government, where we will sit after election day on Sunday, is that perhaps whatever the new provincial growth fund will look like, is that Ngāpuhi's Te Pua Te Whiki Arts and Cultural Centre may get another look in. So if there's any politicians in the room, just saying, we need that 60 million, thank you very much. So, when it comes to training and skill development, to support Māori in remote communities is through education and training, and the primary pathways for transfer of arts and cultural skills and knowledge are found every day with you. And I say that because it's through family and community members and through whānau that we find our greatest creativity. Now let's see if I can make this work. no, 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 no. Don't do that, Henuriwa. No, I'm not going to make it work, so you just have to look at my beautiful face there, but that's all right. So instead, I'll do it this way. I'm not very good when I do presentations. I don't believe in lots of words. So based on that, where we sat was through creative. Please remember that every one of you is creative. Creativity is not limited to those who you think in your family who are creative. We are all creative beings in every way. In the way that we think, in the way that we do things, in the way that we share information and knowledge with those whom we love and those who we allow into our world. We are all creative. To be creative is all about people. It's all about people and it's about whānau. It's about change. Because that's what we do. Creative people create change. We are about unleashing creative people's energy. Every day when we go to a wānanga, when we go to our marae, when we celebrate, when we cry on them, we unleash a whole lot of energy and we give thanks every day for that. When it comes to whānau, when it comes to creative and change and people and unleashing that energy, it's about communities. And you are working within communities in so many different ways that are so different to what I do. But what I can tell you is that creativity is all about the creative well-being of our communities. It's about the social and economic outcomes that creativity can do to our thinking and how we do things differently. And it's about this. Ka huria I te kaihanga te haupori. Creators transform society. You are transforming society every day. And though I might not work within the Māori world every day, I am who I am. I am Henuriwa Taho, I am Māori, and I'm proud. And by the nature of the role that I have as the only Māori woman who heads up a regional arts development agency through this country, I am where I should be. To create the relationships, to create the partnerships, to broker the opportunities. My work, our work, my team's work is within the grassroots development. It's within community. I don't really have time for the top down, but if I have to, I will get my hands dirty. There are people in this room that I have connected with a long time ago. Paths have crossed. Richard Jeffries is one of them. Raewyn Tipene is another. And actually their minds, their thinking are creative and beautiful and big and spacious. Tina Barclay is the same. Teresa Pania is the same. Joyce Barrett, Jamie Lee, big minds. Creative people like that. We get excited about that. We get up in the morning just for that. So what is creativity? Well, I'll put the Pākehā construct on it, shall I? It's the use of imagination, original ideas to create something inventive or imagine. So with your children, with your whānau, with your taitamariki today, allow yourself the time to imagine. When they say they want to go into a creative industries role, you say yes, because remember this, is whether you're a visual artist, whether you're a performer, is that the creative sector is not just limited to doing. We cross-pollinise with so many industries, be it private industries, construction, services, because without creative minds, we cannot affect change. On that note, kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora, tēnā koe whaia tinu rewa.
Woo! Was that creative thinking? Oh, good, excellent.
I actually was the co-chair for the Te Pua Te Wheke Community Hub in Kaikohe, so politicians, when you get into that whare mere, I would like that funding back, please, so we can get that built. Homa anō te pakipaki. Ka pai, I thought that we were cutting over to my hometown, Kai Kohe Kohe, but before that we've had a little bit of a change, and I'm very excited to introduce our next two speakers. I get to introduce Susie Hati, focus on whānau enterprise for Hati's Cafe in Moerewa, Homai Te Paki Paki. I don't know about you, but I love calling in there for a mocha and the best ever corn silverside salad sandwich you could ever get. It's beautiful. And our other speaker is Whaingaho Davis, and I'll leave it up to my tuahine to introduce you.
Kia ora, matua ngaho, and pai ana. Look, I'm just so grateful to have you both join us. And yes, whānau, we are a bit behind. So aroha mai, Joe and Anna, I know that you're waiting there in Kaikohe, but we just have to get these two back to their hui. And I also know that you're very important. We've got to get to you too. But we've only got a few more to go before we can break for lunch. So it was about 2 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, 2.2 weeks ago, when I was offered the opportunity to host this event. And you can imagine what you needed to do to curate 42 speakers, 4 different locations in a very short period of time. And the first person that I went to go and see on my way to figure it out was Ngaho. And I said, hey, bro, can you help me? Like, what you're thinking in regards to your vision for the economy of Te Tai Tokerau. And for those of you that know Ngaho, you know that he's not a man of 2 words, but every single word is beautiful, blessed, and deep. And I'm not going to take his thunder away from him, because I know that he's going to share some really awesome whakaaro, which is about continuing to push the edge of where we are right now. We're now moving into the next phase of the program, which is, yes, eyes to the future, but actually how might we expand even further, and what do we need to think about, considering all the amazing work that he, Debbie, and his crew have done in Moerewa, and then followed by my friend Susie, where their whānau have created their own enterprise in Moerewa called Hati's Cafe. So it's about, hey, this is the strategy, and also this is what's going on in the ground. So whānau, ho mai te paki paki for Ngaho. Kia ora tātou.
Oh, kia ora, Ke Marie. E mihi a te kia koe, ngā whānau I hara mai nei, te kārango o ngā kaupapa o tēnei rā, ngā mihi nui, ngā mihi aroha. Ai tuake au ki te tautoko ngā koro o ngā whae, koro mai ki mua ke au. E tino tika te kororo o ngā mana mutu hake o ngā whānau whānui. E tuake ki te kororo I tēnei rā e ngā whakaro, o ngā kaupapa Māori, ngā tikanga Māori, I ngā mahinga mahi o ngā whānau whānui ngō te Tai Tokerau. Kia ora whānau. You know, there was no choice about me being here today because I think for all of us in our communities, there's huge need. I come from a freezing work town, Moerewa. Now, there was a time when we downsized in our community and a lot of our people were made unemployed. You know, and I came up to the fact, I thought about this because, you know, everybody was looking at employment or work was always about somebody else's dream and we were just the people in it. I've challenged in the sense of the moi moia of our region. Everybody's talking about economic development, you know, the kaupapa, but I don't necessarily see where we fit in that dream unless we make it happen. You know, and for us in Moerewa, we've learned the lesson. If we leave it to other people to decide our future, we're going to be left out. And even how we look at economics. You know, I'm a guy that's dyslexic. Came from out of a college with no qualifications. I struggled at school. And I had questions in my mind, even as a young fella. You know, actually, if you talk to Māoris about business when I was a kid, actually, the kororo was, no, you can't be a businessman and be a Māori. The two don't work, because they were saying that what happened to us is that, you'll have your business and you'll give it all your profits away to your whānau. You know, and so I thought, well, actually, I don't want to be working for somebody else. Actually, I think we're born not just to be freezing workers. That's not the world I wanted to be a part of, and it wasn't the world that I wanted my Mokopuna children to come up into. So there's the talk and there's the walk of what does that actually look like. Because I remember coming into the trust, we were a training provider. That's what everybody was doing. Actually, the big business in Moeroa were training providers. But training for what? Actually, I remember, guys, we used to call it, I used to say we were creating course junkies. They'd go from course to course, but where was the jobs? Oh, yeah, they were there, cleaning hotels. And I've got nothing against that. But we were already the people for the industries that were already there. I didn't see models when I grew up of Māori business. Oh, I did a few, but they were few and far between. If you went to the freezing works, who were the bosses? They were all white. You went to the professional people, they're mostly all white. I, as a young fellow, think, hey, what's wrong? There's something wrong with this picture. Because our aspirations, if all we could see was limited, we would be limited. So when we came home, I knew I wanted us to create the opportunity. We were masters of our own destiny. We wanted to do things that we were born to do, not what others wanted us to do for them to make profit. And if we look at the Western model, come on people, if we look at the Western model of economics, our planet is being destroyed. First time I think, and I heard this guy, he's a pretty smart guy, kind of a philosopher, guy called Noam Chomsky. Brilliant man around being able to see what is happening in the world. And he said, we need to be looking at the indigenous people of this planet because they will create opportunities that lives in harmony with the planet. There's this new thing called donut economics. I'm sick and tired of going to conferences talking about social enterprise. Like, again, Europeans are the first one to discover how to work commutatively in business. See, we're always being missed. We're always being missed because somebody else's narrative is telling the story. So I want to come back to a tangible. Gee, that fellow talks a lot, and he said a lot of stuff. So let's come back to a tangible, because I can. Because you're going to get this afternoon, Business Economics Moeroa 101. Woo! Yeah. Let's take the space. You know, a previous speaker talking about creativity. You know what? You cannot be creative unless you put yourself and be real vulnerable. Because to step out and do something that's not there, that takes courage. That takes courage. And for a lot of our people who have been beaten down, said that you're not good enough, we've been a second-race class of people. Now, we may say that's not what we are, but actually some of the narrative around us, some of the things we've been brought up in, has said that to us subliminally. So we decided in Moeroa that we're going to do our thing. We're going to do community development. We didn't know what that was, but it had to do with us doing something. So we just got on with it. We saw the needs in our community. I'm going to cut down to one of the examples, which was, you fellas all know this, Healthy Homes Tai Tokerau. That business is over 20 years going and still going strong. It has brought over $20 million into the region. Now it's not, if you see me, look, I must be a rich fella. Well, you know. We have over 26 staff servicing their business. One of our kōtiro, our woman, she was a top installer in the country, got the, not Prime Minister, the Governor General Award. Because we do things well. We, just like our previous speaker, what is our passion? What is our gift? What are our skills? Instead of saying, what job do I need to go to? We need to turn that around and say, well, what else our moimoi are? One of the things I thought about that whole kaupapa, it's actually very Māori in its kaupapa. Even though we've got a whole range of different players in that kaupapa, from health providers, from businesses in the sense of Top Energy, North Power, and a lot of other players that have come into that. You know, when we sat down, at the time, when we were dealing with a government agency, and they came to our community to talk about this, they actually went to a lot of other players to say, hey, you want to do this insulation business. This is going back in 1999, around that time. And they went to some of these places and said, look, why don't you do this, you know? And people sat down and looked at the economics of it and say, oh, well, actually, yeah, okay, you'll warm up, you'll put insulation into houses, but where's the profit for us? Actually, there was very minimal profit in the project. And that's why most people didn't take it up. They came to our organization and we went, warmer homes for our whānau, employment, and it covers its costs. We're in. 20 years later, that business is still going and going strong. And from that, we've been able to make profit. Now, this is a community enterprise. It doesn't go into my pocket, because you'll see my car parked out there, you know. But it goes back in to seed aspirations that we have for new business in the green economy. And why I say the green economy, because anything that I think we should be doing going forward should tick certain boxes. First of all, it's not to be harmful to the planet, because that's our papa tuanuku. That's our role as kaitiaki, as being Māori, to take care of that. It gives opportunity for our people to shine. My mate, I remember years ago, and keep an eye on me because I could talk too much, mate. My horangatira, they asked her, what do you fellas do down at that trust over there? What's your core business? And she said this. It was very simple, but I thought it was right on the money. She said, we create places for our people to shine. So with these enterprises, we're taking the gifts, the talents of our people, matching that with making sure whatever we do that is good for the planet and helpful for whānaus, and we bring those things together to be able to create support, whether it's building a tank. We're going into water shortages. It's starting to happen. Back in Moerewa, we used to all have tanks, you know. We used to catch the water. They came for nothing, you know. In the time, these are about innovations that meet the need in our community. We got to have eyes to see what we have. All the time we talk about in the language of deficit, about what we don't have. We got to see what Atua has given us in our own papa whenua. You know, and I'm not going to takahi forestry, but we're learning things from the forestry side of things. You know, our people, when they did the big forestry in Ngāti Hine, they wanted employment, they wanted opportunities for their mokopuna. It didn't work exactly like that. But you know what? If we had just left the whenua, we would have had tea tree, we would have had honey and manuka honey. So it's about us not making mistakes, because actually for innovation to happen, for growth to happen, you have to make your mistakes. The man who never made a mistake never made nothing. And look, there were times, you know what a mistake is? Like just before Christmas, we got it wrong. And having to set 12 people, 12 whānaus just before Christmas, we had to say, we got no more work for next year. You know, I wanted to get on an airplane, shoot over to Australia, because I was feeling so bad. We got this wrong. My horangatira, very wise woman she is, she said, we need to take the learning. We need to understand what happened here. And we sat there within 18 months. The learning was, how did we bring ourselves out of debt? How we did it. How did we have to negotiate with other partners to be able to get work so that we could make that stuff. And then within 18 months, we were back in the black. But that wasn't so much being back in the black. It was the intelligence, the learning, the understanding of what we had to do. So when the next businesses come along, we were able to do better, and we have. I didn't put my hand to go up to business school. I told you I was dyslexic. But when we live in a community like mine, and many of your communities, there are many needs. Can I say this? There are opportunities. And the last thing I want to say about this way of doing economics, let us not be fearful. That's one of the biggest things that has come to me. It was not to be fearful. Oh, because you don't know. Oh, you're a dumb man, you couldn't spell or read. Oh, you're not good enough. Oh, you're not smart enough. Or you don't have this tohu. Now, I've got nothing against tohus or stuff like that. Nothing against that at all. People learn differently. I'm very much a kinesthetic learner, hands-on. And I value anybody's learning process. But in the end, we learn for what? Māori will do. It's not for me so that I can have all this money, live in a mansion. You know, over in Moroa, if I lived in a mansion, they'd be thinking what business I'm into. No, my skill, and this is that business makes all the money. I do not get paid from that business at all, but I use my waha in its role to help grow that business. See, that's a different thinking from the Western world, is that actually I do this so that I can earn. Sometimes the earning for me is that people are employed, that whānau homes are getting insulated, and we're stopping all the diseases that are affecting our young people. That's the win. That's the win. Yeah, I do get paid. I do have a day job even. So that's my kororo whānau. And I came here this afternoon because I wanted to say we got to do this differently. Not talk about it, but do it. What is the difference between Western economics and what we do as Māori economics? There's a difference. The value base that drives us, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. We still got to make those outcomes. We still got to have accountability. But the way and the value and the way we do what we do, he Māori, he whānau. So whānau, that's me wound up, and I'm going to hand over to this. See, this is going to be a tangible thing. One of the things we do, we have these shops that have been incubators, that we allow that place for whānau in our community to start their businesses, and we tautoko. So I'm going to hand over to a lovely lady from Moroa, and she's going to give us one of those other tangible areas. Kia ora tātou.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Excuse me, I've gotten rid of my notes. So, first of all, I hate public speaking, but I did it because Kay Marie asked me to. But I'm here to talk about the Huttese Cafe. So I'm one of 7 sisters that own and operate the Huttese Cafe in Moroa. Our building is owned by Hiwi Kotahi Tātou Trust, and so we did things a little bit back to front. So my whakapapa is 150% Ngāti Hine, so just short, nice and short, 150% Ngāti Hine. And one of my sisters got the opportunity to take over the cafe in Moeroa from a friend of ours, and she came to us and she said, oh look, I think I might run the cafe. And we all went, what are you doing? What are you doing? But then, I guess in terms of saying things that we've done it backwards, we opened up a cafe and now we're learning about economics. Because we opened up a cafe not to make money, unfortunately, which is the wrong business model, but it was our business model. We decided that we love Moeroa. We're born, bred and raised in Moroa, and we're raising our children in Moroa, and we're very proudly and unapologetically Ngāti Hine, and we thought, hang on, yeah, this is a way we can give back. So myself and my 7 sisters, oh no, I've only got 6 sisters, 7 of us, we work in different places. I work in the tertiary education sector for Ngāti Hine. I have a sister who works at the Ngāti Hine Health Trust, the sister that runs a cafe, another sister that works in the cafe, a sister who is a stay-at-home mum, and who have I missed? So yeah, very, very diverse. Our family is very diverse, and we have over 30 children, and we have over 13 mokos now. And it was our way to show our kids, if you have an idea, go for it. If you think it can work, go for it. Even if you think it's going to fail, go for it. Give it a go. And if you're going to give something a go, give it a go where you know you're comfortable. which is what the Huttys Cafe for us is. It's our comfort, it's our hometown. We designed it for our community, and it's just so happened that our success has been built, you know, widely in our region, but the biggest success is that we have our own community, all walks of life from our community, because we're a very diverse community, come into the cafe and enjoy the cafe. And so that's our success, not the money, but thank goodness it makes enough money to stay open, because, you know, that is the bottom line. We want to keep the cafe open, but really it is that. That's our biggest success, and I guess the reason why I agreed to come here and talk about it was to encourage whānau to do that. I mean, these big I tried to put together a PowerPoint, but I didn't get time, and I could have talked with big words and economy, and we're still learning as we're going, but really if you have an idea, go for it. Even if it's not, you know, people are saying you're going to fail. I'm sure there were a lot that said that, but there was more support for us than we thought there would be, and there continues to be more support for us. And it's one way we can support our whānau, it's one way we can support our community and our hapu and our wider whānau. And yeah, we're added to the economics of Moerewa, which we're really, really happy to do. And it pays homage to our whakapapa, what we've learnt growing up. And I truly believe that the best education comes from home. And I'm a testament to that. The Huttys Cafe is a testament to that. It pays homage to our parents, our grandparents. They're displayed in the cafe. And yeah, I think you can go away and you can study. I've been away and done that. But the things I hold dearest to my heart are the things I learnt at home. And that's what the cafe is. We're not a 5-star restaurant, but we're getting there, and I think that's what it is. You can learn as you go. It's fine. You don't have to have all the answers, because we certainly had about 2 answers. One was that we wanted a business in Moerewa, and 2, we wanted to support the sister that wanted to run the cafe in Moerewa, and those were our 2 answers. We've built a lot since then. We opened 5 days before lockdown, which also wasn't easy. So things like that as well, but with the community support and with our whānau support, we've survived it. We've thrived, actually. We've come back even better after COVID. We continue to learn, we continue to serve. And so, yeah, that's our success story. And we make enough money to stay open. Kia ora koutou.
I just had to say one last thing in conjunction with Susie. You know, we used to run, because we wanted businesses in our community, so we used to bring in these business mentors, run those business courses, and the kororo they used to have was location, location, location. So we'd bring them in to run businesses in Moerewa, and they would tell our people, don't set up business in Moerewa. See, that's a different economic framework thinking. Yes, it's been hard to run businesses in Moerewa, but we've had one for 20 years and still going. We've got another one going, an enterprise going, that's still going. That's been going for 4 years. That's partly come through for government contracts, but the other part of it is actually its own private business. So, you know, don't let nobody push you and say you can't do it.
We pai hoki ngā kōrero. Hey, mihi ana matua ngahau. You are on fire, but you're not a fire. Aroha mai, te timatanga. Mihi ana ki a koe, and to our tuahine, mihi ana ki a koe hoki. So we're going to go up to Moerewa's tuakana, up the road. Te pū o te wheke, te kai kohe kohe. I don't know, it might be a little bit biased. I might be the councillor for Kaikohe too at the same time. And I think that bias carries over because we're going to be cutting across to a new Māori business and community hub in Kaikohe, which is called Te Wā Kaikohe, and it's owned by one of my colleagues who also teaches with me at Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Kaikohe, Moana Timoko, and she opened up Te Wā to be a community space, so it hosts Te Wā Hoko Hoko, where our students can sell the things that they create at Kura and make some money It hosts Te Wā Kōrero, where community locals can come together and have a kōrero for the locals to benefit from that knowledge themselves. And we do awesome things at Te Wā there every week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is Te Wā Ako, free tutoring for NCEA students to get them over the line because they were in lockdown for so long and actually weren't at kura. Amazing things, but being hosted at Te Wā Kaikohe today are two amazing community champions for Te Kaikohe Kohe. We've got the brother Joe Hinare tēnā koe, who is going to be talking about community responses to whānau wellbeing for Patu Aotearoa, and we've also got Anna Heremaia, who works for Arco Design. Kia ora, Anna, who's going to talk about social enterprise. Both of these community champions do amazing things in Kaikohe, and I'm lucky enough to actually experience some of those amazing things, but I'll leave more time for them to actually talk about them. Ho mai te paki paki.
Kia ora mai tātou, ko ai au, ko Joe Hinare tōku ingoa, ki taha tōku pāpā, te ori o Ngāti Wai, ki taha tōku māma, no Hokianga, no te hapu o te pōpoto. Kia ora everybody, my name's Joe Hinare. I currently reside in Te Pū o Te Wheke, in the beautiful place of Kaikohe. I run and own and operate. I don't know if I own it. But I have a whare hauora. So for those of you who do not know, Patu Kaikohe is a social enterprise where our outcomes are not monetary based, but based around the well-being of Kaikohe. I started up with my cousin Richie Koroi. He rang me up and he goes, "Oh, cuz, you know, it's one of those funny moments in your life where your cuzzy has one of these ideas and he goes, oh bro, we need to get into social enterprise and we need to uplift our whānau, and you know, and those of you who know my cousin Richie, he's got an awesome way of talking, and so you know he got me in, and we looked at the physical and mental and health well-being of our community, and I started digging into numbers. So in Kaikohe we have around about 7,000 people. 77% of those are Māori, and over half of them are obese. So if you do the quick math, it's about 3,500 people who where obesity and obesity-related diseases affect their everyday lives, and mostly, you know, 8 times out of 10 ends up killing them. For me, I came from big business gyms, so I learnt my craft and learnt everything I needed to know through, you know, high school and university, and then later on went into big corporate gyms. And one day I was there teaching a class, and there was about 109 people in that class, and I was going, wow, this is awesome. Look at it, all the people that I'm helping. Look at them. Yeah, there's John over there, Steve, there goes Shirley, yeah, he's doing awesome. And then I started feeding back into, you know, what was I doing? What am I actually up to? I really wanted to help Māori people to make better health decisions. And so therefore I scanned the room. I go, oh, okay, cool. Let's see how many Māori we have in the room. Had a look, there were 8. So out of 100 people, there was like 8 people. I said, choice, cool. Well, at least I'm helping those 8 people. Oh, how many of them are obese? Oh, 1. So really, out of all those people that I was helping, I was only helping 1 person. And that one Māori person wasn't even from Mairohe, because this was in the city of Hamilton. And then after that class, I took a really hard look at what I wanted to achieve and what I wanted to do. like I said, I was working for big corporate, big gym business, and so I was working for someone else. And like the sister was saying earlier before, you know, when you coming back for tangi all the time, when your kids are sick, you know, that it really makes it hard for your employer to keep employing you, because they don't understand the concept of marae, or they don't understand the concept of tangiana. You know, their concept of tangiana was, you know, turn up on a Sunday for 2 hours and that's it. So we moved home, and like I said, my cousin rang me up and says, "Hey, you know, let's start this thing." And when he said that, I had a really good hard look at the status quo of the exercise industry. So at that point, all it was, hey, you turn up to this place, you pay some money, guy comes, greets you, says, hey, how's it going? What do you want to do? Oh, I want to get fit, I want to lose fat, whatever. And then they go, here's some machines, see you later, all yours. Those gyms were filled with pretty much people who were already fit. There were mirrors, there were flashing lights, loud music, and people in there who were just doing stuff for themselves, by themselves, and it wasn't an environment that appealed to Māori. So therefore, of course we're failing. Of course, if these buildings are not made for Māori or made with Māori whakaaro, then why would Māori even decide to go there? So we decided to flip it on its head, say, well, what do Māori like to do? Well, you know, we like doing stuff as a community, like doing things together. So we decided that, okay, there's going to be no one-on-one, there's going to be no machines. Where whānau are going to come in and we're all going to train together. We started running classes, and those classes started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It got to the point where we would get up to like 3 generations of whānau in the whare. So we'd get, you know, your nannies and koros who would then bring their sons and daughters, who would then bring their kids. So therefore our philosophies had to change around exercise. We had to start thinking that, you know, as a race, as Māori in Pacific Island, you know, certain things come with that, and one is big families, one is kids, and so therefore having rules like, oh, no kids allowed, or, you know, kids can't play with stuff, that's not going to work for us. So our philosophy's changed from, hey, you got to work really, really hard in order to get, you know, strong and that. No, we wiped that, and our first port of call will always be, you just got to move. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care for how long or how that works. You just got to move. I don't care if you turn up and you just walk around and watch everybody for half an hour. At least you're doing something, because in the state of health and well-being at this minute, we're failing. We're absolutely failing. Not because we choose to fail, it's because we just don't have the environment set up that we vibe with, you know. Our whānau are scared to come into these gyms. So one of the big things for us at Patu Kaikohe was to treat it like an urban marae, where not only do we obviously jump up and down like monkeys in a shed, yep, we absolutely do that, but we also do other things. You know, we eat together, we have kaitahi, everybody will bring food. We have sports teams where whānau can create sports teams within the whare, and we go out and do that. We have, like, we don't even have to jump up and down like monkeys in a shed. You know, we meet up every 8 weeks, and we as a whānau, we sit there and say, well, what do you fellas want to do? Sometimes they want to be able to do a mud run. Sometimes they just want to go out and participate in sport, and sometimes they just want to jump up and down like monkeys in a shed. So I guess one of the hardest things in this sort of a journey is because the paradigm of exercise and the way we've structured it is so foreign to people. Like I give it away for dirt cheap because you know the economic structure as it is up north. Like, people don't have money. However, we try and create an environment where people just want to keep coming back and they want to just be with their whānau, and you know, and the byproduct of that is that people get fit and healthy. I just hope that whānau out there, you know, take action. Take action. If you got an idea and you think it's good, then yeah, take action, go and do it. Don't think about it too much because then you'll convince yourself not to do it. Second one is get yourself a team. Surround yourself with people who are going to help you, people who got your back, people who are gonna pump you up. So yeah, that's all really I've got to say. I'm not really into this sort of get in front of the video type thing, but I'm going to hand it over to my mete over here. She's, yeah, so I'll give you. So, kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Just want to check you can all hear us.
Kia ora. Kia ora, mā ia wikini.
Oh, good, kei te whai. Ko Pūhanga Tohora te maunga, ko Mangatawa te awa, ko Pukirata te marae, ko Naitu te aru te hapu, ko Ngāpui te iwi, ko Ana Hiramaya Tukulingua. I'm part of ARCO. ARCO has been based in Kaikohe for around 5 years now. I'm really visual, so to talk about the kaupapa, I'm going to pull up a screen, so just bear with me while I try to do that. Okay. Is that coming up?
Kapua, yeah, we can see that. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So, yeah, like I said, ARCO has been around about 5 years. It was co-founded by people who were in the design and architecture industry and feeling just a little bit deflated at the current state of the industry. I moved home about 5 or 6 years ago to figure out how we can use design to really help our whānau, our tai tamariki and our hapori. ARCO's kaupapa is all around helping our tai tamariki. For us, it's important that our young people are involved in the design of our communities and have a voice in the future of how their communities, how they look, how they feel, and ensuring their voice is heard. You know, give them 10, 15 years, they'll be the ones leading in our communities. So it's really important that they're contributing to that future. So ARCO is both a design and architecture studio, but anytime we get a project, we ensure that we work with the local young people of that community to involve them in the design, but we're also an education program that works with tamariki around design through a Te Ao Māori perspective and mainly working in different schools. These are just some of our programs. Last year we worked with over 2,000 tamariki and community members in the design of their communities. I guess the one thing that I want to kind of pass on from this kōrero, I won't talk too long, but is basically just the importance of engaging our young people in the design of our communities, whether that be an idea, a kaupapa, the way our community works, anything that is an important kaupapa should be involving our local young people. So all I'm going to do is just quickly show some pictures and slides of actually the impact of involving our young people in the design. So this here is a basketball court in Kaikohe. it was driven by the community, driven by our local Tai Tamariki that wanted a space and a place to go shoot hoops. And so we were asked to be involved with that. This design was all created with local Tai Tamariki. This is an aerial looking down on it. So it's, you know, it's unique to our community. It talks of kaikohe, and that's kind of the kind of impact you have from involving our young people in the design of projects. Another kaupapa we were involved with was the design of our petrol station in Kaikohe. It's owned by Ngāpuhi. How can we make something as simple as a petrol station be unique to our community? So we worked with Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Kaikohe to come up with some designs of what does a petrol station or a space that reflects Ngāpuhi look like. So this is just us doing that papamahi with them. So this is just some of the result of that process. This design was all thought up by the Tai Tamariki from the kura. It talks about the maunga of Ngāpuhi. Every maunga of Te Whare Tapua Ngāpuhi features in this space. It talks of how Kaikohe got its name. The Tai Tamariki wanted a space for, it was their idea to have a space for local products to be sold. So that was designed into the space. And those local products are now selling, and it's, you know, feeding back to our community. So supporting our local businesses. The wharepaku that represents being in the Ngāhere, again, all their ideas. All ACO does is bring their ideas to life. Again, this is some of, so we also worked with two of our Tai Tamariki at the kura who were doing their final year mahi toi. So this is some of their work that features and actually helped them achieve their credits. Symphony is now employed by ACO, so it creates opportunities that way, and supporting our next wave of young designers coming up. Bling Bling Toi Marama was a Matariki Light Festival. Again, this has all come from local young people. One of our junior designers kept hearing how our young people felt like Kaikohe was too dark. They didn't feel safe at night. How can we bring more light to our streets of Kaikohe? So over 250 tamariki around Kaikohe, Kaiho and Morewa contributed light art to this festival. By including whānau and tamariki in this project meant that over 3 nights, over 2,000 people walked through the Waharoa. And for Kaikohe, that's big to bring that many people together. So it's, again, just the more you can include Tai Tamariki in the design of anything, there's just so many added benefits. Yeah, it was fun. Everyone went home really messy, so sure we had a few angry parents, but the impact of that was huge. Just quickly, lastly, we were involved with the township designs of 8 communities around Te Tai Tokerau. The Kaikohe one, what came from that and their wants for the streets of Kaikohe and the township design was, we want to make the main street of Kaikohe, we want to reinvigorate it. We're not happy with the kind of current state of some of the buildings, but from an aspirational point of view, we want to see Te Reo Māori everywhere. So ACO took it on themselves to bring those ideas and their visions to life. This is just an example of one of the buildings in Kaikohe. This is working with the kura again around, let's design some large scale installations that talk to what Kaikohe is, and through that process, that creative process, they came up with some what kupu they wanted based on different whakatauki. They decided what they want those graphics to look like and what colours should be featured. Again, some of their creative mahi. And then this is one of the buildings, which is large, it's huge. So we're working on 4 buildings now. Again, North Tech have come in and going to be painting the base of all these buildings. So it's going to be looking pretty bright and colourful. Yeah, so that's all I really want to do is through this kōrero is really just highlight the value of listening to our tai tamariki. What is it that they see for the future, and how can we help them through enterprise, through different kaupapa to bring them to life. Just some other things I wanted to add there was just mahitahi, working together. So if you like the sound of what someone else is doing, go and, support them, awhi them. Working together in the community just strengthens the community. I've heard it mentioned a few times earlier, but the importance of tangible outcomes. You're not always going to know the finished thing when you start, but just start, create some little tangible outcomes, and it can grow from there. And again, I've said it many times, but just listen to tamariki and tai tamariki. And that's basically all I wanted to say. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Homai te whaki. Miharo. Miharo, e mihi ana ki a koe Tuakana Joe and Tuahine Ana. Amazing kaupapa that they're doing for our Māori whānau in the mid-north there. Okay, I've got a couple of prizes. We've got rongoā here, and I've got a couple of pātai. So it will be whoever gets the pātai correct first gets to have this beautiful little rongoā taonga here by Te Q. Oh, kia ora, it's Auntie Nat, who's actually my great auntie because her former husband is my papa's brother. So kia ora Nani, auntie, kia ora. Okay, my first pātai is nice and easy. What is the other name that Kaikohe is known by? Kaikohe. Do you know what? Because I'm unconfrontational and in the future I might want your vote, I'm going to let Kay Marie choose.
Well, I think both of you were correct at the same time, so let's give you one each.
Ka pai, paki mai.
And if the second pātai is, tell us the name of the enterprises that were presented in Kaikohe. Joe represents
Patu, tika.
And you'll win this big prize if you know the second one and the name of... So the name of the second one is...
Ako.
So the two social enterprises that we saw today were... Alright, awesome. And the first one to stand up and say the names of the two that spoke will win this prize. Joe and Anna. Yay!
Homai te paki.
It's lunchtime now, and we are way behind, but that's okay because we will get there. Three things. There are some stalls in this space. We've got Māori Women's Development Inc. We also have Te Ringa Atawhai who run rongoā and a range of different programs for you to consider. We also have Other Journeys, and Amber, who's going to be speaking today, is going to talk about virtual reality. And we also have augmented reality, and we also have virtual reality goggles on the stage there. So I would highly recommend having a look at the future of interactive gaming and have a go because it's amazing. So Mori ora, moko whika tu kakia.
Ka pai, kia inui tātou. E pāhaka painga ngā kai, hei ora ngā tinana, hei ora ngā wairua mātou ariki mahihu ke rito. Āmene. Ka pai, kia mākona.
Okay, you definitely only have 20 minutes for lunch.
I tētahi kai ahuahu pakihi I te tai tokerau ki te whakahou I tana pakihi miere. Wai hoki kua whai pūtea āwhina Blanche Morrow I te tahua ārohea te kāwanatanga. Kia pai ai tana ketu I tēnei mea te biotech. Hei whakamātautau I āna rawa hou ka hokona atu ai ki te marea. Kaya Irena Smith, tēnei pūrongo.
He arahi I te ara ki te oranga ake, te mahi a tēnei wahine toa pakihi.
Create new jobs, create new support networks and using new suppliers here in Taitokerau, so making that real economic circle happen within Taitokerau rather than going outside of ourselves.
Koia te kai whakahaere o kaiora miere, engari nā ngā taumahatanga o tērā rā ngai mahi, kua huri ki te hanga hua ke atu.
Manuka oil is a new humming industry here in Taitokerau, so it's something that we've tried and tested actually over the last 16 years since being in the honey industry, and consistently told that it's we don't have the markers that our international buyers are looking for. So what we're trying to do is establish a point of difference and understand scientifically how we can position ourselves in the export market to bring value to something that we already have here.
Mā te rangahau hoki ka pakari ake ngā mahi nā reira I te whakaaetanga o tana tono pūtea PGF, kua hangaia tēnei whare whakamātautau e ki ana ko te biotech.
I guess anecdotally you always have been told by our ancestors and our tupuna that it is effective for this, but now we're just pairing it with science and actually saying, actually, this is effective, 99.9% effective when we formulate this way. It is 40% effective naturally without any, any other alterations to the ingredient on its own.
Mai ngā wai patuero ki ngā panipani kanohi, kua kitea he painga no nā roto I te whakatipu I tētahi rākau manuka hou.
We did the science on our existing trees here in Taitokerau, and we also did some science on some trees that we planted 18 months ago. So we were able to, I guess, have a wider analytical database to understand where we can extract value from and how we can bring it back together to bring it to a final product.
Ko teke te tuku atu I etahi tauira ki Hapani, mai kore ake hoko atu ki reira. Engari ko te tohu nui I tēnei wā, kua tipu ake anō tētahi kākano pakihi Māori, hei tuku atu ki te ao. Irena Smith, te karere.
Kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō ukai pō, I tangata ai koe, I hari mai a koe, kia ki tō ukai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō ukai pō. Ai, tangata pai a hone, pakari ana te tūmai, ana, tare ana te ao, te hoki mai, te auraki mai, aro ana ia te mana. He ao huri huri, he ao hori hori, tā weko ana, te taura tangata, motu ana te taura karawa. Kia ki tō kai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō kai pō, I tangata ai koe, I hari mai a koe, kia ki tō kai pō, kia hoki ki tō whānau, kia ki tō kai pō. Tu ana, Kimi tikanga hou, e au hori hori, tau e ko ana, te taura tangata, motu ana te taura karawa. Kia mau ki tōu kaipo, kia mau hoki ki tō whānau, kia mau ki tōu kaipo, I tangata i koe, I hari mai a koe. Kia mau ki tōu kaipo, kia mau hoki ki tō whānau, kia mau ki tōu kaipo. Whakakai marihi, awhina mai ana, whakahau mai ana. Ko koe tōku ahine toa, ko koe ana ke ra te wahine. Iaia tōku nākau, tōku tokatsu moana. Ki te ana e koe, he ara whakaatu mai tō aroha. Aha koa tō mamau I au, kai tōku taha koe. Tēnā rā koe, kaore I rā waka, aha koa nā pātari, pau kore ana te aroha. Kore kupu ke atu, ka nui taku aroha. Tēnā rā koe, mohi o mai kore raua e rawaka. Whakatika mai ai koe, tohu tohu mai ai koe. Kia mai ake tōku ahua, ka poro he ana, aki mai ai koe he ana murua. Tēnā kwa inoi moku, tēnā kwa inoi rā moku. Tēnā rā koe, tō manoa nui ke, aroha mai ana koe. Te ana e koe, he ara whakaatu mai tō aroha. Aha koa tō mamau I au, kai tōku taha koe. Tēnā rā koe,
Ui, pēhea te kai, whānau mā?
Ai.
Hara mai ne? Hei, I kawhe hoki a muri mai I te kai? Kai moe ne, aue? Te reka o te kai ko puta a pito nako hio moe I ae nei nā kia kaha mai tātou katoa ne. Tatari ana ki te konui, live stream, rocking and rolling, and we'll get underway. Ka pai, nau mai hoki mai e te whare, nau mai hoki mai e waka whanaunga. Ko te tūmanako I whai waihi koutou I te kāinga ki te kai, ana ko hoki mai ki te mātakitaki ki te wānanga mai, tahi mai ki a mātau I konei I te tauwhanga reipai, I te ahi pūpūrangi, ihenga I te town basin nei ne. Tai hoa nei ka kōrero nei mātau ki wēnei toki, ki wēnei pautoko manawa o whānau ora I te taitokerau nei. Looking at an eye to the future, our whānau ora collective here, and we've got three amazing toki behind me. Matua Jeff Milner, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Ngāti Hine Health Trust, tō mai te pakipaki. And Martin and Janine Kaipo from Te Hauā Whiowhio o Tāngarei Trust, tō mai te pakipaki. And without further ado, I'm going to pass the time over to them to introduce who they are and how they align with this entire kaupapa here. And then following that, we may have some time for discussion. Ka pai? Ka pai.
Kia ora no tātou te whānau, ngā mihi mahana ki a koutou, ko Waiau, ko Jeff Milner tōku ingoa, as Moko said, the Chief Executive of Ngāti Hine Health Trust. Just a little bit about the Tai Tokerau Whānau Ora Collective. I think the collective is one of the best kept secrets in Tai Tokerau, and today is about launching that out on the next evolution of the Whānau Ora journey. I just want to mihi to the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency for supporting this kaupapa, and the Tai Tokerau Whānau Ora Collective in Tai Tokerau is the expression of waka here in Tai Tokerau. So playing on the screen behind me are the 12 members of the Whānau Ora Collective, and many of them will be familiar to you and I across the rohe. So we are present in just about every town and region in Tai Tokerau. From the top, Te Kao, we have Whakawhiti Ora Pai. If we come down from Te Hiku into Kaitaia, we have Te Hiku Hauora, Te Rarawa Angamua, and a new partner that has just joined the Tai Tokerau Whānau Ora Collective is Ngāti Kahu Social and Health Services. If we come over the Mangamoka a little bit, out west we have Hokianga Health. We come into Kai Kohe, we have Te Hauora o Ngāpui and Ngāpui Iwi Social Services. And further out east we have Te Runanga o Whaingaroa, who are resident in the Whānau Ora Collective. If we come into Moeroa, you would have heard from Ngaho Davis earlier on in the kaupapa, and so he iwi ko tahi tātou trust, one of the partners. We head south, we've got Kia ora Ngāti Wai, we've got Te Hauā Whiowhio on my left with Martin and Janine Kaipo, and then we have Ngāti Hine Health Trust. So there are 12 partners in the Whānau Ora Collective of Tai Tokerau. Many of these entities should be familiar to you, and we're on an amazing journey about bringing the kaupapa of Whānau Ora and growing it in Northland. But I'll come back to some of those, some of that kōrero shortly. Kia ora, Janine. Martin.
Kia ora. Kia ora whānau. I was just trying to think, which part could we step in from, and I'm going to go frontline. So frontline is, for us, when Whānau Ora came across, I mean, we all knew it was something that was ours, but when you're working in the industry of services, I think after 30 years, it was the frustration of when was it going to be our time to do what we knew was worked for us, and we had the evidence for it because we were all digging the trenches. So when Whānau Ora, the so-called business contracts came up, straight away, it's just like Ngaho said, opportunity was there. We all knew that this was a vehicle that we could use to capitalise and actually start to have our voice, our whānau voice, and just as practitioners Māori, that we needed something to be heard. We were doing the mahi, but we weren't being heard. So the other thing that it brought about was our whānau. We have so many whānau that have so much talent, and when we would step up to support our own whānau, we were told, you're not qualified, you don't have that, who are you? But we already knew that we were the best fit for that whānau. So whānau ora allowed us to give those bridges and to network with our whanaungas in the motu to strengthen that voice. And I suppose it's just, for me, it's whānau ora is everything in this Māori space, because prior to that we were working isolated, we were backed up, patch protection with my precious, because the contracting does that to you. And we were playing their game, and now we've actually started to restore, repair our relationships with each other. And I'm really passionate about building a Māori workforce. And if it encompasses non-Māori, that's cool, but this is our kaupapa. So if you come into it, this is what you're coming into. And people said, oh, you know, isn't that a little bit kind of biased? I said, nope, we're really clear about that. We're building our specialist team. One of the questions I do have, and I'm interested in some of the who's who in the zoo, so to speak, is that we don't know where a lot of those pipelines and pathways are for our whānau coming up, who are asking us, when I want to do business or if I want to start something, where do we start? Just today I picked up 2 links, 2 hookups. I'd like to see that improve, because we have so many whānau that come through our door with, oh, I have an idea, and because it's not our specialty, we're not sure where the pipeline is so that they can get real support and real information. And with our whānau, they don't want it in a year's time, they want to know now. So, you know, I'm putting that out there too. We can be a pipeline to each other to share that information and share that knowledge in order to grow whānau. So, kia ora.
Kia ora, Janine. As Martin gets ready to add the kupu, one of the questions was, what is the aspiration for the Whānau Ora Collective? We have pretty much the hands and feet of iwi Māori inside the Whānau Ora Collective. We have journeyed over 5 years as to how to work together. Whānau Ora brought providers who the system said to compete against each other around the same table to work together to build trust. We have about 35 people employed across Tai Tokerau within the Whānau Ora Collective, kaupapa only, and our aspiration is to now, over the next little while, is reach out and work closely with our iwi, the trust boards, the runanga, the iwi of the North, to create a commissioning entity for Northland, so that the Crown, in discharging their treaty responsibilities to support a for Māori, by Māori, with Māori approach, can fund one commissioning entity in Northland, driven off the Whānau Ora Collective, and our own can design the services that Janine talked about, and not take services designed and managed by Mainstream. So this is a shout out to the government ministries and departments, as the transformation in Northland, as we want a single commissioning entity to reflect what the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency is doing nationally. Kia ora.
Thank you, Jeff. Great speech. Kia ora tātou, ko Martin Kaipo tōku ingoa, ko ngā te kuri te hapu, te apauri te iwi. I'm going to take the Whānau Ora concept into an economic development perspective. When we talk about economic development from a social, it's based on social responsibility. We talk about social wellness and health and economic development. It all comes along the same base. How do we do that? We do that through good, solid relationships. And in terms of our relationships with ministries and supporting our whānau grow into small business, then we've got to look at the roles and responsibilities of that process. In our relationship with, we've been given the opportunity or gifted with the privilege of redesigning Otangere, an entire village from a whānau order perspective. So what we do is that nothing comes into Otangere unless we have that decision making. That's where Māori are trying to go in terms of that. But you've got to have good relationships. At the same time, the responsibility for us is to make sure we deliver quality service. All our whānau deserve it. My kōrero around that, if our whānau don't get the quality service, then we shouldn't be doing it. Simple as that. So in that relationship with the economic development, also about how do we get investment, because one of the things that we struggle with whānau and from hapori to hapori is that finding solid funding. If we're not relying on the government, where do we go? What happens in that process? Again, there still has to be further conversation with iwi. You know, there's talk about iwi having so much funds, but is that being reinvested in our whānau? This is a question that has to be asked. So there's a whole lot of discussion, and it can and does happen from a collective response to it, to the challenges that we all face. So these are some of the discussions that we, some of us push the fold in, and we've got to push the fold. Otherwise, our whānau are going to continue to become a statistic. So this is where, in terms of the Whānau Order Collective, has allowed us to do, is allowed us to mobilise and have those conversations on behalf of all whānau. But at the same time, it puts a responsibility on us to deliver quality, address the social deprivation of our whānau today. So we're in a good space. In Otangere, we've now expanded our areas from social to employment to health, having our own services. Our focus in our community is to become totally sustainable, where we create our own employment. We've now built our design of papakainga so that councils can look and says, what's the rationale behind it? You know, they talk about it takes that village to raise a child. What we're saying, it takes whānau to nurture that whānau. So that's the whole concept between our thinking around the whānau order space. And again, there's been some challenging for us. There's also been some good journeys and experiences. And the experiences are, in that space, has been the learning from our whānau. We've also got to have the ears to listen to the voices that are being told in stories. Kia ora, Jeff.
Thank you, Martin. And so I'm looking at the Māori Economies Empowering Whānau. The opportunities within the Tai Tokerau Whānau Order Collective is that between the partners, there is significant business in the north. I don't know, $80 to $100 million worth of business per annum, and we would welcome an opportunity to engage in a procurement strategy with Māori entrepreneurs to ensure the maximum amount of funding that predominantly we get from the Crown is able to support emerging businesses. We don't have that as an active strategy currently, but I think that's an opportunity for those in business and aspiring business owners moving forward. And my final comment before handing back to Moko would be, we're also on a journey to deconstruct the current Crown system, to deconstruct it and to learn the lessons of COVID, which was very much about empowering partners like ourselves to get amazing results. We don't want to go back through heading towards Christmas and New Year and suddenly wake up and say, actually, mainstream is the same as it was in January next year as it was prior to COVID. There are lessons to be learned, and one of those lessons is for the Crown to empower Māori to come up with solutions and then stand aside and allow us to deliver for our whānau. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Hoi no tēnei he wāhi mihi ki a koutou kua tai mai ki te haka kanohi i a whānau ora o te tai tokerau nei I tēnei rangi. Thank you so much for coming along. We've very much appreciated and I learned exactly what your collective does and I'm at a local government level and I still didn't even know. So it's awesome that whānau at home and whānau here have actually heard the crux of what you're actually doing in our rohe, and it is truly inspirational. So kia kaha tonu. On your way off the turu wera, the tuahine is going to give you a little package to take with you. Homai anō te piki paki paki.
Actually, whilst we're waiting, we're about to move into our next panel, which is going to talk all about funding opportunities for business. And I just want to acknowledge all of those of you on the Tautoko Taitokero page that actually put forward a range of requests. So today was designed around whānau needs, and funding and opportunities to funding was one of the primary requirements that came from you. So today we're really grateful to be joined by Teresa Tepania Ashton from Māori Women's Development Inc., who are also one of our sponsors. So mai te paki. We also have Missy Armstrong from Potama Trust, and we also have an amazing representative from Northland Inc., who's going to talk to us about the RBP Fund, the Regional Business Partners Fund. So, hara mai e hoa. So I'll get you all comfortable whilst you kind of relax and mix and mingle. Kia ora. Awesome. So you can just take the stage as you wish. Yep, cool. And so, as I was saying earlier, whānau, funding is probably, access to capital is probably one of the most greatest considerations for whānau. Really loving the work that both Potama and Māori Women's Development Inc. have been doing over the last 30 plus years in supporting wahine Māori and their whānau to access capital, as well as this amazing maze called the Regional Business Partners Fund, which we are really deeply advocating for more equitable access for Māori entrepreneurs to get to. And so we'd really love to work in partnership with the RBP Fund to do that. So I'm just going to pass the mic around to each of you to either, would you like to stand up and talk? Or we can just have a couch conversation because we've had such a beautiful kai today. Yeah. Cool. All right, we're going to just chill out on the couch. Kia ora, Missy.
Ai tēnā rā tātou katoa. Tuatahi I mate tētai o tā mātou kahurangi I tērā wiki, ko whaia Kā O'Brien, ko ai te perehitini o mō te rōpu wahine Māori toki te ora, anō rā he tariti mō Māori Women's Development, nō reira haere atu rā te whaia, moi mai. Engari he mihi ana kia tātou I tēnei wā, e orana, anō hoki kia koe whaidruas, ko koe te tiamana o Māori Women's Development I tēnei wā, nō reira he mi kauana kia koe mō tō kaha ki te haere mai, ki te tautoko I tēnei kaupapa, kia ora tātou. So Māori Women's Development was actually established in 1987 as the Māori Women's Development Fund by the Māori Women's Welfare League. And then in 1997 we became Māori Women's Development Inc. And our primary purpose is to awhi and support wahine Māori and their whānau in business. Tānema, that's you in the whānau. It actually means that if you have a wahine who is pivotal in your business, nau mai haere mai ki te kōrero. And as I said, we primarily awhi and tautoko, and we do that in several ways. Tuatahi, we have a loan fund, and we lend up to, for a minimum of 10,000, maximum 50,000, And just last week, the trustees reduced our interest rate from 5% to 3%. Why? Because we want to ensure that wahine Māori and their whānau have equitable access to funding. It does mean that it is a loan, so there is security required, but it just has to be to the value of the loan. And of course, we will work alongside you. So as soon as you're in our pipeline for funding, whether it's now or in 2 years, as long as you've identified that, we will immediately kick in with wraparound support. You get to attend our Hene Boss program. I'm sure many of you have we've had lots of wahine today come up to us say, I've done the Hene Boss program, my cousin has, or my auntie has. So kia ora kia koutou. And it's a 3-day wānanga where we get to really work with you on your business plan. And we've nurtured it and changed it a bit so that we know now that when you've completed those 3 days, you will have completed at least 80% of your business plan. And the balance of what's required is normally that you have to go away and do a bit more research. You definitely have to go away and validate your kaupapa. But really, we are really working hard to ensure that you understand your business. The other way that we support is that we bring in life coaches. Why life coaches? I mean, that is because many of us talk negatively to ourselves. We say we're not good enough. And a life coach will help you overcome those obstacles and help you to really create your own pathway to move forward. We also have business mentors, and they cover things like marketing, retail, anything it is that you need, whether it's insurance advice, compliance advice, administration strategy. We've got wahine who can help you, because all of our specialists are actually wahine already in business. And we also have a number of specialist advisors, and there are accountants and our lawyers. In fact, we even have an IP lawyer, and you get all of that support for free, simply because we know what our vision is. We want you to be successful in business. And really, that's really a wraparound of what we do. Also, just put in a plug for the rangatahi. We also work hard with our rangatahi because we want to aspire rangatahi to be business savvy. They will one day take over our iwi assets. We have to prepare them, and many of the schools don't do that, particularly for our Māori rangatahi. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā rātau te katoa.
That's a bit of a tough act to follow, Teresa. Jeez. Ko Aio, ko Missy Armstrong, tōku ingoa, no Omanaya Hau. I am a business advisor with Potama Trust. So I thought I'd start with a bit of my background. So I heard from the mamas this morning, I've heard from a couple of the other speakers, and I totally understand how difficult it is when you've got a great idea and you want to start up a business. I was that probably 10 years ago. I went into business with my sister-in-law, and we had this great idea to buy a old chipmunks playground because we wanted to raise our babies at work with us, and we wanted to employ our mamas within the community so that they were the most qualified staff that we could find. They all understood kids, and they understood looking after the playground, cleanliness, everything that we needed. So they were awesome. We thought we were going to work part-time, and it was 7 days a week, never ending. It was tough. And trying to get a business loan, we had to put our houses on the line. Banks didn't want to talk to us. We're just two mums. It was really hard. But we were grateful back then. We had TPK helped us with the Māori Business Facilitation Service. That really helped us to set up our business foundations with business plans, our accountants, employment contracts, everything we needed to start business. Unfortunately, there's not that same service available through TPK for those business startups, but if you're wahine, you can go through. These are good partners here. In Northern, we've got Northern Inc. has a really cool startup program there. So what we do with Potama is we don't provide the startup. Potama is a charitable trust that supports established businesses. So I was a Potama Trust applicant, and they helped me to buy a bouncy castle for my playground. So Potama Trust, we're a charitable trust, been going for 30 years. We use the returns on our investments to give back to Māori business, and we do that through our connections, through sharing information, through collabs. We'll bring collaborative organisations together, and we do investment funding. That's what I'll talk about now. So our investment funding, we do a 50-50 investment fund. So you put in 5K and we'll match it with 5K to help you grow your business. You can use it to buy capital, services or expertise. I usually recommend weather-only organisation that will allow you to buy capital. So I usually get you to go to RBP for any service support, but we provide $5,000. We'll co-fund $5,000 to help your business grow. The other fund, which we have just signed off, well, should be signed off now, this week, is the PGF Fund, Māori Business Fund, and that's for upscaling and creating employment. So we have received $5 million from government to help distribute to Māori businesses who can upscale their own businesses and create employment, and it's only to be used in the regions. This fund is just amazing for us for Potama, so we've gone from 5,000, being able to offer 5,000 funding, to now you can apply to us and get anywhere between $20,000 and $100,000. That fund is just going to really help transform these businesses, really help them go up that next level, especially in today's climate when things are so tough. And there's that fear of it taking on more employment. So with the criteria for both the funds, the criteria is you have to be turning over $120,000. You've got to be in business for 1 year. You've got to provide your financial accounts. You've got to provide financial forecasts and tell us how this investment, that pūtea, is going to help your business to grow and create employment. You have to create employment within 6 months of receiving your fund. What else is there? You've got to also provide a business continuity plan. Now, some of these things that we request that you provide is really to help ensure that the funding that's coming from government that we're helping to distribute is going to be a sustainable business. They've already been in the game, you've done the hard yards, you know where you need to invest money into, and you're wanting that support to help you elevate, to help you go to that next phase. So it is government funding, it's taxpayer money, so we want to ensure that any funds that we give out are going to be to create sustainable, help support sustainable business. Some of those things that we require, like the business, the cash flow forecast, the continuity plans, you can get support for that, and we work with our partners at RBP. They help us with that side of things, which Sophie will talk about. But yeah, those are our two funds. So one is 5K, one is 20 to 100K. There is that high criteria, and it is a lot of money. I do get that it is a lot for some businesses starting out, but from our experience, we help around 100 businesses a year, at least, with our funding. 100? Might be more. So there are those businesses, and they're the ones they've done the hard yards, they're creating the employment, and we really want to help them to keep that business going. That's
awesome. Kia ora, everyone. That's pretty massive for Māori business, this amazing grant opportunity. So what we'll do is we'll make sure that the criteria are up on the website, and we'll also put it up on the Tautoko Taitokero page as well, so that you know. And we'll also ask if Missy can do a live with us so that we can talk about this a bit more for whānau that want to just get into it and actually prepare for it. Which leads us really well to Sophie from the Regional Business Partnership Fund through Northland Inc. And again, wonderful to hear partnerships going on between you. So kia ora, Sophie, tell us all about your work.
Kia ora tātou, ko Sophie tōku ingoa. So I am working with Northland Inc., which is the Regional Economic Development Agency for Taitokoro. We have a vision to continue supporting our region, and we want to build jobs increase our GDP for each household and make sure that we are lifting up our whole region economically. So COVID's been a really big distraction this year, and we're talking about recovery. So overall, the support for central government has been delivered through Northland Inc. So normally through the Regional Business Partner Network, it was established in 2011, and it was designed to help businesses grow. We do this by building business owners' capability. It is a 50-50 fund where we co-fund up to $5,000. So we can match a contribution for anyone that needs expert training and coaching. It's to build the capability, it's not to do it for you. So it means that you have an opportunity to build a resilient, sustainable business long term. COVID obviously has come in, and what's happened is we would normally support about 200 businesses in 1 year. This year we've supported that number's about tenfold in 6 months. So we have had a huge demand, and we've been able to meet that. However, with our COVID funding that's now winding down, we're coming to the end of that fund now. So what we have been able to deliver with the COVID funding, it was 100% funding, up to $5,000. And the requirement was really just for any business that had been impacted by the lockdowns that needed to get expert advice and support from a number of any of the registered service providers. So we have our registered service providers that we work with, obviously in Northland, that we like to support our own. And then there have been many, obviously, that also want to work with anyone from around New Zealand too. So it's been really incredible to see the resilience that has not only already existed prior to COVID, but just been reinforced, and that confidence has certainly kind of been available through having access to the funds. During this time though, we've also been working really closely with TPK, and so our Management Capability Development Fund has also been, exposed to 50% more people than ever before. So we've been helping everyone in our region, and we've been supporting, as you can imagine, over 50% of the businesses are based here in Whangarei. However, we've also supported the Far North, and we've had 40% of the businesses that are applying for this funding coming from the Far North. We have a very small amount coming from Kaipara out in Dargaville, so that's about less than 10% that have applied for this funding as well. But we have seen a really good spread across our whole region too. TPK and our Potama partners, we've been working really closely with them because our Māori support is a really key priority and initiative for Northland Inc. We don't have anyone dedicated into the role. We are all responsible to lift business capability for Māori, and we've got 15% of Māori businesses that we've been able to support during this last 6 months alone. So overall, our stats have been phenomenal. We smashed all our KPIs. We are building the resilience in our staff and in our businesses here, and in their staff and in their people, and it's been really encouraging. So the only criteria that we've got to support businesses for the Management Capability Development Fund, which will remain, the COVID fund is finite and it will finish, are that the business is commercially active, that it is we've had support for businesses that are less than 50 FTE, so their staff numbers are less than 50, and that they are obviously, we've been able to help startups as well. So you might not necessarily be ready to be in a commercial environment yet, but you intend to trade in a commercial environment. So we've got overall support systems in place for that too. We've also got the PIC coming up next year for 2021. So this is designed specifically for startups. So it is an incubation program designed to help businesses get their idea from concept through to delivery, which is really exciting. It's a 12-week program and it's free. So this is it's a business ideas competition. So these are some of the things that we're doing. What the Regional Business Partner Network actually initially designed the fund for the management capability, specifically for Māori trusts, was to help build resilience and capability in the governance level for a lot of the Māori protected iwi assets as well. And we're starting to see that really pay off now that they're getting access to expert support and advice too. So it's been really, we're in an honoured and a privileged position to support our local businesses and to actually get in and understand what the challenges are and to remove any barriers to growth with the Regional Business Partner Network. So, kia ora.
Awesome, whānau. So, thank you very much, Teresa from Māori Women's Development Inc. Just hands up, anyone in here know who MWDI are? Or? Oh, good. Oh, that's nice. Cool. Ka pai. And Potama Trust? Yep, excellent. And did anyone know about the Regional Business Partnership Fund? We've got a few in there. That's pretty good. Yeah, so that's really nice. So, whānau, if you're wanting to know more information, we'll make sure that we get that out to you. To you three, thank you so much for all the work that you do to help us grow our businesses. And whānau, I hope that you find that useful to follow up on these funding pots that are available to you. If you want it, you got to get it. It's not going to come to you. Mauri ora kia tātou.
Just one more thing. The TPK, the business advisors at TPK, they do work in this established business space as well. And my recommendation with engaging with TPK is to actually contact them. They've got their website is probably the best way to register, and then they'll have one of their business advisors contact you and in the region. Go to your region. Yep. Go to your region, register on there, and they'll contact you. And then they can discuss with you, as with MSD, there's lots of support out there, but it is complicated. Somebody was talking about it earlier, stay connected. Understanding the business ecosystem is really hard because it changes all the time. Our services change quickly, our funding changes quickly, and that's where our agencies, normally we're just trying to help. If we can't help you, then we'll flick you onto someone that can.
The great thing is that we really do collaborate, and so if we find that we can't offer, we go to Potama and so on and so on. So we really, really do look after your interests and make sure that we're referring to the agencies that can help.
Cool. Hey, look, thank you, whānau. Just want to do another plug for some local businesses. We've got Tutu Kaka Roast. Beautiful. We have a beautiful Maramataka guide sheet from a local Ngāti Hene Toa Hini Hotarine. Oh no, Aroha Mai, this is Tuhi. This is Tuhi. Two other beautiful wahine, one from Ngāpuhi. And then we also have this beautiful diary, ladies. So thank you. Homai te paki paki whānau. I'll give that to you. That's all right. Mwah.
Ka pai ne whānau, ho mai anō te pakipaki ki te taumata māraikura.
All right, now we're moving into the next phase of our session, which is Eye to the Future Rangatahi panel. Whilst I'm inviting our Rangatahi panel to come down and join us, I'm just going to play a video, just try and get that set up for us in the background, for us to really highlight some of the cool local whāngarei businesses that are doing amazing work. Oh, look, and here's some cool feedback from the Slido, because we've been talking about Slido all day. And this will be nice for our whānau order team. We're asking, well, what does whānau order mean to you? So cool. So anyone that wants to keep feeding into that, we'll keep this open for at least the next week for you to share your whakaaro. Awesome. So hopefully our team at the back will be okay to put a video on. I'm just going to invite our whānau. Kia ora, Alex. Yeah, cool. Mahira. Cool. Shanice, yay. Hi, Minnie. So whānau, we're hurtling towards the end today because it's been a super big day. And again, today we've heard about our past, we've heard about our present, and now here is an opportunity for our amazing young people to talk about the future. And who best to say that than this amazing group of 4 stunning under 30-year-olds. Happy to introduce my friend Alex Pivac, The kaupapa that she's going to speak about today is Mauri and the moana, because I think that when we think about the economy, we might be just thinking about certain things, but what might that economic development look like in regards to our relationship to Tangaroa and the sea. And then beside her we have Mahira Maihi. Mahira is going to talk a bit, I hope today, about gross national happiness, a different kind of metric to help us assess how can we look at the economy in a completely different way. So Mahira's going to talk a bit about that, and then she's also going to showcase her amazing new trust. And we've got some whānau there rocking these cool t-shirts called Mate Huruhuru. So we're going to hear a bit about the Mate Huruhuru kaupapa. Beside her we have Shanice Joyce, who is a representative of the Prince's Trust. You may see her beaming in nearly every week on the Tautoko Taitokero page, where she is interviewing amazing rangatahi leaders and does a really cool session called Whakawhanaungatanga Fridays, which is where people are coming together to connect and link up. And then finally we have the stunning Minnie May. You see all these gifts that we've all been exposed to today. It was actually Minnie May and her creativity that curates, pulls it all together, and also runs the e-commerce part of Inno Native. So you're going to hear a bit about her story soon. So Mauri ora kia koutou. Firstly, I believe Shanice, you're up first.
Wow, so me first, right. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Shanice Joyce taku ingoa, no taku era ahau. Ko Ngāpuhi me Ngāti Whātua Ngā Iwi. Kia ora koutou. Ko Shanice Joyce. So my name is Shanice Joyce. I am 26 years old. I am a multi-entrepreneur. So I have several businesses, 5 limited businesses, 2 social enterprises. But more recently, as Kay said, I've been brought on to the Prince's Trust, which was established here 18 months ago in New Zealand. And I work with them as the kaiawhina facilitator or co-facilitator with others, and more recently the sort of lead in a program called Whanaunga Fridays, which Kay mentioned, where we bring inspiring leaders into a kōrero conversation on Zoom weekly. So a little bit about me, I guess. I started in the program as a rangatahi last year in Paihia in November, and then quite recently, due to COVID, like many others, was looking for other employment. So my employer sort of made me redundant at the time, and I reached out to the contacts that I had, and the Prince's Trust was one of those contacts that I had made connections with. And so they brought me on in May as a facilitator for the Enterprise Program, which is a program that we run now online, but beforehand it was face-to-face. And so it's for 18 to 30-year-olds that are interested in business, and it's a free course that we provide, and we talk about their ideas, developing their ideas, and how they might be able to bring those ideas into fruition. So from the concept of a business plan through to being able to talk about and pitch your business idea, and then later on partnering them with mentors. So I started with them sort of on a temporary contract in May, and then just recently, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, came on permanent full-time. So yeah, I guess I'm a bit of a success story when it comes to COVID-19. Everyone seems to be losing their jobs, and I was one of those lucky people who was able to find a new one in an area that I'm passionate about. So yeah, we sort of work with rangatahi across Aotearoa to try and ignite their passions. And it's been a really interesting process. Last year when I completed part of the program in November, I was also fortunate enough to meet Prince Charles himself when he was here on the royal visit in Paihia. And I also spoke to him about a program that I wanted to run. So I'm proud to say in 13 weeks I'll be delivering a rangatahi program here in Northland, in Kaipara and Whangarei, to encourage our rangatahi to reintegrate with te ao Māori, learn about their whakapapa, tikanga of the marae and the kawa, but also reconnection. So I'm really proud to be talking about that and to be able to say that that's something I brought into fruition with the Prince's Trust, and in 13 weeks in January of this year we'll be able to bring to fruition and do that with 40 rangatahi. So I've been really excited with that. So yeah, that's me talking about the enterprise program, I guess. We are still currently looking for partners or those that are interested in working with the Prince's Trust. So if you have rangatahi, or there's rangatahi out there on the live stream that are aged 18 to 30, possibly don't know even if business is something that they're interested in doing, I encourage them to get in touch with us, to call me, the kaiawhina, who will be either texting or calling you back, and to have a kōrero about if it's a possibility. No idea is too small, and we want to encourage rangatahi to go with their passion. So if there's something that they're passionate about, to be able to talk to that and to say that they are able to do those things, and that it's okay if they're a little bit nervous about it, we're there to help them through. Next week, our team will be meeting with roughly about 30 mentors in Auckland and Tāmaki Makaurau to do some training. And then the rangatahi that we have already previously had come through our program will be matched with those mentors in a year to 2 year mentor program, where they'll be able to ask questions to their mentors and have monthly support. And then hopefully next year we're looking at seed funding. So that's the third pillar that we'll be bringing to fruition next year, where we'll be able to have rangatahi pitch their ideas or their programs to us, and hopefully we can provide them with some sort of seed funding so that they can go out there and trial and test or pilot their ideas. So it's been a bit of a learning curve, and everyone is always talking about the word pivot. So we definitely have pivoted over the period, and we're just moving now offline and into some face-to-face engagement. So we're hoping within the next few weeks that we do a face-to-face, we'll come back into face-to-face delivery, but we have been delivering online since May. And that's been an opportunity for us as well to learn, but also for us to connect rangatahi all over the country. So we've had people zooming in from Kaitaia through to Whangarei, all the way down to Ōtautahi in Christchurch. So it's also expanded our reach and been able to connect rangatahi to each other. So if they do go into these spaces, they've got people, or they know people in those areas. And so, yeah, lastly, the other thing with Whanaunga Fridays was that we spoke to rangatahi and we asked them what they needed. And COVID's been very hard on everyone, and they've all, everyone's been unsure about what they were going to do for their future. So when we spoke to rangatahi, they said two things. They wanted inspiration and they wanted a way to connect to people, because there's not a lot of these summits happening anymore and everything's going online. And they can't, a lot of the rangatahi said they can't find a way to be able to contact people of inspiration or people that they want to, or they believe that they might have been able to be in contact with at these other summits. So Whanaunga Fridays is about doing that. It's about bringing the rangatahi and these sorts of people together. And so every Friday at 3:30 to 4:30 we have a free Zoom call with rangatahi all over the country and whānau, because we know that it's inclusive and that we have to be inclusive of the rest of the whānau. So we invite everyone to come along and to zoom in and speak to some of our speakers. We've had Ming Foon, we've had a girl, Naya Williams, who's a part of Māori Kākahu. Just last week we had Sunny Ngātai, and Hemi Kelly, and we've had so many more that are lined up. So it's all about engaging, connecting, and finding a way through the future together. So yeah, ngā mihi whānau.
I'm just going to stand up, whānau. Testing. Oh, well. Kia ora koutou. Ko mahira mai he tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no Ngāpuhi, i te tau tōku pāpā, no Ngāti Whātua, i te tau tōku mama. I am very, very happy to be here, and I just want to firstly shout out to my whānau for coming out tonight, or today. I am privileged to hail from a large whānau, 7 sisters and 3 brothers. So we're pretty much a hapu of our own. And being a millennial and also being Ngāpuhi, I'm just going to go straight to it. So I'm going to go to my call to action, and I have 2. So my first call to action actually is for all of our Māori whānau, and that's to get out there and vote so that we've got more Māori in Parliament. It's very important that we do that, and that's something that I also encourage our young people to do, who I work with quite regularly. So that's my first call to action. And then my second call to action on the back of that is that when we elect you into these positions, Māori Mā, to represent us, we want you to change the way that we measure the economy. Currently, we measure it using GDP, which is, as you know, a westernised tool. We used it during the Second World War to count the rations, but we know it's not sustainable for Māori, right? And so Bhutan, they derived a tool themselves, and you might have heard of it. It's called the Gross National Happiness Index, and it measures the happiness and the well-being of the people. How beautiful would that be if we start re-looking at the way that we measure the economy and financial performance, but rather measure the happiness of our people? In about 1995, Dr. Ronald Coleman, he created this other model, and it's called the Genuine Progress Indicator. And basically, that model looks at not only the well-being of the people, but also the well-being of Papatūānuku. And this looks at water pollution, noise pollution, air pollution. It also looks at climate change. So there's 3 factors in this model, in this particular model, the GPI model: environment, social, and economic. So Māori Mā, when we elect you into these positions, you've got 3 years to convince the government that we want out with the GDP and we want in with either a GPI, or even better, if we can put money back into our people, because then maybe we can actually design our own model, a Māori model. Maybe there's already a model out there. I know Dr. Whatarangi Winiata, I know he was looking into one, but he just ran out of time and ran out of money, so I don't think that was completed. But how beautiful would that be if we actually changed the way we looked at the value of the economy and introduced happiness and well-being of our people in Papatūānuku? Koina, I'll leave that kōrero there. Yes, so Mā Te Huruhuru, ka rere te manu, is a whakatauki that our company is guided by, and that basically, as you know, with the adorned feathers, the bird will fly. The bird being the rangatahi, and the feather, all of the life, social, and cultural skills that one needs to be strong, to fly independently out into the world, out from their nest, from their mums and their dads, to be contributing members of their hapu and their iwi. Unfortunately, my grandparents moved out of Kaikohe, where we're from, and into Auckland in the urban drift movement. So we were raised in Manirewa for most of our lives in Auckland. We're urban Māori. And I'm not going to be ashamed of that, because that's what shaped our culture. Otara was our breeding, our stomping grounds, and my dad was in the Stormtroopers for a very long time. So we've got that life experience where we come from Struggle Street. However, I wasn't going to let that define me, and so we created. When I say we, I do mean I, but we created an organisation. That's what we do. We're a collective. We don't talk about how sweet our kumara is, but we created Mā Te Huru Huru because, again, as millennials, as young people, we're not going to wait. We're not going to wait any longer, and we're going to mobilize. And a lot of us do. And my sisters here on the couch here, they've got beautiful stories to show about how they're mobilizing, and probably everyone in this room actually have mobilized in some sort of way. But Mā Te Huru Huru basically is a youth organisation in South Auckland with 100% Māori staff who work with young people, at-risk young people in care, and we help them to break the cycle. If I could break the cycle and get out of it, then obviously I've got a bit of a formula, a bit of a method, and that's what I want to share with all of my young people. And that's what I'm going to do, and that's what I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life. I feel like I've found my purpose in life. I love it. I love what I do, and I'm going to continue to do that. So we work with young people from the age of 7, sadly, to 18, and then 20, if they've got the resources to come, to help them to break the cycle themselves. And as you know, in Tāmaki, there's our largest population of Ngāpuhi whānau there. And the largest portion of young people in care in Tāmaki are also Ngāpuhi, sadly. So we reach out to those whānau, we bring them in. I hired my cousins and my family. Yep, they also are care experienced, but they've got an educator, so we've got counsellors, we've got youth workers, social workers, admin, and we work alongside those young people to provide counselling for them, to provide one-on-one coaching for them. And a really cool program that we've just created is a clothing enterprise program where the young person will come in and maybe they've been out of school for 2 years, or they've got learning difficulties, or whatever it is. They're going to be the cohort of young people who fall through the gaps, who aren't good enough for other people to pick up, or who just don't have an opportunity. So we work with them to teach them graphic design, to teach them how to use vinyl printers, screen printers, so they can create their own clothing enterprise, their clothing line, and then put them on Shopify. So we teach them how to use e-commerce, help them to get a bank account, help them pretty much with the work readiness stuff, and then they can sell their t-shirts online. So we've already got young people. My youngest young person there is 9, and she's got a hard upbringing. I thought I had it hard, but not as hard as her. So, and she says things to me like, "Ma, can I really do this? Can I be my own boss?" I said, "Of course you can, Sky. You can be whatever you want to be." And she's like, "Well, people work for me." And I'm like, "Yeah, of course they will. She's like, but I'm only 9. Doesn't matter how old you are. You're so great and you're amazing. And we're gonna get through this together." So she's created her line, and her line is available on Shopify right now. I'll leave the link with Kay Marie so you guys can go on and buy her shirts. And then from that, she says, "Oh, Ma, I also want to make tattoo stickers." And that might be small to somebody, but that's her dream. And if that's what she wants to do, then let's go with that. So the enterprise program that we run at Mā Te Huru Huru starts as a clothing line, but then it kind of branches on to the wilder streams. And then we provide pastoral care support for these young people. And basically we want to break the cycle. You don't have to, your dad might have been in the Stormtroopers, your dad might have been in the Black Power or the mongrel mobs, but that doesn't need to be your future. And I'll show you, just let's go together. So that's Mā Te Huru Huru, and if you see... If you see our young people walking around and they've got that shirt on, just stop and give them a little mihi, because it'll mean a lot to them. They've come all the way from Auckland. I asked them to come with me today, and without hesitation, we're there, Ma, we've got your back, we're going to come. This is their first time, some of them, ever leaving past the Harbour Bridge. So it's a really big deal for them. And I'm just very proud of them. So my whānau out there, thank you very much for coming. I'm very, very proud of you. Ai, nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou, mō ngā whakahirehira kōrero o tēnei wā. Ko Alex Pivac tōku ingoa, he uri o Ngāti Whātua, Ngāti Wai me te Raroa hau. Such an amazing story, both of you so far, and I'm sure yours is equally as amazing. I'm very humbled to be here with a panel of such amazing young women today. And Kay Marie did ask me to talk about the Māori of the moana and what to think of in terms of business enterprise, and that's such a huge thing. I could probably talk for ages on it, but full disclosure, I don't necessarily personally believe that Māori can be measured. It's something that I guess as Māori we recognise the Māori of an entity, whether that's the moana or the whenua, the taiao. So I guess it's an intrinsic understanding of ours, whether, you know, the health of our water systems and of the moana in particular today. It's intangible, and it's spiritual, and it's also tangible. It's all those environmental triggers that we are aware of in terms of the moana, the health of the moana. What I guess in business we often become detached from is how our operations are impacting the moana and how the moana are impacting our operations. And I guess unless you're in sort of aquaculture or fisheries or something that's directly working with tangaroa, it is kind of hard to keep in mind when you are going to the office every day. So I guess in terms of the moana in business, we could probably understand that in terms of climate change, and we understand that carbon, the carbon emissions are increasing over time, and with all of the businesses, we're burning coal, we're dredging harbours, we're doing all of these sorts of things, and we are seeing more and more of the impacts. We're seeing extreme weather events, we're seeing erosion, we know that Māori are disproportionately affected, and our communities are vulnerable to these sorts of impacts of the whenua. When it comes to the moana, we've got sea temperature rise. With the sea temperature rise, the moana takes up to 90% of the heat from the land. From anthropological impacts, the moana has to deal with 90% of that heat. So it's taking in the heat, and the sea temperatures are increasing, and that might kind of feel cool when you're going for a swim in October and it's not so freezing. What that impacts the organisms that live in there, it's impacting their ability to spawn, because a lot of them have that temperature change as a trigger for when they need to spawn, which for Māori that's changing when our tohu are appearing, right? So our tohu are starting to appear at different times of the year. The migration of the organisms, our tuna, our whales, our dolphins, those patterns are changing as well. Our tuna are changing where their migratory waterways are, and so that's just sea temperature rise. And then we've got ocean acidification, which directly impacts the organisms that rely on calcium carbonate, and then we have the changing of weather patterns and the changing of the behaviour of the moana, which is directly impacting those communities that are low-lying, that are close to our coastal communities, which, as Māori, that's kind of where we settled, because that was where it made sense to be. So for our heritage, for our wahi tapu, for our mahinga kai, for our urupa that are close to those waterways, that's directly impacting us and our stories and our history, because the coastlines are changing. We don't know whether those urupa, you know, there's a hapuru down south, and I can't remember who they are, but they've recently had to dig up their own tupuna away from the awa because the awa was eroding their urupa. And that's going to be a reality for our people over the next, you know, foreseeable future. For iwi organisations, and I work for one at the moment, it's sort of our job, I feel it's our obligation to be preparing our people in creating those climate change response plans and ensuring that there's resilience. And my ask of people who are in business, whether you're a small business, medium or large, when you're looking at your business continuity plans, is try to understand your vulnerability around climate change, around the moana, around your carbon emissions footprints. And all of this stuff is really, really technical, and I understand it, but there are heaps of resources online. I will give Kay Marie my email and you can email me. I say this reluctantly. But this stuff's important. This stuff's important for us to have resilience around climate change. Like, we've had to pivot for COVID-19, right? We may need to pivot for something else that we're not sure of, but when it comes to the environment, we can predict some of the things. There's science that tells us what may or may not happen. So there's, my one ask is around climate change resilience and ensuring that your business has an idea of a plan of what that might look like for you. My second ask is that you try to understand the impact that you're having on climate change. And so when it comes to your carbon footprint, understanding your direct impact, whether you're traveling a lot, whether what products or services that you're providing, whether they are emitting a lot of carbon, consider offsetting, and offsetting might just be planting a kōwhai tree in your backyard. You know, all that sort of stuff does help. So those would be my two asks. Huge take whānau. We've had the Atmosphere and Climate Change report come out from the Ministry of Environment today, and things aren't looking amazing. I hate to, after all this inspiring korero, here I come along and kind of be the reality check of the day. Things aren't looking amazing, but we still have time. And so, yeah, and so that's kind of what I'm here to promote, is to promote careful consideration on your business operations and of climate change on your business operations, and all of the ongoing issues that are coming up with us, and because it's going to come back to us as Māori. We go back to the marae and we want to manaki our whānau, our manuhiri, and we can't harvest, or we can't, you know, gather, and so it's a circle. It's an ecosystem, and I really genuinely believe that Indigenous thought is the answer to climate change, but it's going to take a lot of mahi, and I know that, you know, from the people that we have here today, from the people that we've seen, that everyone is up for it. So yeah, so my ask is climate change response in your business continuity planning and considering your impact of your business, and my offer is to support you through that, and I will give Kay Marie my email, and we'll figure something out. So kia ora tātou.
And with the GPI, we'd be able to measure all of that, you know, and it'll be the government's responsibility to make sure climate change is measured. Yeah. Kia ora. Unlike my mum, Raywin, who spoke earlier, I am not a public speaker at all, but I'm going to give it a try. Unfortunately, I don't think our video is able to play, so I'm not sure what happened there, but it's but I'll talk about what I'm here for anyway. So I'm here on behalf of the Inner Native economy, and we started from holding an annual Inner Native market where we hold stalls for Māori or Indigenous
businesses, and also we had services, and we had makeup artists, tāmoko artist, hairstylist, all come to this one market for one day, once a year, and it was located just outside here on the Hatia Loop. From that, we ended up choosing. Our location is just behind the theatre, all these buildings behind us, and the inner-native economy. We had a co-sharing space in one of the buildings behind us, and in one of those spaces we had an empty office, which happened to be one of the fronting rooms, and it was previously a shop. So we thought, why not bring all these small businesses together and create one space where we can co-share and co-create and sell on behalf of many different businesses. So we just closed our doors last week, so we can renovate, refurnish, and get ready for summer and the festive season, which is kind of our peak season. So this will be our third year opening for over summer, and we normally open up during October to March. Through winter we tend to die down, fizzle down a bit, and then that's when we kind of plan the market and things like that. During COVID, obviously everyone was in lockdown, and after COVID we were closed, but we seen a lot of demand, and a lot of our suppliers had emailed into us asking, hey, I've been making this over the lockdown. We were getting emails and all over the place from our stockists and new stockists wanting to see if we would hold their stock during our close down period. So we thought, come, bring your stuff in, and we will do our best. The store, if you've been to our store, it's literally just right outside, so it's a hard location. We're not in town. You only see it if you're coming by or you know of the store. That's why we don't normally open during winter. However, we decided to, everything was going online after COVID. Online stores were popping up here and there, and everyone was selling on Facebook and things like that. So we thought, why not try build an e-commerce store? So that's what the video unfortunately was about. But we currently stock, I think, maybe 40 to 50 businesses through our online store, and that's purely because we sell certain products through our online store, ones that are easy to ship. We do pickups, but we tend to, for the online store, it's easy to ship, fast to ship. So we've sold well over 100 parcels just in the last few weeks and months since we actually relaunched the store. So that's actually where we have been gaining majority of our sales through our online store. And this is not for our gain at all. This all goes back into our people, our community, our local businesses, which puts bread and butter for them. This is, some of these businesses, they come in and they're young mums. They don't have a day-to-day job. They're at home with their babies, and they're making things. They're making product. They're making balms. Some of them are sewing bibs and clothing and kakahu, and we just hold the space where they can come in and sell through our store. So now this is the exciting bit. No, so in 2 weeks, on the 28th of October, we are relaunching our store. We currently on our books at the moment, we've just got over 120 businesses, Māori businesses, stocking in our store. Majority are new suppliers, everything ranging from art, taonga, kakahu. We've got pets and some kuri balms, and you know, the products are endless, you know, and we literally have businesses, and they're young girls, so they're literally young girls and young boys down to the ages of like 8 making things. So one of the things that have just come in, she's drawn on rocks. They're rocks, but it's the noughts and crosses, and she's sewn her own board, and then she's painted on the rocks the noughts and the crosses, and it's simple things like that. Those go for $5. And then, you know, over Christmas, you know, I'm sure everyone will be buying for them for their peppies. We've got, I remember our first year we had the string. You know, there's a string game. We've got Brako. So the options are endless. And what I'm trying to say is, if you've got a business, if you've got, you know, you're thinking of making a product or anything, you know, start out with us. We're small as well. Start with us. We don't hold hundreds and hundreds. We're all about authentic, locally handmade products with a native twist. And I'm rambling, so I don't know. I didn't even read my notes, but I think that's me. So.
Well, whānau, with an eye to the future, are we not inspired by these amazing rangatahi and the vision that they have in regards to measuring ourselves in a different way through our happiness and our joy? What would that be like for the Tai Tokerau economy? What would it be like if we could train more rangatahi to be hustlers and entrepreneurs in a way that suits us as Māori? How amazing would that be? But we must also be conscious of the moana and the impact that our everyday activity has on Tangaroa and the oceans around us. So how can we also operate in this world and be environmentally conscious? And then, hey, look, all of you amazing makers, creators, InnoNative is an excellent store for you and your whānau to consider putting your products and services through. So whānau, homai te paki, mauri ora kia koutou.
Mauri ora, ka pai. We mini made for someone who doesn't like public speaking. You got it, girl, ka pai. All right, whānau, kia mau, kia u. If you're from Hokianga, from the West Coast like me, today in my maramataka it's Motu Whenua, so the energy's starting to go down. But you East Coasters are still on all Māori, so everyone peppy in here must be from the east side. We have 3 more kaupapa whānau. So without further ado, we'll go straight over to my tuakana who I see waiting in the wings. Here to talk about the support available to whānau from the Ministry of Social Development, Te Manatu Hakahiato Ora, homai te piki paki kia Eru Linden.
Kia ora tātou. Can I just firstly acknowledge what an amazing event this is. I think we need more of them up here. And I understand this came together in a short space of time as well. So just to all the people that have tautoko'd it, and it's also great to see that it's being recorded as well for posterity, I think is the term. Anyway, it's late in the day, and I'm digressing. So I'll just start by introducing myself through my pepeha. Ko Maunga Manaia Tārihu, e mihi ana ki te rangi, e mihi ana ki te whenua, e mihi ana ki ngā tāngata katoa. I start with that whakatauki because Maunga Manaia is the place that I've chosen to call my tūranga wāwai today. It's also a tūpuna maunga, and it also draws together my whakapapa on both my mother and father's side. So as you all know, on my father's side, we're Te Orewai and Ngāti Hine, and on my mother's side, from Ngāti Wai, basically up to Whangaroa and then over to the Hokianga is where my mother's from. And I recount those whakapapa connections through the names of my sons. Manaia, to acknowledge the ancestry of my mother, and Kawati, or Te Ringi Taimana o Kawati, acknowledging that story where Kawati and Te Whirowhiro encountered each other up at Waiomiu. So that's my son, and it speaks to my whakapapa. The reason I start there is because what I've heard today from our Hunga Taiohi, and I look around and I see all my whaia, kaumātua kuia, tēnā koutou katoa. I understand that we are stewarding the mahi of our mātua tūpuna, and I'm fortunate enough to have led the Ministry of Social Development for the last 8 years, and more recently have been appointed as the first Regional Public Service Lead for Te Tai Tokerau, which is a new role established by the State Services Commission to convene government agencies around key kaupapa. So to give you an example of that, housing is something that I'm sure is dear to your heart as it is to mine. So that's one of the things that I'm very focused on at this stage. What I'm going to talk about today is mostly to do with MSD and the mahi that we've been doing. But before I outline that to you, I do want to mihi to you as whānau. Coming into this ui today, seeing so many familiar faces, whether it's the partnerships that we've put together through the work at MSD, or whether it's through the whanaungatanga that is the thread that weaves through time and space to connect us. And with that in mind, I want to acknowledge those that have departed, our departed whanaunga, and bid them farewell thrice times. But I'd also like to acknowledge Rob Cooper, who was instrumental in the development of Whānau Ora, and for the role that he played in the roles that I have today. It was actually Rob that shoulder tapped me and said, "Hey boy, we're looking for this person up in Te Tai Tokerau, would you like to come home?" At the time I was working at Ngāti Whātua Ki Ōrākei and in a Whānau Ora related role. So today's a bit of a coming full circle for me. But I know it's late in the day and I'm standing between you and a ngāhau apparently. So I'm going to get to the pūtake of my kōrero. And just to give you a quick outline of what I'm going to talk about, I'll talk to you about MSD's new corporate strategy. I'll talk about the ways we're using kaupapa-based models of development, and importantly, how we've used kaupapa-based models alongside many of you when we were tested to ensure our whānau were supported through the initial COVID level 4 lockdown. And the reason for that is it's one thing to talk about things in good times and point to how awesome we are, but it's another when you're up against it and you can demonstrate that you walk the talk, so to speak, and a pono and tika. So I've got, here we go, we've got a presentation here. For the first time, and the Ministry of Social Development's had many guises. Department of Social Welfare was a former guise, and I'm pleased to say that Te Pai Tawhiti and Te Pai Tata are the two organisational strategies for the Ministry of Social Development. They're not a strategy off to the side for our whānau, they are the corporate strategy. And within those strategies, there are three key shifts that we're looking to make. One is around mana manaki, which is really about being tangata-centred or whānau-centred. The other one's kotahitanga, and that's about how we work with many of you in the roles and organisations that you hold. And the other one's kia takatū tātou, which is about looking beyond just the social indicators, but starting to look at how MSD can support whānau, hapu, iwi development in the economic sector. I'd also just point out that we're also building our own internal capability, and many of our whanaunga will know Marama Edwards, who's now the DCE Māori. She also manages a few other things, but it's nice to have a clear leader who has a focus at a corporate level to drive this out as well. You'll also know our Chief Executive as well, Debbie Power, who hails from up here as well, so that's also helpful for us up home here as well. Here locally, obviously, some of the case studies I'm going to share with you will point to how some of the experiences that I've had and mātauranga that I hold are weaved through the mahi that I'll talk about. But there is a team, and I'll talk about them shortly, but I would acknowledge that we also locally have a new Māori relationships manager, Annie Pittman, who many of you will know. So she's joined the team and will help with a lot of the mahi that I'll talk to. So what is the point of all of this? For me, this is about Māori succeeding as Māori. So, you know, I've just given you the corporate strategy, but what are we actually looking to do here? What do we mean? For me, it's Māori succeeding as Māori. This whanaunga of ours in the centre of the picture, you'll hear from him a little bit later, but he was the winner of our He Pautama Tai Tamariki Youth Employee of the Year Award, which is something that we've done at MSD to support the Northland Business Excellence Awards, because really what we're wanting to do is normalise Māori success. And being a part of kaupapa like this today, but also mainstream kaupapa, where we can start to share with our tauiwi whanaunga that you can succeed as Māori on any stage. The first case study that I'll talk about is a program called He Pautama Tai Tamariki. And I just want to acknowledge Jodie Hayward, who's here with us today, who was instrumental in seeding this kaupapa. When we first started, you've got to understand that most of you will understand the way that government departments work. Often policy set in Wellington, and to this day I still bump into people who's, even in relation to the last COVID lockdown in Auckland, someone mentioned that Wellington makes the rules and we implement them. As you all know, I'm a proud Ngāpuhi and a proud many things up here, and we don't really play that well that way. This was our starting point for He Pautama Tai Tamariki. It was about having aspiration for our young people. And the reason we focused on our young people is because it's something that's dear to all of our hearts. It's something that people talked about. When you're trying to drive change, it's often good to have something that you can point to say, well, that was the elephant in the room and we knocked that one off. So if we can do that there, then what else can we do? So that's really what this first case study is about. This was our context, and it still largely is. It's based on 2018 census data, but let's not get caught up in the in kind of the numbers yet. So that was what we were facing at the time. 77% of young people on a benefit at the time were Māori youth, and that number is still too high, but you'll note as I step you through this, we do have some green shoots. I don't know how easy that is for you to see, but just to give you you can see the map there. Northland used to look like the coast, and you'll see that we're getting lighter there in terms of, and what that's signalling is that we're improving as a region. So one of the things when I first started in my role in 2013 was we had the highest rates of unemployment, Māori unemployment, youth unemployment, all those things. The nice thing now is we don't hold those titles. We do have a few that I'm still unhappy about, but that's another kōrero. But when it comes to our NEET, which is a government term for young people not in education, employment or training, you can see that that bottom graph, and this is getting a bit harder. I hope you guys can see it, but I'll see if this pointer works. So at this point in time, we were up above 20% in terms of our NEET rate, and you can see that we've had a 10% reduction over the last couple of years. So that's quite significant. For those of you that are economically minded or statistically minded, if you were investing in something, if you could get a 10% return or a 10% improvement in something, that's a really stellar result. So we had the aspiration, we're tracking it, it's impacting. What's making the difference? What's making the difference is the fact that He Pautama Tai Tamariki wasn't developed nationally, it was developed locally. It was based on Māori models of development, in particular Te Whare Tapawhā, Te Wheke, those sorts of models. The program is unique in that it starts from the aspirations of the Tai Tamariki rather than the Tai Tamariki have to fit into the program. And for those of you who are, and I know you're all well versed in whānau-centred services, you know that's the key. And it draws on what MSD is good at and what we're not good at. So, and it pairs it with what our partners are good at. And what MSD is good at is we're good at big stuff. So we're good at doing stuff at scale. And we've got information systems, and we've got good people who are very experienced at putting together things. But where we partner is around the nuances in terms of people who are closer to the whānau. And you'll hear from one of the service providers that we work with. So here's a quick clip so you can hear from some other people. Don't take it from me, take it from some of these people. And you'll note some of them are our whanaunga as well. Oh. So how do we get that one going?
So it's that whole thing of just wanting them to succeed beyond the circumstances that they've been given, and they didn't choose a lot of the circumstances that they're living in. So to be able to see a young person overcome that and even just, you know, overcome just small things for them, it's a huge push. But when you're passionate about your area, so your regional, you know, for Tai Tokoro as a whole, and my experience can only go from when I lived in Auckland for so many years and working with youth and realised that they whakapaparu all the way back up to Kaitaia or this region. That was my whole passion of when I eventually moved home back into Tai Tokoro, you know, was I want to be able to create change in our own home, on our own whenua, and help realise what I realised as a kid as well. You know, I loved being brought up in the far north, and I want them to realise there's more than what they have in their hand at the moment.
I learnt things about myself that I didn't even know was possible, and yeah, the support from the Codis, the facilitators, it was like, yeah, it all worked out like to be cool, and everyone got along. Everyone got along. The facilitators were amazing, and they just pushed us to be better and stuff. Like, we did the work and stuff, but without their support, I don't think we would have made it. I wouldn't have made it without them.
From that program, I've seen massive changes within our youth. Those who actually engaged and now actually seeing them outside of those programs, even if it's 12, 18 months down the track, how well they're actually doing. And you know, there's still people that I catch up with today that are still in work, but even their wives or their partners, you know, and seeing their kids and that around town, and we still have conversations about that too, and you know, how thankful and how grateful they are for T500 and HPT and the mahi that we did to support them.
Initiatives like this are not easy. They can be very difficult. Resistant young people who have been underground for such a long time, I think is the best way to describe that. Yeah, sitting at home, doing nothing, being hoha, on the drugs, and having no motivation to actually get out there and be the best that they can be. So to be a part of that was really good for me as an individual, but also as an organisation, given that in our community we are all whānau.
First year it was just so my benefit wouldn't get cut, but then, as I was saying, in my first week we had a careers person come up, and he taught us some really good things, but as he was leaving I actually stood up to thank him for his time and stuff, and I haven't actually done something like that since I was going to Kura Kaupapa for school, and yeah, just, I don't know, it just like awakened something inside me that just made me really buy into the program.
So, Trey Henry was last year's He Poutama Tai Tamariki award winner, and this year we look forward to crowning a new young person with that title. In terms of this next slide, really what this speaks to are some of the partnerships that we have in place, and it's not exhaustive. We've done programs with the Ngāti Ine Forestry Trust as well as the Ngāti Ine Health Trust. We have the Tiku Te Hiku Joint Work Program, which is unique in that it's part of the Te Hiku Iwi's treaty settlement. And then you heard earlier in the day from Martin and Janine Kaipo, and we've been doing some work in Otangare for some time with them and their trust. And what that was really about was looking at some early place-based, trialling some early place-based approaches to not only community development but whānau development. In terms of some of the things that we're currently focused on, in the wake of or the impacts of COVID, we're very focused on ensuring that whānau are able to take advantage of a lot of the jobs that are available. And so there is lots of mahi available. Week to week we have about 1,000 jobs available at any one time in Northland. Social procurement is something that we've built into some of the shovel-ready projects that you would have heard announced. And you'll note that in terms of some of the targets that we've set, that we're achieving beyond the target, and that's a good place to start, given social procurement's a new method here in New Zealand. And it's also great to see that the councils are also starting to respond positively to some of the opportunities to partnering with Māori and whānau Māori. This is just a little bit of a plug to the way that we're trying to pivot our, what we call service centres, our offices, to ensure that they're not just about income support, but they're also about employment and mahi and training. And what I want to just finally finish with is just a really big applause and bouquet for all of our whānau order and Māori health and social service providers. What this slide speaks to is a collective effort that covers health, welfare, some of the iwi and policing effort that was put into place during that first level 4 lockdown. And then there's some, at the tail end here, some of the stuff that we did at MSD just to make sure that people had incomes. And I had some insight into the response from a health perspective that our Māori health providers did in response, and just the way that they moved to the front line, so to speak, to work with our whānau. Hats off, and really mihi to you all for putting our whānau first. And then we also delivered collectively, I know we were all involved with making sure that whānau had their welfare packs or care packs or kai packs, whatever you want to call it. So those are big numbers, and what I would impress is that this didn't happen everywhere. This Tai Tokerau led the way in terms of how we all partnered up, and that's why I really mihi to our kaupapa around whanaungatanga and manaakitanga. For me personally, there's no playbook in terms of how you respond to something like COVID, but what I knew was that we could look to look at our mātauranga and our tikanga and our kaupapa to ensure that we could find a way, and that's what we did. Interestingly, you'll see that 50,000 jobs were protected here in Te Tai Tokerau, and there was quite a bit of prediction, or there were forecasts that as the wage subsidy came off, that people would lose jobs. We haven't really seen a big spike here in Te Tai Tokerau, which is really positive, but we can also see that in some of the surveys that we did with our businesses up here, and you could see that they were putting their kaimahi first. They were looking at driving costs out of other parts of the business, and as I said, we haven't seen the mass layoffs that were feared. What this points to is the work we're doing to ensure that Māori are getting into employment. There is the statement that I first heard at Hui Taumata in 2003, and it stuck with me. It was Parekura Horomia at the time who talked about when economic shocks occur, Māori are last on, first off. What this speaks to is the effort that we're putting in at MSD to ensure that we can ensure that that's not the case for our whānau. There's still opportunity to do more, and I think that's not just an MSD role, that's our collective role to ensure that we are supporting our whānau with whatever the supports they need, and if employment and training is the right option for them, that we can help pathway them. And as I said, the connected website, which kind of has all the available training and job opportunities into Te Tai Tokerau, is probably the first port of call. But otherwise, just flick Kay Maria an email and she'll sort it. So that's the end of the kōrero, and I just wanted to leave you with a picture of a young Māori man achieving his Māori. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Ka pai. There you have it. Awesome to have one of our own in the organisation pushing for us ourselves. Alrighty, whānau mā. We have two more kaupapa to go. One is a panel for our emergent economy, and then we'll finish off with our taniwha pitch kaupapa for that $1,000.
Can I just talk to that for a moment, please? Moko? I'm just thinking, because, you know, it's the last league whānau. It was a bit of a interesting start, and so I thought I'd just mix it up a bit to see if anyone's keen to just have their first 2-minute pitch. I will explain the rules. The rules are you have 2 minutes, no more. You have to be able to say, my name is, the problem I'm trying to solve is, and I'm going to do that by doing this, yeah? So you got 3 things that you have to answer: your name, what your solution is, and how your solution will be amazing, yeah? And Moko and I will be the final deciders, but it's actually the power of the crowd. Okay, so this is going to enable all of us to help make the decision. So 2 things. Thank you to the Ministry of Social Development for being our sponsors. We're really grateful. Thank you. That cash is going straight out to whānau, so kia ora to use for that. And also to Māori Women's Development Inc., who have also contributed funds towards you receiving 2 coaching sessions with one of their expert coaches. So that's pretty awesome, right? So that's what's up for grabs. So without freaking you out, is anyone keen to have a go? Anyone keen and excited? Just whilst we're getting our panel ready, I hope Pānapa's in the Zoom land waiting for us. Yes, it does have to be real. Sorry, that's a really good point. It must be your business. It can't be a pretend business. We do have a mete who is Pamela Ann in Kawakawa. She's going to pitch on behalf of her daughter. Yeah, so just saying, but yes, it must be a real business. But actually, like, let's be fair. I think it should we say the criteria is that you are actually serious about being a business? Yeah. All right. So we've agreed to that. Mainly so that we're not a makarona. Yeah. So we're being fair. All right. So who's keen? Who's keen to be our first 2-minute master? I'm going to get Moko, because I'm terrible timekeeper, to be our 2-minute person. Come on, who's game? Yeah. Wow, I'm not. So come on, you got to help make it easy. Yeah. No, you don't have to be in Tai Tokerau, but no, actually, yes. Should we say that's another rule? You must be in Tai Tokerau. Yes. Sorry, just made those rules a little bit harder. Yeah. So you must be in Tai Tokerau. You must be a real business. You must be serious about getting into business, so it's not a momo. Yeah. So those are the 3 things, and you must be able to basically stay within your 2-minute time limit. All right, come on then. Homai te paki paki whānau. Here we go. Sorry.
Ka pai. At the 30 seconds to go mark, I'll give you a little shout, eh?
I've been right
basically do your thing within 2 minutes. Wow the crowd.
I can do it, yeah, thanks. Kia ora, taku ingoa ko Nat Camera. Taku kāinga tūturu no Matawaia, ko Matawaia. Taku iwi, hapu, Ngāti Hine, te kaui mua, te taha o taku māma, ko te raroa, Karaponia. Now, my pictures, TQ. My grandmother's name is TQ. My business name is TQ. There's a twist to my name on my business, and it spells T-E letter Q, big capital letter. I am wanting $1,000 today because I need to build a website. And on top of that, I would also like, there's a lot of things I want to do with my rongoa. There's not just one, but the website is one of the very first ones I want to at this very stage, this time, is to open up a pharmacy only for rongoa Māori. And so that our tai tamariki can learn to be Māori pharmacists within our rongoa, te ao rongoa Māori. And I would also like our doctors, our upcoming doctors, to have a compulsory part of their learning to
30
become
seconds.
New Zealand doctors, to come and learn te rongoa Māori. So that is my vision, that is my dream. I learnt te rongoa from my grandmother from a very young age. I got my packaging together knowing that my grandmother was very being environmentally friendly.
And time.
Time. Homa te paki paki.
Well done. Awesome. Kia ora te Q. That was wonderful. It was a great opportunity for us to get a flavour. All right. So we're going to head into our panel, but that's what you're up for. So for those that are keen, now remember you all want to get out of here, so I don't want like 50 of you to put your hand up. But if you're keen, plus we've got our sister from Kawakawa who's going to be beaming in soon. But let's cut across to our next kaupapa, and I'll invite our next rōpū of speakers to come down, where we're talking really about the future of emergent economies. And this is a very exciting panel. Kia ora Panapa, nice to have you here, my bro. We've got 4 key speakers today. Panapa Eho, who is the co-founder of Rua Bioscience, and considering that we've been speaking quite a bit about the potential of medicinal cannabis, we are aware of medicinal cannabis and its potential benefits, but also what that might mean for the Tai Tokerau economy. Our second speaker is Amber Taylor, who's going to give a perspective around technology, in particular virtual reality and her work in augmented reality. She will then be followed by Dr. Marie Stewart, who's going to talk about tino rangatiratanga health and the impact on whānau. And finally, we have Darlene Tana Hoff-Nielsen, who's going to jam about the green economy. So those are the speakers that we've got up. If you could please make your way down, that would be amazing.
Ho mai te paki paki. Ki te taumata mātanga nei. Wee.
Kia ora Panapa, can you hear us?
All right.
Oh, mean. Awesome. All right, well, exciting times for Rua Bioscience, and I'm going to enable you to tell us why. But please, brother, sorry, whānau, just as a bit of background, Panapa is my friend. Myself, he and Eru actually all went over to Canada together for a kaupapa around housing. Good man, very much focused on building employment and development opportunities for his whānau up the coast. So kia ora Panapa, welcome to our team here in Te Tai Tokerau. The floor is yours. Tell us about Rua Bioscience, what you're trying to achieve, and right now you're also fundraising for some money too, and we'd love to hear about that.
Tēnā koe, e hene. He mihi atu kia koutou katoa e whānau o te hiku. Tēnei te mea aroha mo te tono o tēnei ahi. Ko au te uri a Māui, te maunga Hukurangi, a Ngāti Porou a Ue Pōhatu. Kia ora tātou, ko Panapa e hau a hau. I thank you for the privilege and honour to be able to share some of our story with you this afternoon. So yeah, as Assist said, Rua Bioscience, formerly known as Hukurangi Cannabis Company, really came out of a kaupapa around increasing the well-being of our people by increasing the levels of income into our whānau households. We know that there's a direct relationship between the amount of putia that comes into a whare, into a household, and the well-being of whānau that live there. We didn't set out to do cannabis. About 6 years ago now, we set up a kaupapa around shifting away from high volume, low value primary industry, which is what most of the coast is used for, in the forms of forestry and hard-hooved animals, being generally cows, a few sheep, and for things like maize. And so we wanted to see how we could utilize our taonga that are around us to do high value, low volume, so that essentially we could allow Papatūānuku to be clothed again in the Hukurawai and the Ngāhere, by only utilising the prime land for high value products. By way of a cup of tea, legal cannabis via hemp was introduced to us, and being from a place that has a lot of good growers of cannabis, we scratched the surface of that and had a look. So in our first year in 2016, we planted our first hemp crop, and that was done way out the back of nowhere to make sure that the crop that we put down wouldn't cross-pollinate any of the illegal crops that are grown by a number of our whānau, which is used to put kai on the table for our mokos and our tamariki. And from there, we developed a relationship within the community that was a trusting one, not one of curiosity and deceit and that kind of thing. So by the end of our first crop, we had looked into the industry, and the highest value with low volume was in medicinal. It hadn't been done yet in Aotearoa, but as we scanned the world, we saw that it was coming, the legalization of cannabis, and we've really been part of a handful that have had our ihu pushing through the crack in the door. There's been a few blows to the old ihu as we've been part of the crew that have paved the way. But we've been able to stay tūturu to the kaupapa of looking after our whānau and our whenua. In 2018, we had gone through the research phase, looking at is this a viable option for us? At the time, we were informed as we were, and we made the decision to raise some reasonable funds to do this thing proper. So we went out to our own community of Te Tairāwhiti and offered them the first opportunity to invest into the company. That's not usually what's done. Usually it's gone to high wealth individuals, and they usually take the risk and reap the rewards. So we did that. We've been able to bring on a number of institutional investors, and that's got us to where we are today. We have brand new world-class facilities built in Ruatoria and Turanganui-a-Kiwa, and we've secured all the licenses that we need to fulfill our orders that we have been able to, our agreements that we've been able to pen for production of medicinal cannabis. It definitely wasn't an easy path. We were definitely doing things where no one else had been before. But by being from Te Tairāwhiti, we get the light in the first thing in the morning. We're the first ones to receive it, so we kind of use that to our advantage. As the SIS said, we're currently raising capital for our next couple of years. It'll be a couple of years until the company is financially self-sustaining and making a profit to allow it to do what it needs to do. And so we're doing that via listing on the stock exchange. So that happens, we go live on the stock exchange next Thursday, on the 22nd at 11 o'clock. And that's been a huge learning. So as what we have been told is it's the first Māori founded company to list on the stock exchange. And I guess one of the big things is that for our whānau back home, in a place as many of our whānau up north do, there's a lot of taumaha that's around us from colonisation and te ao huri and the Western ways of thinking. But it's really a celebration of the ability to have a vision, put everything behind it, and do the do until the fruits are met. So yeah, as you know, over the last 4 years, we've been able to provide that inspiration and hope for half a generation of rangatahi and tamariki that come through. So, you know, it's a very humbling journey that we've been on with the support of our community, and we're really situated well to move ahead into the future. One of the pātai that I've been asked around, how do you feel medicinal cannabis could be an emergent industry for Te Tai Tokerau? When we started out, we were told that it would be a $20 million venture. Being who we are, we're like, oh, hikoma, we can do it for 5 mil, and even that was a stretch of our imagination. It will be at least 20 mil. We've spent probably 3/4 of that to date, and we'll be raising another 20 mil in the next very short while. So medicinal cannabis is it's pharmaceuticals, and there's a big price tag that comes with pharmaceuticals. Nō reira, we have been very focused throughout our entire journey of how we enable our whānau to participate in the medicinal cannabis market. Now, it requires a lot of infrastructure and expensive infrastructure, and we've been doing it on minimum viable. You'll see other companies around the country that have got massive facilities. We've done it on an approach as do it small, do it right, and then expand as we go. But we do have a commitment to focusing resources on enabling a pathway for our whānau to be able to join this industry. It's not an easy path, but we are committed to that. So to relate that to Tai Tokerau, as the industry emerges and becomes more solid or matures, there will be more opportunities because there will be lessons that have been learnt by others that you'll be able to leverage on. But it's a very complex, very expensive route to go down. It is going to enable, even from 3 or 4 years ago, it has reduced the price of medicinal cannabis that is accessible to whānau o Aotearoa. However, it does still carry a reasonable price tag because it's pharmaceuticals, and there's a lot of infrastructure needed for that. The reality is that in order for that rongoa to become accessible by most whānau, and especially those in the low socio-economical spaces of society, as that recreational is the space where that can be done legally. I've also been asked what's some advice or whakaaro for whānau who might want to look into it. Surround yourself with people with the best of people. We've done that right from the start. Even when we only had a few rocks to rub together, we've always surrounded ourselves by the best people that we could. As in any kind of venture, you need to be solid within yourself and your belief in what you're going to do. But we've had the privilege of the last 4 years, and it's a lofty mountain to climb to get into medicinal cannabis. Nō reira, it is possible. It just needs a lot of dedication, and while doing it from a kaupapa Māori base has its advantages. We're able to think intergenerationally. It does also, as we know as Māori, have come with its challenges that come through te ao Māori, Māoridom and whānau. But I do have to say that it's been very humbling and very, very rewarding in being able to bring some people's dreams into reality of being able to grow legally. So, nō reira, I'll I'll hand it back. That's kind of my summary overview. But if there's any other pātai from, I can't see anybody, but from you, Sis Kay, or from any of the panelists, then maikua.
Thank you. Kia ora Pānapa. Hey, look, we will be probably firing pātai back through to you at a later point. I just want to say thank you, because I believe this is a bit of history in the making. Is it true that you are the first Māori-led company to go on into the stock market?
Aye.
It's pretty cool, pretty awesome. Now, I also will do my bro a service, because, you know, when you have been the first trailblazer, everyone keeps knocking at my mate's door and go, can you help me? Can you show me? And I think you have been very gracious in showing many whānau from around the motu to do so. But before you do that, I think it's really important that you do the mahi first. You know, do your planning. Please don't go knocking on the door for all the answers. Do your own Auntie Google search first at least. Don't waste people's time if you haven't done your research first, and really think about your own due diligence to see, as Pānapa said, it's a big undertaking, but it could be a very advantageous one if that's a route that you wish to go down. Nō reira, e hoa, mauri ora ki a koe, brother, look, I can see you're in a vehicle, you do not have to wait. We'll wave out to you and say ka kite. Much love from Te Tai Tokerau, ki a koe ki Te Tai Rāwhiti, and we look forward to staying connected with you, Pānapa. Mauri ora.
Just on finishing, for those that are do have a serious inkling, the New Zealand Medicinal Cannabis Council, the NZMCC, is a great first port of call to do some investigation. So that's the NZMCC. Kia ora koutou.
Awesome. Thanks, Pānapa. Drive safely. Take care.
Hei kona.
Ka kite. Ka pai. All right, emergent technologies and emergent opportunities for Te Tai Tokerau and whānau Māori. Medicinal cannabis. Sounds very, very interesting. Our second speaker is Amber. Amber, I know that we've got some visuals that will be playing, but we're really, really excited about you telling us your story. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko te uri o Ngāti Mutinga, Ngāti Whātua, me ngā pui ahau, ko Amber tōku ingoa. Hey everyone, it's good to be here. Thank you for having me along. Thank you, Kay Marie, and the organisers. I am the co-founder and CEO of Ara Journeys, a company I founded in 2018, so we're only 2.5 years old. We're 100% Māori owned and operated, so anything that you see coming out of Ara Journeys is guaranteed to be built right here in Aotearoa by Māori. I've been asked to talk a little bit about immersive technologies, and it's quite a big subject, so I'm going to do my best to keep it as succinct as possible and cover off mainly the main areas that we're working on within Ara. So for those that aren't familiar with immersive tech, it covers augmented reality, basically your Snapchat filters, your Instagram filters, that's all AR. It covers virtual reality, which is what the guys from Engine were demonstrating out during the breaks. It covers mixed reality, where we're merging now augmented and physical world, and you can now move digital objects in the real world. And then the newest one to the party is XR, which is extended reality. So that's basically your AR, your VR, your MR, a lot of R's in there, mixed with wearables, so your haptic gloves, sensors, and IoT devices. So it's a pretty exciting space to be playing in, to be honest. So how does that look for our company? Well, for Ara Journeys, we're using immersive tech to tell our stories. We work really closely with iwi. We learn about the mana whenua stories for the different areas, and then we bring those together in an app for them, which they can then share across multiple platforms, allowing people to go out, visit their sites, and learn the rich cultural histories of that area. We're mobilising individuals and communities, so a big thing for us is not kids with their phone walking around the streets like this. We actually want them to put the phones away, go out and be a part of the environment and a part of the community that they're within. And alongside all of that, we're collecting data. So this is data that hasn't been collected before, but it's data that helps us showcase to government makers and our policy makers what communities need, where resources need to be allocated, and what parks and different trails and areas are being used in communities so that they know how to better fund and better look after the area for the people that live in it. So how does that look in immersive tech? Well, it looks like Manu. Manu uses augmented reality and geolocation. He tells you the story about the maramataka. There's 12 stories embedded in Manu. He's in 65 locations across New Zealand. He's also in Hawaii, Hong Kong, Australia, and the Cook Islands. So he's sharing our maramataka story around there as well. The cool thing about Manu is he was the first augmented reality bilingual character created. So basically what you hear him do in English, he can also be flipped into Te Reo Māori. So he'll do it all. We got finalists for the NZ High Tech Awards last year with this character, which was pretty cool. Very exciting stuff. The other area that we're working on is in gamifying citizen science, and I know one of our previous speakers was talking about climate change and the importance of looking after the whenua and te taiao and te ao Māori in that space. So we basically built Ahika Rangers, which is it's a gaming platform designed to gather ground truth data and observational data within a 5-kilometre radius. So any one of you can contribute to real-world research problems with academics leading it that are contributing to solving climate change issues, global warming, looking at restoration, looking at clean waterways. This is all stuff that you can contribute to through using this game here. The cool thing with Ahika Rangers is the platform's been built to not only accommodate citizen science, but any kind of research data that you might be looking to collect. So that's whether it's a community org, local business, or iwi looking for, I don't know, some kind of environmental data in their area. We can build that into the platform. And we're trying to get it aligned with school curriculum so that the kids can use it as part of NCEA. That's still a bit of a work in progress, but we will get there. The next one, this is my personal favourite, Tūwhiri. This is about to launch in December of this year. Tūwhiri is a mobile geolocation game where basically, if anyone's familiar with the Pac-Man arcade game, you know, the little mouth goes chomps the nodes. Basically, we've turned you into Pac-Man, and the little nodes are our stories. So our iwi stories, our community stories. For every little node that you collect, you get rewarded in digital currencies, and those currencies are designed to be spent back within community with local Māori organisations. So not McDonald's and not BK, but you know, our own community orgs, and that's where those digital currencies can be spent. The cool thing with Tūwhiri is it's designed to be played 50% without your screen. So you actually put it in your pocket and enjoy your surroundings, and you're still playing the game and you're still earning digital currencies. The app can also be used for journey planning, which means that it replaces Auckland Transport's app. So if you plan your journey through here, whether you're a commuter, a tourist, a kid going to school, and just a local in the community, you get rewarded, and again, those rewards can be spent back within your local community. Tūwhiri will launch in South Auckland and Tamaki Makaurau, but we'll be rolling out for the rest of the country shortly after that. This project we have just kicked off about a month ago, and this is exploring MR and XR. The cool thing with this project, and I can't give you too much information about it because we partnered with the University of Auckland to build this platform out, is we are combining machine learning into here. We're using the haptic gloves for feedback. There's a lot of clinical work that's going into it from a physician point of view as well as a physical therapy point of view. There's a lot of new IP that will be sitting in the back end of this one, but it's really exciting. I want to show that because it's really exciting to be involved in a project this large. This is going to probably take about 3 years to build out before we finish clinicals and actually get it into the market. But it's something that we're really excited to be working on. So how do all of these, like games and immersive tech and all these platforms that we're building, actually contribute to real world outcomes? Well, the data is the main bit behind it. So everything that happens within one of our gaming platforms has a data piece attached to it. And again, this is data that local councils, local government, or even higher up government don't currently have, and this is how we can help influence the policy making decisions that happen within communities that we actually live in, rather than having people from outside our community make decisions for us. We're actually going to be able to serve up the data that tells them this is what's happening, this is the areas that are being used, these are how it's being used, and this is what people are asking for. Our platforms are designed to preserve Indigenous knowledge, and I say Indigenous knowledge because Tūwhiri and Ahika ranges are designed to be global, so we're working with other Indigenous cultures across the globe to replicate what we're doing here for Māori for their cultures as well. So we've got a safe, secure site, safe, secure platforms, and we've partnered with AWS to ensure that everything's in place to make sure that none of our IP or our mātauranga gets used misappropriately. So we've looked into that. Everything that we built, especially those last 4 platforms I showed you, have been co-designed within schools and with community organisations. We very rarely build something just for the sake of building something, because at the end of the day, we're not our users. You guys are our users. So we need, or our players, and yeah, so we co-design with that in mind to make sure that what we're putting out is delivering what people need, or is at least beneficial, or worthy of screen time and mobile phone time. We offer paid internships through the company. These internships are ring-fenced for Māori and Pacifica only, which is something that we're really, really proud of. Our first intern has just graduated from Wintec, and he's about to come into the company full-time on a pathway that's going to lead him from a junior developer through to a program lead. So we're upskilling in that space as well. And as I mentioned earlier, anything that you see come out of the Udder brand has been co-designed, and it's been built by Māori for Māori. So, the opportunities in the immersive space. Everything that we've built straddles 5 key government sectors: environment, education, healthcare, tourism, the IT sector. The internships that we're running are upskilling Māori and Pacifica, as well as covering off the diversity challenge that we kind of have in this space, especially related to STEM, and getting more of our wahine in there. And we are working with universities, local government, local organisations, communities, and schools to deliver and to work on how they might better embed immersive technologies in the spaces that they're working on or working within, so that they too can upskill not only within their teams but then in their wider networks as well. So we're trying to cover that whole space. The other thing that we've got going on at the moment is we have international partnerships and collaborations in the works where we're looking to go offshore with opportunities in Asia, in particular Korea and Japan. So yeah, it's been a bit of a whirlwind 2.5 years, but that's kind of what we're doing in the tech space. And I guess my message to you guys is if we can do it. We started as a 2-man band, and now we've got our own dev team behind us. We've been revenue generating from the start, and if we can do it, I guess you guys can do it too. Kia ora.
Awesome. That was awesome. And again, I'd love just putting it out there in regards to Taitokero being the capital of science and technology. You know, why not? You know, why not? Why is it that we have this old narrative that always says that we're not good enough, and yet we could be producing some of the greatest developers, researchers, scientists, and data scientists in the world? All right, so awesome, Amber, great opportunities. We're just going to move across to my dear friend Maurice here. We're nearly towards the end. I know some of you are busting to do your 2-minute pitches. So whānau, we have a video that Maurice is going to talk to. Yeah, you're up there. They'll play it for you.
Kia ora, te he ana
Ana koe?
Hi Anna, hi Anna.
Oh. Do you know what we're doing here today, Fire?
Yeah, this one here.
So there is testing here today for the COVID-19 virus, the coronavirus, okay? So I just need to ask you 4 quick questions. Have you been overseas? Have you recently been overseas?
No.
Have you been in contact with anyone that's just returned home? Have you had any mokopono or anyone just come back?
No.
No? Have you been in contact with anyone that you know has a confirmed coronavirus?
No.
No. Are you unwell?
No, I'm good.
Well, Fire, with those answers, we don't need to test you today.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You're all good. But if you become unwell, you're welcome to come back and see us. Okay, but with those answers, you're actually all good. All good to go home. Ka pai?
Okay, ka pai. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui ki o koutou. Ko Maurice Kirihi Stewart tōku ingoa. Ko Ngāpuhi, ko Te Raroa, ko Ngāti Toa, ko Ngāti Kahungunu ki Wairarapa, ko Rangi Tāne Oku Iwi. Aroha mai. So my name is Maurice Stewart. I'm a medical doctor and this is my whānau here. In the top left-hand corner, it's my grandfather, Kahungunu ki Wairarapa in Rangitāne, and my grandmother sitting just below him. It was these 2 people who were largely influential to me going into medicine. They suffered from a lot of things that they should never have had, and so I've been on a bit of a journey in the last probably over 10 years now, trying to see if I could change something in the health system. Back in March, I came back from my master's at Harvard when COVID hit. They put all our classes online and we were back here. And these are some of my classmates in the Global Health Program, which set out to develop global health leaders who would really challenge the status quo and what health and social equity is about. And the professor who leads our program, some time ago, they actually challenged the WHO because they were running a program where people in South America with TB were being treated with an inferior treatment when everybody in the developing world was given the gold standard. So this is the kind of people I've been associating myself with. If you think, probably a few years ago when Lance O'Sullivan was in the headlines challenging things, you think like that, but global and very systematic and organised. And when you're in places like Harvard, you run into people like Dr. Kamara Jones, who's one of our greatest thought leaders in terms of challenging racism. So that little video I showed you right at the start, the day after I got back from the US, our then GM of the Runanga asked me, of Ngāpuhi, asked me if I'd set up the COVID-19 response team for the clinical aspect. And the person you saw in that video, Rhonda Zielinski, is Wahine Toa. She's a public health nurse extraordinaire, should be running our health service as far as I'm concerned. And you give her something and she's like an army on her own. We also had Kay Marie doing our digital comms. We had someone who was a logistics specialist and was already doing pandemic training and supplying PPE to the Crown. We had an ED nurse who was our quality control person doing all the checks. And then we had someone who was very good in terms of the business back end so that we didn't get into trouble financially. And what we learnt from that is that when we actually prioritise ourselves, when we handpick Māori who have the right expertise, we can actually do it ourselves, and that was just really powerful. And we made sure we lined up the ducks in every area. The other key things, and we kept drubbing this into each other, is that if anything goes wrong, you must speak up immediately. It's not about criticising the other person, it's about when things scale, if there's a disaster, it's going to be massive. That's when patients die. So we had that culture, speak up immediately, we fix it and we move on. And then the other part was just knowing what our weaknesses were. If we didn't have the right people in the room, then we need to call those people in. So that's what we learnt from our COVID-19 response. Rhonda, and then there's a guy, Doug, who wasn't in that video, they actually mobilised our testing unit before the DHB even asked for it. And Jeff was on the call. They were like, oh, do you think you'll be ready to mobilise? And we'd actually already tested a mobile testing station the week before. So just emphasising, we can do this ourselves. And I think I put the wording tino rangatiratanga, but if we actually say we're privileging Māoridom, privileging our own people, privileging our own experiences and expertise, we're building our own capability with every experience. That's just massive. Now they can say they did this, and if any of you have seen Rhonda and Doug, they're now supplying houses around Taitokero, but that's another story for them to share with you. So from COVID, and after we set that up, I sort of moved away because the nurses had it down, and Kay Marie and Doug had it down pat. And some of you mightn't be aware, but in the health space, nurses are very well equipped to deliver services, and it's actually GPs who get in the way a lot of the time and take the funding. So it was important for me to allow the nurses to run that and let them really work at the top of their scope. So I actually diverted my attention to the economic recovery because we know that unemployment is such a huge driver for health need. So during this time, MSD put out these stats that 80% of the people in Kaikohe on the benefit were Māori, and such a large proportion under the age of 40 were on the benefit. And then Infometrics was forecasting that unemployment was going to rise significantly. On top of that, we already knew housing is an issue up here. People living in car sheds, people living under wool sheds, and these stats here were taken from the Matapihi, the Māori Housing Group. The other part of that is that energy poverty is a huge risk to us in the future. And so it's been forecasted that the price is going to rise, effectively doubling in 2050. When I was back here in July last year, there was already a 15-cent per kilowatt hour price difference between the north and Auckland, where we know a lot more affluent people live. So there's some issues here around what that means for Māori, what that means for us being self-determining in the future, and just getting our basic living requirements. And then there's just another little point I made there. North Tech didn't have a great record for Māori, although I realise that when they work with some of our providers in the community, they get better rates. So we set up this trust, and I'll acknowledge my wahine rangatira, Mahira, who's involved with our trust, and we're moving carefully but slowly, but looking at the fundamental requirements for living. So you'll see a lot of people were going on during COVID that, oh, well, we need all this money like in New Zealand, etc., because we're not essential services. So what is essential? Kai, energy to keep us warm, housing, and water, but we've sort of put it under pūtaiao. So you'll see that lovely array of peru there that's grown by our Kaumātua Hereni Tau and Kaikohe. So we're putting together a trust that actually builds out those spaces in partnership with Māori-led businesses preferentially. And if they're not Māori-led, then we're seeing how we can partner with those that are willing to work with us and treat us in the way that we want to be treated, because we're done with being treated like crap, aren't we? Yeah. And so just this picture here, we're building our whānau through the building of houses. And this is our rōpū here. And we've got Rhonda's team as well from the Whānau Recovery Hub in Kaikohe with us, where we presented to Kelvin Davis a couple of months ago to see how we can use corrections funding as a preventative measure in terms of employment to give our people the tools so that they don't have to go to crime to make money. My cousin Jay Heppy, lays that on the line. And it's amazing when people just listen and walk away and they don't care. So Kay Marie asked us these questions. What should the government do? Understand the whakapapa of how we got here. So funding slithers like education on its own, or like MSD benefits on its own, or health on its own doesn't work. And I was a bit disappointed that there was a social investment program. It was Nationals, but I've read the original documentation and it was actually quite good. And I'm now looking at the wellbeing budget as part of my master's program and trying to see, is it just political propaganda, which I feel like it is, or and what should we be doing? So obviously I've put a group of people here. You can decide how you vote. And I've put this up because I know Moko's here. But what about councils? What role does councils have? And we've seen all the conundrums with, you know, the native trees in Auckland being torn down for urban development, yada yada, water exploitation all over across the motu. What can we do? Maybe a read off to actually move things along as Māori. When I was at Harvard, I did a paper with the Kennedy School and worked with the Navajo Nation and economists from there, and we're looking at how do we drive, and you know, it was Navajo-led economic development, and there was an example where they'd actually captured an entire region, and they were gathering tax on that region. They were driving the district plan. So can we do that? Do you reckon? Great, thanks. So if we decide where we want the green space, we decide where we want building, we protect our water, etc. Thank you. And picture of my whanaunga here. Through social investment, commercial, the whole realm, it is a team game. And who better to put here than Nolene Taurua, one of our rangatira. And it's just key, just driving those points home. Know what we're actually good at and know what we're not good at. If we're not good at something, don't fake it. I'm kind of sick of Māori organisations, and I get it. There's a whole mana pride thing, legacy thing, but let's just be tika and pono. And I said this a couple of years ago to one of our iwi leaders, and they got a bit, anyway. Let's just be clear about what we're good at. If we're not good at it, bring in the experts. And there's usually somebody Māori who's expert at something. They might not be from our same iwi, but let's do that. Let's change the course of the future, because we're done with pretending. You can fake it for a tiny bit, but you actually need to bolster your team, your army, and then play your position. If you try and do someone else's position, you end up spreading yourself thin. And the other part is know when to sub, know when to take a rest, because if you keep plugging yourself, I'm living back home, and it's actually really tricky, because you can just see colonisation playing out in the way some of our people are thinking. People would rather grow gorse and tobacco weed on our whenua than have our own people tidy it up, live on there, develop it, etc., etc. So you can get really wound down in those spaces. And so know when to take a break, know when to puria, learn some karakia, learn some ways of healing yourself so you don't get caught up in everyone else's nānara. And I think that's something I've really realised I do, so I've had to literally go and take myself to the sea and do that. And the last couple of days have been spectacular. I've been with a group from Potama and the Māori and Hemp Innovation Group, so I'd actually heard Manukari, that was Pānipa's offsider, talking about their rural bioscience group. So we're down at Massey food technology space, talking about all different things from hemp to manuka honey with the Murray whānau, crickets, which are really high in protein, te mea. So I think when we can bring ourselves together and using all of our strengths from our whanaungatanga, knowing how we got to these spaces, knowing how when we interact through whakapapa, that you literally don't know who's related to somebody that you might have just known. And sometimes those things, if you think like LinkedIn, yes, it's a digital connectivity, but there's massive whakapapa that's available through there. And when we realise that, the amazing deals that can come about when we action ourselves through whakapapa. And I think the last thing I want to comment, and someone was talking about Māori, I don't think she's still here, but wairua. And sometimes you just get that feeling that there's a hunch where you have to move, and then sometimes you're like, oh, no, actually I'm going to step back, have a rest over the weekend and figure out, should I partner with that person, should I invest in that, whatever it is decision that you're making, but it's actually okay. And sometimes I literally had a dream a few weeks ago. I had somebody going on to me about a PhD, and then I dreamt about one of my tupuna, and I was like, I need to focus on that research for my PhD. So that whole realm, we can harness that in the way we move forward, and it actually makes us feel good. There's a little bit of research in that space. I'm aware, I can't quote the exact people, but I know there is. And I think we should be comfortable about harnessing that when we're making decisions, whether it's in the business realm or in our personal lives. And the last couple of slides, I just put this one up because it came up during COVID, but we know what's tika and pono, and so getting rid of the guy who's doing all the labour work, which is usually one of our whānau, is not the way to go. So let's be real about having these conversations, and is it actually we need to reprioritise. I know Mahira and etc. were talking about different types of economies. Let's really have those conversations at a real level, so we're not actually destroying our whānau's livelihood. And I'm happy that this conversation's already been had around VR, but I just wanted to make some points because data sovereignty is a space I've been involved in. So in terms of data sovereignty, we've got a group Te Mararaunga, which was set up largely to respond to Stats New Zealand's lack of ability to do census very well. And then we're now in a process trying to build capability and see how we can support things at a wider scale. But I would really encourage might even be yourself, or whānau hapu iwi, to really think about what mana motuhake is in terms of data sovereignty. Because I think data sovereignty as itself, it might be, certain Crown entities might just think it's having a conversation and seeing if you're okay with it. But if it's actually you owning the tech, you owning the data, you can do whatever you want with that data. If you want to sell it, you can sell it, or you can protect it, put it on a hoe or whatever. But be really bold about that space, because the big data economy is very lucrative. So there's huge risks about where we put our data, and so we must be really upfront when we're going into things like research agreements, etc., and where that data is going to be used. This IP thing came up at our Ag Business event yesterday, and be really bold. I'm just encouraging you to be really bold again about what you own as IP. And there was somebody there from Kāhui Legal, and I know they've been overlaying tikanga through that legal space. So we asked, the Research Institute had said, well, if you're using mātauranga to grow the food or whatever, and then we're going to process it in this part here in our factory or whatever it is, so then we'd own that bit. We're not going to touch your mātauranga. And then, so the question was posed, if whakapapa is overlaid through IP, that means that we would own the IP over the entire spectrum from food growing to market. So what does that look like? And the good news is the Kāhui Legal person said that they were willing to work on something in that realm, so that's really exciting. So be bold about that. Don't let anybody take your IP or try and claim they own it, because they will. Lawyer up, that's the end. Lawyer up, it's worth it. And so just a few takeaway points. If it isn't working, who isn't at the table? And we've seen so many entities, organisations where, I won't name a specific area, but where things aren't working, it's because the right people aren't at the table. There's solutions to everything, literally, but it's often personality that gets in the way of decision making. So figure out who's not at the table to move things forward. Our tupuna did things without any of the tech, any of the stuff that we have now. So if they were able to get across to New Zealand, then we should be as audacious as them, and we're way more capable with the tools we've got now. The other part is decide what success should look like, because if we don't measure it, we don't know what we're actually driving to, then it's going to be blurry, that road's going to be blurry. And who knows what's going to happen. That's what the government does with us. So let's actually decide what success looks like, assess how we're going, and improve on it. And this is probably oops, that shouldn't be another one, but anyway, the best advice, I heard it from somebody, a Kiwi who's working over in the US at the moment, said, when it's your turn to bat really hard. And so that's probably something that's really stuck with me, because there's times when you're put on the spot with a bunch of strangers, you don't know who they are, it might be funders, people who are going to employ you, whatever. bat the hell out of it. Just like your tupuna would have. That's it, right.
Wow. Yes, well, kia ora, e hoa. It's always a pleasure to listen to your magnificent mind and all the places that it goes to. But what a great mind to help us think forward and keep pushing at the edges of health and potential. And I especially resonate with the kōrero around, you know, make sure that we have the right people around the table, making the right decisions so that we can get the best benefit for our whānau whānui. So, mauri ora kia koe. All right, we've got our final panellist today. Darlene is going to be amazing, succinct, and talk to us about the potential of the green economy for Te Tai Tokerau. Tēnā koe, Darlene.
Kia ora tātou te whānau, aku nei mihi kia koutou katoa, kua huihui mai nei tēnei rā. Ki te taho tōku nei māma, ko Ngāti Kawa me Ngāti Rāhiringa hapu, ki te taho tōku pāpā, ko Ngāti Kuta me Patukiha ngā hapu. Engari, i tipua ki au ki whangarei te renga prawa, ki te taho aku māma me aku pāpā whāngai, e maha ngā hapu, o tōku pāpā me ngā puhi nui tonu hard. So, I'm wearing this beautiful badge today because I'm the Green Party candidate standing for Northland. So I'm here to talk to you about the green economy. And I'm doing that, you know, politician is a very new thing for me. I'm stepping out of my business. My business background is 17 years working in corporate telecommunications in Brussels and Belgium. I came home with my Danish Tane end of 2014, and we started manufacturing electric bikes, electric motorbikes, and all that kind of thing. We've been doing that for the last 6 years. So I've experienced in very large strategic corporate programs of work, but also as a hustler, trying to build up a business and turning it into an effective business model. Last night I was in Paihia. I was attending the AGM for an association called Fish Forever, and I listened to a presentation from people who've been studying the dolphins up in Te Pewhairangi for the last 20 years. It broke my heart to learn that the population of our dolphin in the Bay of Islands has declined 91% in the last 20 years. Yet another reason, whānau, why big changes have to happen. Businesses that detract from the mauri, that take, with the idea that bigger is better, where it's all about me versus we, those kind of whakaaro have stuffed us up, whānau. But I'm super hopeful because like Matua Ngāhau Davis said earlier today, the world has woken up. They need Indigenous knowledge, and they need it now. And man, I've just loved sitting here today because I'm totally inspired. I'm turned on by everything and that I'm hearing coming from our home people in Te Tai Tokerau. You know, the biggest ally to climate change are our oceans. So our sister was right on there. Our oceans, our soils, and our ngahere. All right. So they work because they sequester or they remove carbon emissions from the atmosphere. They suck it up, whānau. So the message here is very simple. We need to nourish our oceans, we need to nourish our whenua, our wai, and our forests, and let Papa Tuanuku just get on with it, okay? There's a second part to that, and that's the man-made part, and so I'm going to talk a little bit into this. But right now I'd like to do a call to action, because I heard that's a trend when you're young, and I like to think I can be still young. We have bugger all time to do it in. The reality is, whānau, we cannot faff around anymore. We have but 7 to 9 years to make a significant change. It's all very well for us to talk about our tupuna who signed the Te Tiriti or Waitangi back in the day, and that's for me 7 generations back. 7 to 9 years left, whānau. I'd like to be able to look forward 7 generations myself to our rine. So that's where I think, in terms of government, that's the longer term. Beautiful to listen to the Japanese doing it for 1,000 years. It means, whānau, concretely, this is my second call to action, vote. Because we have but 1, 2, 3 elections to make some massive change in our nation and how it's run. Green economy. I'm just going to talk very quickly through 3 points today. I don't talk about jobs. I talk about mahi with meaning. What are the skills that we need to learn today so that we can move our people forward? And what's the high value opportunities in there for us, whānau? Peter. If I talk about mahi with meaning, so, you know, there's a lot of talk about green jobs. It's bringing back, it's aligning our purpose to what we do, and it's valorising us for doing that, all right? So we get paid for doing the right thing. And some examples of the right things, whānau, planting trees, wetland restoration, pest control. Now I've added a little word in there called technology, you know? So we become kaitiaki with high tech. And listening to all of these amazing whakaaro on how we can achieve that today, mama no iho, we do it tomorrow. Kauri dieback, another one. You know, we've got pig hunters, because the pigs, they're one of the largest vectors for causing the spread of Kauri dieback, Nera. So they've been doing some amazing work out in the Waitakere forests on this mahi. Those guys are paid like $35 an hour to go pig hunting, but they're fitted with GPS triggers and they monitor and da-da-da-da. So there's amazing things that can go on here. Other mahi with meaning. Kai sovereignty, wai sovereignty. It's back to basics, really, eh? You know, and I really do feel that's where we got to go today, but we can be savvy about it. Now, I heard John Tamihera this morning talking about they can take our and they can take our and he said they can take our water. And I go, yeah, nah. I know we had beautiful, you know, rain the last few days, but the reality here in Te Tai Tokerau is our soils are dry, our rivers are lower, and it's summer tomorrow. Now, we all know what it was like last year, Nera. So we've got some changes to make today. At our friends at Northern Regional Council, Far North District Council, Kaipara District Council, Putanui Te Tai Tokerau. Parakore, really important, zero waste. There's a wonderful book called, or project called the Project Drawdown. And kukara it, please. What they've done, scientists, business analysts across the world have listed the top 100 things that we can do as people to reduce the impact to global warming. Not wasting kai is in the top 10 of things we can do, all right? So it's really back to basics, whānau. It's really like that. Training to transition. What are the new skills we need to learn today so that we can move our people forward? I love this quote from Marama. Maui captured the sun, so why can't we? We were investing a lot around solar energy, and I've heard our sister talking about concerns about energy. She's absolutely right, but that's why, hey, ngāwha, geothermal energy, all right? So that's where we can start to rebalance some of those pricings because we're going to have the source right up here. Solar is great because you can go off-grid with that in our communities, all our miti, pangaru, for example. Regenerative horticulture, specialist aged care. Now I add that because our population ageing. One thing that we're beautiful at is manaaki, eh? Manaaki tia ngā kaumātua ngā kuia. If you look at Kirikiri, heaps of rest homes up there. There's opportunities, whānau, just saying. Evolving industries, it doesn't necessarily talk about the kind of industries where we can upskill, and it's also the how we upskill, how we educate ourselves. You know, I'm seeing a lot of, you know, we heard somebody was talking about kinesthetic, the different ways of learning and applying tikanga Māori in our way to engage our people to learn. So there's some amazing opportunities there for us too. High value opportunities. I'm not really here to tell you, to bring you ideas of what we can do because I've heard tons of ideas, we've got them already. what I see as our role within governments is to listen to what those ideas are and then create the spaces to enable them, but also to protect them. From a business perspective, it means things like, if I look at mātauranga Māori, all of our mātauranga I pāna te rongoā, hey, don't just think about Papatūnuku, Ranginui is up there too, all right? There's huge opportunities here, and all that is around the law, L-O-R-E, versus the law, L-A-W, ne? How do we protect all of that? How do we protect all of that? For our own people, here in Aotearoa, but also within the world. Now, we've seen already our artists, our whanaungas, whose moko kauai is appearing on somebody's pillow slip in Korea, ne? So how do we protect against all of that? That's some of the big work that needs to happen, I believe, also. Now, at this point, yeah, I stand on the cusp. I'm standing on the general electorate. He wahine Māori aho. I'm standing in there and I'm hearing Maria Meno. And I'm going, lean in hard to Maria Meno because kei te tika ia, nā te mea. We need our Māori voices in Parliament on our own terms. Why am I stood there then on this other side? That's simply because I'm leaning in. Because I've always been the connector between te ao Māori and te ao Pākehā. My tāne, he Danish. My 4 babies born in Belgium. Their mother tongue is French. Ne? I'm a worldwide citizen, but I identify very much as part of the natural fabric of this whenua. I speak all of their reos, in business, in politics, as well as reo. So I'm the translator, all right? And I'm the connector between the two. So I'm telling everyone, hard up, man, if you're confused about who to vote for, and you're on the Māori roll, we need more Māori in Parliament. That hashtag MMP thing, Maria Meno Kapakingi, your candidate. But, come to the party, Green Party, ne? Yeah? If you're sitting in on the general roll, as many of our whanaunga are, Willow, eh? Awesome. Candidate vote Willow, me. Hoki mai ki te party kākāriki, ne? But that's how it's going to look, whānau. So, yeah, I'm just putting it out there. I heard one of our younger ones saying, I'm a millennial, so I'm just going to call it like it is. Well, I'm not a millennial, but I'm going to tell it like it is too. Nō reira, tēnā ra koutou, tēnā ra koutou, tēnā ra tātou katoa.
Kia ora. Awesome. All right, whānau, we are definitely on the home stretch, and we're moving back into the pitch event. Now, because we definitely are way over time, I'm going to have to restrict it. So we've got one person that's waiting in Kawakawa. That's Pamela Ann. And Pamela Ann is amazing, not only because she wants to pitch for her daughter, but she's also been the host of the Kawakawa Hub all day. She's greeted, fed, looked after over 10 whānau that have come in to listen to the kōrero. So thank you, Pamela Ann. I know you've been waiting patiently. I also just need to get a canvas of the crowd. And before you raise your hand, I want to pose 3 questions. I'm going to leave 3 spots. 3 spots. We've already had one. We're going to have Pamela Ann. There's another 3 spots available. If you want those 3 spots to pitch tonight, I want you to really seriously consider if you're ready for the opportunity. We really want to ensure that the winner is ready to rock and roll with their business, that they are serious about taking it forward. This is not just spending money or to take care of those bills that have crept up lately. It's for you to grow your business, and that you're actually going to utilise the coaching. All right, so kaua e momo. So take a moment. I'm not going to take a moment. We'll let Pamela Ann do her kōrero. After that, I'm going to canvass and say who are the 3 that would like to take the final positions. All right, Pamela Ann, are you there in the magic world of...
Yeah, can you see me?
There you are. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Awesome. Hey, thanks for your patience, but also, as I was saying, Tuahine, thank you so much for hosting our whānau there in Kawakawa. How's the day been for you?
Yep, the day's been awesome. The day's been awesome here in Kawakawa, representing Morua and our Kawakawa businesses, and we're fortunate enough to be here at Ngāti Hine building. So thanks loads, Jeff and Jeanette and Jen for getting this venue for us. Awesome kaupapa.
All right. Well, you got your 2 minutes there, sis. Wow us with your pitch, and you are ready to go now.
Okay. So, kia ora tātou whānau. My name is Pamela Ann. I ran from Matuaia. I'm from Te Kauimua, and also my father is Tainui from Ngāti Kaua. So, I'm pitching on behalf of my daughter. Her name's Alexandra McGregor. She's had to cruise off because we're a lot behind. So, she's had to cruise off to pick up the mokos. So, I've been left with this task to do a presentation. So, our business pitch is really, it's a whānau-centric model. Alexandra, like her mum, was a teen mum at 17. Alexandra's my oldest baby. She's 25. She's married. She got married when she was 18. And it really touches on something that really resonates with me that Mr. Jeffries said in the first kaupapa about making sure that your whānau is good first. So anyway, my kaupapa is, or Alexandra's kaupapa is, she's a whānau business. Here's her little whānau here. This is Herewani, Alexandra, Harlow Rose, Harlem Rock. Here's my other mokos. Here's another picture of them doing their Easter thing. They just bought a house here in Moerewa. So how is it that they can continue to live in Moerewa and have their business operating here without having to leave here? So what did Alexandra do? As a stay-at-home mum, only Herewani who works at AFCO in Moerewa, it sustains their income and allows them to continue doing what they're doing. So she created a online business, and it's H&A Design. It upcycles clothing, and from all clothing that was going to go into Papatūānuku, Alexandra's developed this brand, and she sells these tracksuits. Here's some more here. She's also got her packaging here. Is it's all recyclable. They're old jeans cut in half, and she's made some.
5 seconds left for keep going.
And also, she's got another business here, which is McGregor Castles. She just bought the castles and created that also. So the thing here, it's about whānau-centric and delivering and allowing her to stay here in Moerewa and still be employed and do well by Papatūānuku.
Ka pai. Mauri ora ki a koe e hoa. You went a little bit over time, but I'll give you a bit of leeway because you've been so patient. Thank you so much, Pamela Ann. Just stay or watch us through the live stream because we're going to be making our decision as to who the major winner is this evening. But also thank you for your courage in stepping forward. So for those of you out in the crowd, 3 spots left. Who's going to take them? Hands up. Oh, we've got Jamie Lee. Oh, we've got Hemiroka. Oh, and we've got the sister at the back. Yeah, koe te wingoa no? All right, haramai koutou. I'm just going to push these off here. Awesome. All right, because we've got a party to go to, whānau. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, Annie. Thank you. Kia ora.
Ka pai whānau. Homai te paki for our taumata of amazing Māraikura who just finished up here.
All right, little tip, team, in regards to your pitching. You've got 2 minutes. We need to know what your product and your service is pretty quick, so get to it pretty quick, whānau. That's really important because you don't have long to tell your story. All right. Come on then. We're waiting for you. Hara mai.
Paki mai.
Me first? Yeah. Okay. Right. Do I get a countdown?
I'll tell you in 30.
Okay. All right. Kia ora koutou, my name's Lizzie Ranui. My business is Vinyl All Sorts. I provide a customised apparel service here in Whangarei, Te Ringaparawa. The problem I've found is our whānau here in Taitokito are having to go outside our rohe to get affordable services because Uncle Wonton down the road are charging a mutton and a beef just to provide that service. My target market will be our kura, kohanga, marae, businesses, sports. Also, why me? Because Vinyl All Sorts provides a mobile service, so I can customise uniforms, like at events. It could be kapahaka events. I could come and customise uniforms, sports events. You've already got your uniform. And yeah, so one way I give back to our community is providing expertise and time to mamas moving mountains through our kapata, koha mai koha atu, that will be up and running very soon. But yeah, Vinyl All Sorts, for Māori, by Māori. Kia ora.
Very nice. Well trained. I like that. All right.
And I only used 1 minute too, ka pai.
Well done. Jamie Lee. No time.
Let's go.
Yeah, come on, rock it.
So kia ora everybody, my name's Jamie Lee and I want to present to you lived memories. In the lockdown of COVID-19, my mum lost her battle to breast cancer. The last conversation I had with my mama, while she was told that there was nothing more that they could do with her, we were driving back from Rotorua to Taupo. She says, "Bub, pull over." And I said, "Oh, Mum," she goes. The last conversation I had with my mum, she said to me, "I'm sorry, Bub." And I said, "Why? Don't be sorry, Mum." She goes, "Can you do one favour for me?" I said, "What do you want?" She goes, "Never let my mokopuna ever forget who I am." So I'm presenting to you lived memories. What is the problem? The problem is that our whānau are faced with terminal illness. They don't have much time. So right now, I've created a digital software app that allows whānau who are sick to upload their memories, their experiences, their messages that they want to send to their mokopuna, to their tamariki, to their children. That app can be condensed, put into a link, and then it can be inserted into your e-will. Right now we are
30
talking
seconds.
with Public Trust, who are coming on board to help us put all that together. Kia ora, lived memories.
Kia ora.
Nice. All right, now final contestant is Hemi Ruka. Kia ora, Hemi.
Tēnā koe whānau, ko Hemi Ruka tuku ingoa. Hard act to follow that one. A few of you might have seen the virtual reality headsets in the back room during Kai today. Anybody try it out? Ngā mihi. It's pretty immersive, pretty groundbreaking. Most people that haven't tried it have no idea what I'm talking about. It's so immersive that some people won't stay in there because it's too scary. What we're looking at is, we think virtual reality has the potential to capture our stories, our mātauranga and our pūrākau. It's almost unlimited potential at the moment. We are currently upskilling our Māori rangatahi tauira to learn how to build the technology inside the VR, utilising a tuakana teina model. We currently have the tech, the capability and the relationships. We need further funding to intern our ākonga after our 6-month program. We can tell the stories from our rohe. We have marae trustee support here in Whangarei, Te Ringaprawa, and the expertise and development to create these pūrākau. So what we're talking about is going into a marae, hearing a tuakana teina kaumātua tell the stories of the marae, of the pou in the marae, but you are somewhere else in a virtual world, and it's as real as you might. I wouldn't say you couldn't tell the difference, but you will enjoy it just as much. So we can take our storytellers into that virtual world, we can retain our whakapapa, we can engage our whānau in new and exciting ways with our ancient knowledge. The tech is immersive and it can be used for our ageing and immobilised whānau, so we can go out, we can capture those stories, we can partner with other ways of keeping our mātauranga and our whānau's dreams and hopes for the next generation. The success of this waka will allow our rangatahi also to stay here in meaningful employment in Taitokero, in the highest paying industry with the most jobs. I don't have a specific ask, but ngā mihi for listening. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. I forgot to look at my timer too, so lucky you finished at 2:05. Ka pai.
Cool. So can I call all of the contestants back up to the stage, please? If you can just sit over here or come and stand over here. Just go over there, please, Hem, and all of our other whānau, all our contestants for this evening. Cool. Well, the Dragon's Den was a little bit of a last minute put into the program, but thank you for, rolling with it. It was so cool. So again, thanks to our sponsors, the Ministry for Social Development and Māori Women's Development Inc. for coming forward with the cool prize. The way that we are going to make the decision, and also our sister Pamela Ann that's out there as well, I guess it's going to be two things. The first one is, did they listen to the tikanga? Now, Moko, I know you've got great ears and you've been listening, you were great with the timer, so it's the first one, is did they listen to the brief and did they enact the brief? One. The second one is, was their ask compelling enough for us to be like, I really want to invest in that business? And thirdly, how was their style of presentation? Because again, when we're trying to pitch to an audience, we're trying to persuade them to our way of thinking, or most importantly, by our product. So that's the third one. Were they persuasive? All right? So whānau, that's for you too, because you're going to help us make the decision. All right? And I don't want to put anybody on the spot here and make everybody clap, because it's always hard, especially if you're stacked and you're Ngāti Hene and there's heaps of you Ngāti Hene in here. That'll be unfair. So we won't do that. We want to do it on merit. Yeah, we've had some really great speakers today. Just starting with our first Kairongoa, who spoke about her product. I'll just give my thoughts and then maybe you give your thoughts. And then perhaps I'll ask Teresa, maybe you could be our adjudicator in the end. Oh, no, Whaidruas. Oh, yeah, these ladies here. These two ladies here. All right, okay, you've been asked as our taumata, our final taumata to go, yes, kia ora. All right. So our very first wahine toa in the Taniwha Den had a rongoa product that was based around the ingoa of your nanny, if I'm correct.
Te Kiu.
Te Kiu. And she wanted to create a pharmacy, a rongoa pharmacy as an alternative option to the current state of play here in Aotearoa. So, what was your thoughts, Moko?
Oh, I have biased thoughts because this is my auntie, so I won't be voting myself. But my mum did watch it and she goes, there's Auntie Nat. And my mum texted me and said, give Auntie the money. So, Mum, you're watching. I won't get to choose because it will be biased, but I love the idea and the hakaro. It was very succinct within the time limit, and she told us exactly what she wanted and why she wanted to do that and how it connects to us as Māori. So I did like that in the pitch.
Cool, awesome. The part that I would say would take you to the next level, Fire, would be to get to it fast. Yep, what is your product, what is your service, and how is it that you're going to solve a particular problem? So that would be my suggestion, to just take your pitching and your presentation to that next level, which I think was really helpful. But I love your product, and I love the fact that you gave some product to us today. So, mauri ora kia koe. Our second contestant today was our sister here. Yep. Lizzie. Now Lizzie has a vinyl t-shirt or vinyl uniform business as well. We've seen her product, we heard her story earlier today. It's a really great candidate. Again, the strengths in your presentation, Lizzie, was that you got to it fast. You told us what the problem was. You told us who your customer was. You told us you actually told us a wide variety of your customers. You told us the kinds of products that you wish to sell. You told us how you were going to give back to your community. And you also said, and you also stayed within the time limit. So actually, I think in regards to hitting the rules and all the things that we asked you to achieve as speakers, I think that you did really well in that space. Ka pai. Anything to add to that, Moko?
No, very, very succinct, just like the 1 minute pitch there. Yeah, ka pai.
Awesome. All right. Our third presenter was our sister Pamela Ann in Moerewa. She spoke on behalf of her daughter, who has a business that
upsells
Recycled
Kākahu
clothing?
for trackies. Is that right? Something like that.
Yes.
Upcycling.
So what I heard from you, Pamela Ann, was your passion for your daughter, your passion for the fact that she is keen to support and tautoko her whānau, and the fact that she, as a young mother, is still trying to make her way through her business, which I thought was amazing. I guess the part to stretch around your pitch was that we couldn't quite remember right off the bat, what's your product? What's your product? What's your service? And so you've got to be as memorable as you can. But considering that, one, you've been waiting for ages, and two, this was probably just thrust on you at the last minute, I think you were really, really exceptional. Do you have anything to add to that, Moko?
No, I would agree with that. It was nice to get a bit of the hakapapa of the whānau in there, but it was in that final 30 seconds that we finally got to what the product was that we were getting pitched there. But other than that, you have to mihi to everyone who actually come forward to share. But when you only got 2 minutes, it's a bit taimahai, a bit hard there.
Ai tika. All right, our next presenter, of course, was Jamie Lee around, what was the name of your product, sis? Keep your memories.
Lived Memories.
Lived Memories. Now, Lived Memories was, of course, a personal story of her mama and I guess her ohaki to her daughter, which was, please make sure that my mokopuna don't forget me. Now, what a great way to pitch, right? Because when you're telling a story that's personal, and that means something, it may resonate with your audience. So excellent work, Jamie, on utilising or smart utilisation of emotion to evoke emotion in your audience. So I think you did that really, really well. Again, we may have taken a wee while to get to the product itself, but I heard that it was an app. You could record your memories into that app and then imprint that or link that into an e-will so that you can share that with your whānau. So very smart. I love the detail. I don't really have any stretches for you other than I really love the way that you approach that, and it was a really beautiful raw story. And then finally, Hemi, Moko, I'll get you to talk to that one.
So Hemi, yep, talked about the VR and that they want this pūtea here so that they can help with more internships or progressing that, which is cool. For those of us who actually got in there to use it, it was pretty trippy seeing that Brontosaurus or little foot was right in front of me and was pretty out of it. Unfortunately, run out of time, so I didn't get to really have a good tutu. But amazing, that's probably the future, the gadgets that will be no longer in our hands, but a part of our tinana or something like that is pretty hectic. If the pūtea is going towards interns, and we know that we saw our millennials here, and we've heard kōrero throughout today about how our tamariki and our tai tamariki are our leaders tomorrow. Awesome kaupapa to support. Quite hard to decide.
Awesome. I mean, in essence as well, I heard a piece of technology that can help transport you into your marae to hear your pūrākau no matter where you are in the world. So what an excellent way of taking the audience into your story. You did it well, you did it succinctly, and yeah, a great presentation. So that was a summary of everything that we've heard tonight, whānau, and I hope some good tips for us in regards to pitching. How do you pitch? And you've only got 2 minutes to tell your story and help evoke. So now I'm going to ask whānau, okay, how might we make the decision? I've got 2 that I'd like to shortlist. And then we could ask our whaia to make the final decision, which is also hard in a public environment, or it is power of the crowd and it's the power of the claps, which is kind of easy.
I mean, I think there's 20 odd people in here. If we gave everyone a single vote, I think that it's a small enough number that we could actually count.
The democratic approach. Kia ora, we got the nod. We got the nod. All right, whānau. So we're going to get Well, yes, that would be awesome. Perhaps we could take that back to the Whānau Ora Collective. That could actually be excellent. Let's just put that on as a thought. I think it's a great one. But for this evening, because we do have one prize, just saying. But I actually, in saying that, I want to make sure that you don't walk away empty-handed. So don't worry, we will look at negotiating with our sponsors to see if we might be able to open up the coaching for all of you. Perhaps Fire on the board, it would be awesome, but also see what other services we could try and wrap around you so that you can continue with your idea, which we think is great. All right, so we've got votes, whānau. First up, we've got...
Single vote.
Yep,
per
one vote.
person, one vote.
Okay, so think really hard about your vote. First up, we've got Lizzie.
Actually, to make it easier, can we have everyone stand up and when they sit down, they've voted, or sit down and stand up when they voted, then I won't miss, or we won't have any cheaters trying to vote twice.
Teresa? Awesome. Oh, so you've all got a coaching session, whānau. That's amazing. Thank you. All right, so should we do, is it you sit and then the decision is made? That's your vote?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, all right. E tū koutou? E tū koutou? Yeah. This will be easier.
So if you vote for the person that we're putting up on the pedestal at that time, you sit down and I'll count how many people sit down per person.
And for you lovely ladies, we'll just get you to raise your hands, right? So then you
And
can...
then lower your hands.
Yeah, and then lower your hands when we know that you've voted.
Ka pai.
Ka pai? All right. So
if you think you're
yeah.
going to abstain from voting, you can sit down now.
All
Everyone
right.
wants to vote. Ka pai.
All right, we're on. Okay. All right. First up, we've got Lizzie. Lizzie, right here. Our uniform, our vinyl uniform.
Vinyl.
All right. Modi ora.
Tahi rua.
Cool. Our second fire here.
Rima.
Our TQ.
Rima, tahi rua, toru wha, rima.
QT.
Ono. No.
Oh,
Rima.
excellent.
Rima and Rima.
Oh. Now we've got our sister in Pamela Ann in Moerewa. Kawakawa.
Ka pai.
We have Jamie Lee and maintaining memories, keeping memories.
Wha.
No votes. You just get one. All right.
Wha.
Fa. And finally, we have Himiruka's idea.
Tahi rua, toru wha, rima. Okay, we've got an issue here because we've had Rima, Rima, kore wha, Rima.
No, now we've got the deciding votes here, I think.
Deciding votes are our taumata kuia. We've got tahi, rua and toru over there. Still equal on 5 votes each.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, man.
So, Vinyl
So-
Kākahu, our VR, and our Te Kiu Rongoā website.
Well, you know, I could just split it equally between the three of you. What do you reckon? Is that easy or is that a cop-out? Sorry. Eh? Is it a cop-out? Okay, sorry, there's lots of kōrero there. I'm going to go to you too, kōrero. I'm just asking, actually, because I want to try and make sure, do we say the best one wins and should get the lot and just go behind that 100, or do we go, well, all three?
Remember, everyone
No,
is
we're
going
gonna
to
know.
get a mentor session as well.
Yeah, everybody wins tonight, which is cool. All right, so e tū koutou, we'll do the shortlist. We've got 3 to pick.
Pai te tūmai, koutou kei roto tonu I te puna, ai tahi rua
We've
toru.
got 3 whānau left. We're up for $1,000 for the prize. If anybody wants to give some more money, that'd be awesome. But however, that's what we have at the moment. So do we want to just say, look, let's make a decision. We've got the last 3 to go. Yep. All right. E tū koutou. All right. Final run, whānau. Make a decision.
It's like single transferable voting.
Oh, it is. This is exciting. Jeez. All right. Okay, so we're going to start at the other side now. Hemi. Who votes for Hemi's whakaaro about digital VR? All right.
Fitu.
Excellent. All right. We also have our Kairongoa chemist kaupapa.
Rima.
And we have Lizzie and her idea around
And
her
we only
uniforms.
have 6 people still standing, so that means that with 7, our toa is Hemi.
Oh, homai te paki paki.
It's the, I think I got that for you, mate. The tai tamariki bit there for our interns, the future, eh? Ka pai.
Well
Homai anō te
done.
paki paki.
Congratulations. Thank you. But I will go handy and try and find some more funding for you. So if I can find it away, I will. Thank you. Congratulations. Tēnā koe. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you. All right, whānau. we're on the tail end, and we are nearly an hour and a half over. What an awesome night. Now, my relation has been waiting in Pangaru, whānau.
Birdie! Koia?
Our Kaze, look at you, Kaze. Oh, cute. Waiting there. So, Kaze, you got the last word for us. Hia hao whakaaro mo te rangi nei, and any kind of thoughts that you want to leave with our whānau this evening?
Yeah, we've had an amazing day here. Thanks for the opportunity to host and stream in. It's been an amazing day of mātauranga, just a smorgasbord of ideas, and yeah, our whānau have really enjoyed the day today. Feel really honoured to have some reflections in the last kupu. But yes, one of our whānau made a comment about just what Papa Richard Jeffrey said earlier in the day about environment and enterprise not being able to be separated. And I think it's been a core value that's come across all day, that we need to start thinking for the future generations as far as our environment, our taiao, our assets being kai and water. And us as a whānau, we've just moved home and we're looking to unearth you know, ngā mahi o a tātou tupuna in the Māra, and just, you know, I think us as Māori, we thrive in problematic situations, and today's been a real testimony to that, just hearing kōrero after kōrero of whānau that have risen to the occasion. It's been a real honour. Yeah, and one other comment whānau left with us, I wrote them down, was just to back yourself if you are in business, and back your whānau if they're in business. We as Māori, we're marketers, we're born marketers, and just you know, hei aha te ngau tuara, we need to back each other. I have 4 out of 5 of my siblings, we're all in business, and we just really need to back each other's talents and giftings, and we're going to go a long way internationally and nationally. So yeah, that's my kupu. Mutunga mai pangaru ki papata. I try to get our maunga in, but the sun's so glorious, it's just like shining it all out.
West side, that's why.
Kia koutou, yes, west side all day.
Awesome. Hey, thanks, cousin. Thanks for holding the fort up there. It was so wonderful to have you. And also, we've got a comment here. Yep. Chair, too much. Awesome, kapai. Hey, look, Kazi, thank you so much. Aroha nui ki a koe. Awesome that you're home, and great that you were able to beam in today from Pangaru Area School, by the way. Take care. Have a great weekend. Oh, all right. It's 6:30. The party's already started, and I'm not there. Thank you so much. I'll just hand the raka over to Moko, just for your reflections for the day, bro. What a day.
What an amazing day. I'm actually really happy that I bunked kura and council to come here today, because it was an amazing day. It was full on. I know that I'm going to probably go back on that live stream and look at some of those highlights that I really enjoyed and picked out, and probably use it in council and in kura. So there's the give back there to my other 2 tūranga mahi. Also, I've been sitting over here and the brother has been illustrating the whole day, and that is amazing. And I've got his email address, because I'm like, man, I need you at kura and I need you at council, because that mahi is amazing. So all of our speakers are there. We'll take it over to the after function so people can get a real decent look at it as well. But yeah, it's really cool, and even I made it on there over there, and no, it's awesome. So can we just have a paki to our brother? And to his fingers, must be a little bit tired for capturing that day there. That's really amazing. And my final mihi will just be, my 2 final mihi. One is to all of you for being such an amazing crowd, and for listening so attentively to all of the speakers who took the stage here today. And my final mihi is to our sister Kay Marie for all of the mahi that she's done to put this together. What a huge kaupapa, what a huge day. But it makes me so proud to be Māori, so proud to be Tai Tokero at the same time, and really makes me think about what I need to be doing to make sure that all of this amazing stuff is captured at that local government level as well. So, ngā mihi nui.
Awesome. Kia ora moko. Isn't he a great co-host? I have to say, whānau, the beginning of the day, I did want the ground to swallow me up a little bit because, you know, as the perfectionist in me wants things to be just. But I really want to just say thank you to the team behind. You know, e te kana te kōrero, those are the most important people are those behind us, actually. So I really want to mihi to Ngāti Hene, Beltec, Tautoko FM, our whānau at the back who've just been so busy. Also our whānau who did the kai today, which was absolutely mean. I hope you've all got some takeaway containers. And also if you're coming to the party, there's another massive feed over there too. So just letting you know. But don't worry, none of the kai will go to waste. I'll look at liaising to get some of that food down to Open Arms so that that can go to whānau that need it. So I'll work with you, Shirley Ann, to get that kai down there. Also want to mihi to the Whānau Order Commissioning Agency, Leanne, Tamati, JT and also Merepeka for hosting these events around the motu. I am biased. I very much enjoyed the Tai Tokero Regional Kōrero today. It was rich, it was diverse, it was full, and there was so much shared. And yes, I have a tendency to jam heaps in, but you know, that's all right. You can forgive me for that. Also want to mihi to Ministry of Social Development, Māori Women's Development for being our sponsors. Also our storeholders, Ngāringa Atawhai, Ara Journeys, and also the whānau from Mahi Dogs, who were our social influencers doing the lives today, which was super cool. Our rangatahi from Mate Huruhuru, who were there kind of helping in the background, and also my team. If you don't know, because of course I've got to pitch making everything achievable, but I don't need to. Anei taku kamupene, ko mea. MEA, making everything achievable. We've been around in the background for a decade. I've been privileged to be part of some amazing projects, this being one of them. So on behalf of the Te Tai Tokero Summit 2020, I now bring it to a close. Yay, relax, enjoy. Thank you, Ngāti Hene. You are amazing. Great learnings, and just take a moment to just, again, chill, reflect. There's heaps on. The live stream will be captured on Ngāti Hene. It'll also be on Tautoko Tai Tokero, so if you haven't joined, join. It's the hottest place in the Māori economy right now, so, you know, I am biased. So, whānau, we're going across the road. There are drinks, and there is jazz, and there will be a DJ. And I won't be there yet because, of course, you know, we've got to do some of these things in the background. But can I please ask Jeff, if you might be willing, as our host for this evening, and really helping pull this together, would you mind closing us off with a prayer of some sort to set us on our way? Ka pai. Well, we sweet and see you later. Should we do a waiata to just lift our spirits and send us off all on a good journey? Nice. Hororia, hororia, e te ua, fiti, fitia. Te rā, mahia ke ngā, poraru raru, makere ana ngā here, Tūturu whakamaua kia tīna. Haumi e, hui e. Ko mauri ora. Poor Māori e. See you in a minute.